Hello, good morning everyone, and we should hopefully be live everywhere, including on the Onamaru stream. Which I'll knock and combine the chats. Looks like we're all good. Thanks for combining the chats. And hello, I like turtles. Hello, Team Onamaru in the chat. Welcome in, everyone. And we're getting ready for freaking Andy versus Lewis, our two Onamaru players. At the end of the day, we'll have another pair of Onamaru players with Tatau and Viper. And we also have... or not Tatau and Viper, Doubt and Viper. And right before that, Tatau against the previous Onamaru player in Liry. Hello everyone, Red Cliffy, Power to the Pandas. Make sure to go and give a follow to the Onamaru channel too. I think we were at 900 something odd followers the other day. We're up to 1,360. A lovely number, but a number that can still go higher. YouTube asking, will I cast all of the sets? I will cast as much as possible. That depends on how long the sets go. We have 5 best of 7s, which, if I multiply 5 by 7 correctly, gives us at most a total of 35 games. I don't think it's possible for me to cast 35 games in one day. At the worst case, all 35 games go to the 90-minute time limit, and I think that is actually longer than 24 hours. So I will do my best to cast as much as we possibly can. That'll depend on how long the sets go. We'll have some overlapping sets as well. We've staggered them so they start every 2 hours. It's 9-ville start. You saw those Hera Liry Red Bull games in Empire Wars. Those could go on even longer than they did in the finals. 35 1v1 death matches. Deathmatch, if it doesn't end quickly, can actually last for a really long time. Also, look at these map picks. Andy, let me double check I have the players on the correct side of my draft overlay. Wait, that's important. That's important. Yes, I do. Alright, Andy there on the left picked our Explosive Barrels map. I hope we get to see all of these maps. They banned the Islands map, so I'm happy with all of these. Amazonia will be our game number 1. As we have now a best of 7. Today is all best of 7s. We'll see more maps played. Yeah, DM, deathmatch can become wood games real fast. There are some deathmatch tournaments going on. I've had people messaging me about them. It would be fun to see some deathmatch. We haven't seen, or at least I haven't casted that in a while. Are there admin bans or player bans? For the civs, it is only player bans. For the maps, each player here has 1 ban, and then after their picks, the final map is randomed from the remaining 3. So Amazonia was picked randomly out of that, Costa Arena, and Pantanal. So, Sea dos Corajas, spelled incorrectly on the overlay, but our race will fix that for the main event. And Fernando de Naranja. Those were the bans by the players. And hello, Chinoxia. And also everyone, please remember, go check out the Onamaru channel too. We live on both. I don't know what Twitch is telling me. Twitch is telling me right now there are 3 viewers on my channel, 19 on the Onamaru channel, and 65 combined. And I did study math, and I do know that 3 plus 19 does not equal 65, so I don't know what Twitch is doing as we're getting the stream started. But welcome in, everyone. Hello, Wise Turtle. And now Twitch is telling me 3 plus 27 equals 79. Hello, Deneb. I don't know why Automod modded that message, but welcome. So last night after casting, we streamed for just under 7 hours. I ate dinner, I went to the gym, I went to bed, and I woke up and it's time to cast again. How's my weekend been? Power to the Pandas, my weekend's been great. It's been spent casting some fun AoE 2 games. Do I test 1v1 maps on different sizes? I do not, Wise Turtle. In fact, when I do tournament maps, I actually have code in the map that automatically defeats the players if they pick the wrong size. Because yes, I have in the past had tournaments where players pick the wrong size and then play the map and then complain about map bugs. And I'll look at their rec and it's, you guys forgot to change your map size from 4v4 to 1v1. So now I do everything I can for tournaments to make absolutely sure that players pick the right settings as much as possible. And it's especially important for the early rounds when we have 40 simultaneous games. And as much as admins want to be present for the start of every single game, that's just not feasible. So we try to keep the settings as correct as possible within what the game allows us to do. So thank you all again for tuning in. Kind of surprised with Fernando de Noronha being banned that we have the Vikings as the mirrored double pick. And also Britain's super high on the draft for freaking Andy. Automod is jealous of what we have. Good morning, Tim Malloy on YouTube. And also I realized I need to open... I got 4 chats to look at now. Let me open the Onamaru YouTube chat too. Should have a live stream there. Yes, we're live there too.
The bridge is out. The British must have destroyed it. We must find another way to Chinon.
$35 games today, 14. You want all 35? That would be amazing. We did have one day where, in the cartographers, a couple years ago, we had a possibility of 19 games, and then all 19 games were played. I think that's my record, 19 games. So what are my predictions for today? Ooh. I'll go Andy 4-3 over Lewis. ACCM Sertão. That's gonna be rough. Sertão looked great against Winchester. I don't know how much ACCM was practicing with Red Bull. He is on Wonders though, probably did practice with Sertão. I'll say ACCM 4-3 over Sertão. Yo, I'll go 4-1 over Sebastian, because I need some set where it's not going to go 7 games for my own sanity. Liry, maybe 4-1 over Tatau. Again, I don't know how much Liry's practiced these maps, but he looked amazing in TTL and in Red Bull. And then Doubt Viper, that has to be 4-0 Doubt, let's be honest. No way Viper's beating Doubt these days. Easy 4-0 for Doubt. Easiest set of his life. Hello, Elevid. All of Doubt's games yesterday were insane. Doubt is insane. And Presidus Black, thank you for the follow. Did Hera not play in this one? No, Hera was invited directly. I don't think there's a point in making Hera qualify for your event. Deneb, you'll be at Heathrow in 26 hours. Ooh. The Royal Albert Hall was a wonderful spot in London. The Paddington Station was a 15-minute train ride from Heathrow. So it was very easy for me to get back to Heathrow after the event was over. Would love to do another one there just for the convenience. It is as convenient as possible for me to drive to the airport, leave my car in the parking lot, travel to another continent for a weekend and come back. So 14, we have a 48 seconds on the spectator delay. Right now, Andy is the favorite in tournament points. In terms of ELO, he's 27.48, Lewis is 26.75. Like co-cast with one? Oh, we might bring one for a co-cast at some point today. He messaged me about it yesterday. I figured during the first set I should drink my coffee and wake up, and then we'll see where we go. Is there a nomad map here? Well, he didn't pick the nomad map. There is Pantanal, and Lewis picked Monte Pascoal as our Pilgrim's nomad map, as his first map. Someone's spamming that heart button on YouTube. Lewis wins this fast, I think. Feinberg. Confident in Lewis. Freaking Andy picking hamster maps and Lewis hybrid maps. What is this world? Here we are with a hybrid map. Lewis is the blue Armenians to the southwest. Andy has the orange Vietnamese to the northeast. This map has given us some interesting games when players choose to go aggressive. I was talking the other day, I might want to change it up when we get to the LAN event and try to, instead of giving players safe resources, make them come a bit more forward for their resources. Just take these resources and shove them to the middle. Maybe get rid of these golds in the middle and just have it like resources between the bridge and the shallows. But I think we have gotten some fun games of players walling off the bridges, and we've seen some fun sneaks and transport ships in the back. Armenians with fortified churches. Great for a gold rush map. I'm imagining them controlling the water by building churches atop the mangrove shallows. Or even controlling the sides with their churches. 5 relics that are roughly spread across the middle of the map, so warrior priests to grab the relics could be nice. Kind of reminds me of migration. You'd have to migrate off your starting island. But there are these convenient bridges, so you don't need a transport ship. So dock at the front for Andy. And I did see the other day, I think it was Valessa who backdocked and tried to fish boom. So the backdock has not been the preference of players. But I have seen it quite a few times, or at least once. Dragonstar also did a back dock, but not as the opening, as a secondary dock. I've seen it twice now. Don't know, Andy tends to perform well against Hera, and Lewis is mini Hera. Lewis is the goat. Maybe the only problem is that there are no goats on this map. Lewis needs a goat map. So Andy moving out, adding in some more houses, and starting off a wall. Oftentimes we can see wall to the edges of the map. I'm kind of debating if this wood line should be larger so that the map is maybe smaller, but then it also makes it easier to wall. So there's some trade-offs there I'll need to think about before we go to the LAN. And as Capybara will be blocking the Javelina for Andy. Andy, a very experienced Rage Forest player. But blocking across the bridge. Necessary sometimes if you're not getting a straight lure, because you can't do palisade walls or gates or any of the normal boar luring tricks. Can't build on top of the bridge. Do churches get affected by the university techs for towers versus ship? You mean heated shot? Well, it says towers, castles, and docks. It doesn't specify fortified churches. So that's a good question. I'm not actually sure if it applies. So loom for freaking Andy. As he will do loom before going up. 22 vills, 4 fishing ships, fishing on the front. And Lewis, 23 vills. Last time we saw Lewis play this map against Degao, he went for FC Conquistadors. And worked out well. Degao is the Italians, but couldn't quite stop the Conquistador Mangonel combo, which is a very difficult combo to stop. And I think would be quite potent on this map if you maybe not win the water, but have some water control, either to run conks back and forth or to drop them off on the island. Creposts in shambles. Oh, that's true. It doesn't specify if heated shot applies to creposts either. We'll need to go through every building and see where it applies. So 50-second difference in timing. Andy will be up first, and a few more fishing ships for Lewis. Andy up to 5 fishing ships too. And Vietnamese, nice, smooth economy, discounted eco upgrade, so you can get the wood upgrade very quickly when going for a water fight. And I wonder what they open with here. And it's only 1 dock for Lewis, so I wonder if Lewis will focus on fighting for water at all, or just rely on garrisoning in the dock, maybe make 1 or 2 hulks. Because by the time Andy comes forward, most of the deep fish will have been taken. He can garrison in the docks to shoo Andy away, and still take the oysters. Also have a mill on the outside for Lewis, sending his mule cart over to the corner. Two young guns in Lewis and Andy. Andy will be scouting these shallows in the middle. And there's Lewis up to feudal as Andy opens with fires. This is a situation where maybe Lewis wants his scout on the shallows so he can see what ships Andy opens with and go for the right counter ship. In some sense, I guess it is nice to have the dock in the back and wait until you see the enemy ships before doing your own ship. So he'll garrison his fishing ships, hop inside, and then do a hulk. So dock arrows plus hulk will be his plan for defending this. And he will open with another pair of fires. And Lewis off a fish. I wonder if he'll back dock, because the bridges do stop you from sailing across to the backs of the islands. So even if you lose the middle, you could still have nice, peaceful, Rage Forest-esque fish boom in the back on the shorefish. Mule cart now for Lewis on the gold, moving to the outside. You need a mill for the papaya trees, but you could simply use the mule cart for the guanacos and all the hunt out here. Over scout, grabbing a villager here. Lewis not quite going to stop the wall off, though. It's a lot of HP to lose, and you'll see the market and blacksmith from Andy. Let's kind of slow down the fast castle a tiny bit as he's up to the castle age. So he'll use the scout, not there to kill a vill, but just to buy a bit of time for himself. Delay the market, delay the castle age. As Andy takes the middle, but that was by design from Lewis. He's not going to fight over the middle. No more deep fish for him. There'd be 26 food left on that deep fish. And he'll take the oysters directly under the dock as best he can. As Andy moves forward a few galleys now to deal with the hulk. And Lewis is going to hope that this is an overinvestment from Andy on the water. And Lewis will look to push on land or boom on land. See, maybe he adds in 2 TCs as soon as he's up. How many relics? 5 total relics. Well, 6 then if the Armenians get their relic from their first fortified church. So 1 in the middle of the shallows, and then 2 on each side, roughly in the middle. As Lewis continues to migrate over to the side, he went evacuation? Yeah, that evacuation map that Hank had made for Hidden Cup 5. I definitely see the similarities. This is kind of like double evacuation where you can go to both sides. Certainly a unique map, I think. Still could use maybe a bit of tweaking. But we have gotten some interesting games on it. And Vil by the dock dies to the galleys. Ooh, Lewis leaving 2 Vils exposed to galley fire. fishing ships hop inside, but that was not the oyster collection he wanted under that dock. Nice job by Andy to snipe them off, and Andy has a pretty good eco lead now. 5 fishing ships still remain, they'll gather from oysters, and Lewis will try to hunt down the fishing ships. But that's the hard thing, as he goes Warhulk about the current water balance. You can't really counterattack because the fishing ships just hop inside the docks. Warhulks moving around on the outside. They'll engage against the fires. The Castle Age ships here doing the best they can. Galleys in the back still pretty good against them. And in the current rock, paper, scissors, the Feudal Age ship does still counter the Castle Age version of the ship it's supposed to counter, so Galleys still decent against Warhulks. And that'll force Lewis back to his dock again, doesn't manage to snipe off any fishing ships. And Andy will get his second TC2 on the outside. Score's still close, and Lewis taking stone. And I wonder if he will go to drop a castle somewhere. Another Team Andy in the chat. These Guanaco's a new reskinned deer. As Lewis will keep booming and try to push out from his dock using those dock arrows, but since he lost some of his fishing ships earlier, only 1 fishing ship in the dock, and he'll add in a fire ship. Around the side, that's a capybara. From all those conquistadors I saw from Lewis the other day, all those blue dots are making me nervous in the back of Andy's base. Fishing ship goes down to the galleys, and the fire ships and Warhulks keep pushing out. We'll have Bodkin and Wheelbarrow both on the way for Andy. And medium warships for Andy too. So he'll be upgrading, he'll get War Galley. As the fire goes down. And he Teutons. I didn't see Teutons picked. We do have Britons in the draft for Andy. I think that's the interesting civ. And Britons being viable because of maps like this one that have a bunch of neutral capybaras around the outside. So how you scout to pick them up, I think, will be interesting. Whether players focus on the capybaras or want to push deer. Gives a couple of different options. Lewis, though, being cleaned up on the water. As he will be chased away. Thank you, Hopeless AoE, for the follow. And Igor earlier, thank you also for the follow. And it seems like Lewis completely lost on the water now. All the water in Andy's control. But Lewis can push on the outside. On this map, you definitely can overinvest into water and then lose on land. And Andy's score lead will be, in large part due to water, also due to res collected. A bit better of an economy with the second TC. Kind of surprised I didn't see Lewis at a second TC earlier, but he is focusing on the castle drop, wants to go forward. And with the outpost, knows exactly where he wants to drop the castle. It'll be right on Andy's wood line. Andy, you'll have full vision of this, he'll see it. Won't be able to react with a counter castle, so here comes the aggression from Lewis. Andy can go back to his TCs. He also can go to the other side of the river should he want to flee. As Lewis's dock goes down. Still no fish in the back for Lewis. Andy's scouting that, seeing if Lewis perhaps had a fish boom. Yep, so no land army for Andy. To be fair, though, no land army yet for Lewis. He'll be composite bowman from the castle just now, and he doesn't even have Bodkin on them yet. He'll still need a university for ballistics, too. Doesn't have ballistics yet. And mule cart on the stone as Lewis is trying to push through. Might need a siege workshop too, but he's tight on resources. Doesn't yet have a ram or mangonel added in. So fortified church up for Lewis. The castle will try to push through the blacksmith. We'll have a siege workshop up for Andy. And defensive mangonels for Andy, it looks like, against the composite bowman. Andy's still pressuring Lewis's home island. Controlling the bridges, trying to make it hard for Lewis to go back and forth. Loses the scout, though. Always rough to lose the scout. Especially when that is literally your only land military. And outposts for Andy, so he'll know if Lewis were to come over to this side of the river. Lewis seemingly content just to stay in the south now. And Vills will help go through the blacksmith. The castle not getting through fast enough, even with all those bowmen inside. And Andy now, that castle has been up for a while, will give Andy time to go for a counter castle. Now Andy, a player who has made it to lands in the past. Lewis still looking for his first land appearance. The house over here will go down. The house will go down much faster. Maybe that's what Lewis should have been doing the entire time. Attack the house, go through with the bowman, instead of trying to go through the blacksmith. That blacksmith has significantly more HP than does the house. And he's still with 8 fishing ships now. Not much left on the shorefish, but he could add in fish traps. Let's go La Andy. As Imperial Age is on the way for Lewis. And the house will go down as Bowman could come forward, but Lewis still holding back for the moment. Imp for both, and we will get a Trebor. So whoever wins the Trebor in a good position to win the game. Andy with a ton of eco in the back here, but Lewis in a good spot to cut off his escape. I think Andy might want to set that TC gather point to the other side of the river now. Make sure that he doesn't send more Vills over here. But Rattan archers with all their Pierce armor, usually good against archers, but maybe not so much against composite bowmen, who will ignore that Pierce armor. And yeah, that's what I was afraid of for Andy, the gather point sending Vills across the bridge. So Rattan archers, no attack bonus against archers. Just good against archers due to their Pierce armor and their high normal attack. Composite bowmen 4+2, but the fact they ignore 4 Pierce armor makes them great in this matchup. So 40 to 40 hit points. The same range, but Rattan's a bit faster. Composite bowmen need to do some blacksmith armor upgrades, and then I think they'll be okay. The problem is the mangonel. Oh, Andy with an amazing mangonel shot. Lewis! Oh, 1 warrior priest to go for the mangonel. Well, that is a lot of dead composite bowmen. Andy pulling ahead. He's up to imp first. He's doing ballistics. And Armenians no bombard cannon while the Vietnamese do have it. So immediately we should probably see bracer and then chemistry click for Andy's doing a heavy plow. You don't need heavy plow, Andy. You need to win a trub fight. He doesn't even have any farms. Okay, heavy plow, a bit of a question, I think, for Andy. I think he needs to take an immediate trub fight. We'll have bracer for Lewis. Lewis right now, no way to get back on the water. Maybe Lewis's option for the castle should have been on the coastline. And then could have tried to get back on the water to do some dromans as the Armenians if he gets a space by the castle. Instead pushing right down the middle, but now Andy also has the hill advantage in the Trebor. 3 relics for Lewis, but down by 20 Vills. And chemistry bracer in. Handcart for Andy. Andy focusing on eco upgrades rather than Rattan archer upgrades. Which, if it is a long game, sure, that does help him. He's not immediately fighting with the Rattan archers. Maybe he's just so confident he'll win the fight anyway that he doesn't need the military upgrades. Oh, that's true, heavy plow doesn't cost wood for him. That's true, he's a Vietnamese. Still does eat into the bracer chemistry tech lines, though, with the food cost. Oh, that's true, he did lose the blacksmith. And maybe that's what Andy was planning. I don't have a blacksmith, so I'll do heavy plows because I can't do bracer. That's a good point. In the back, we'll have another castle from Lewis, this time trying to retake the water. But it might be a bit too late for that, having lost his forward castle. And a bombard cannon, that once chemistry comes in for Andy, should be pretty effective. As will the mangonels. The composite bowmen only get to 7 range with bracer. They're going down. The fortified church is dropping to Andy's Trebs. Lewis on the back foot now, being pushed back. And he's going to have to hope that in the long run, the Armenians end up winning against the Vietnamese. And Vietnamese are very good late game civ. Imp Skirm, a possibility for them. And Mangonel shot hitting the composite bowman. Mangonel going for the Trebs. Composite bowman going down. I know Andy also plays in all those custom map tournaments. He played in Stronghold Frenzy. He likes the crazy maps. So I think having a brand new map pack with a bunch of new maps is right in Andy's wheelhouse. And only one Treb left for Lewis. At least he does still have a castle. He'll make one last-ditch attempt to get back on the water. And Armenians, I should favor them on water over the Vietnamese. No shipwright. But they do have Cilician fleet for their galleys and their dromons. What do the Vietnamese like on water? They don't have shipwright either. And Armenians still do have possibility for demos, although not really viable in the current water balance. Why does his mod icon look a lot scarier than usual? He is the head mod in the Onamaru channel. You can give... Is that a hammer? An axe? I think it's a hammer. Well, yeah, but instead of a sword on Twitch, if you give someone the head mod role, they get a hammer. Like a judge's mallet. Perhaps it's the hamac. Perhaps it's just the hamster hammer. All those Arabia hamsters. So another Treb push taking down Lewis's castle. And skirms for Lewis, trying to make the best unit in the game, but the bombard cannon is out for Andy. Ready to get a nice shot. You attack around in the middle of the Trebs and try to hit both of them at once. Composite Bowman's still, I think, a decent unit against the Vietnamese. Even against the Imp Skirms, they'll go through the Pierce armor. I think Andy's position with economy heading into Imp is still much better. Yeah, the Skirms are doing some work on the Rattan Archers. And Lewis getting a bit of water control now, but he'll be trebbed from the docks. I like Andy trying to wall off the edge of the bridge. Now, that Lewis DeGao game with the walls on the bridge was nice yesterday. Skirm's fending off the Rattan Archers. It's a very campaign-like move. I don't know how many of the top players have played campaigns. This might have to be Viper's home map pick, because he's played the campaigns. He played Joan of Arc. He knows what it's like to navigate the bridges. Well, Andy being cleaned a bit. Lewis pushing back. As I said, the Skirm, very scary when you're just going for an archer combo. Andy will attempt Fire Lancers, but you need more than one Fire Lancer, and immediately Lewis, upon seeing the Fire Lancer, decides, let's go for Man-at-Arms. 103 vills to 146, but if Champion suddenly is a good unit composition, the Vietnamese, weirdly enough, no hand cannoneer, are somewhat weak to champions, other than the fact they have good archers. If you have a good skirmisher line to take out the archers, then champions, especially Farader's champions, become scary, but I'm afraid Farader's isn't in the cards for Lewis as he doesn't have a castle anymore. I think there would be a way to make a bridge destructible in a random map script. It would be very weird, though. I would need to do some experimentation. Yeah, Lou's gonna struggle with all resources soon. Although he is at least claiming the middle of the map on the side where there is gold. Andy going to have no gold problems whatsoever. He has managed to castle the middle. And Andy right now is struggling against the Skirms. Maybe he needs Elite Skirm. He's going for Elite Rattan Archer. I mean, Imperial Skirm. All the villas, he should go elephants. Now there's Gambeson's. Lewis working towards champion. Skirms here taking out some of the villas as the villas are running. Taking out some vills. I mean, Andy 160 vills. You might need some military at some point, as Lewis will get another castle. Might be able to reclaim some relics. Lewis certainly not giving up. Even repairing the Treb against the Fire Lancers. That one barracks being quite a nuisance to Lewis. Rattan Archers can push the vills back from the castle, though. That's a good number of Rattan Archers. Lewis will need to bring the skirms to the front. And he'll want to thin those Rattan Archer numbers before deploying the champions. Andy at 200 pop might need to delete some vills soon. Lewis grabbing another village to go back to the gold. Maybe finish the castle, has a church. But now we have Imp Skirm from Andy. And that should be better than the Elite Skirm from Lewis. Can he deny the castle, though? Might need one more round of siege in order to finish the game. I'm going for the barracks. Castle taking out some two-handed swordsmen. And Siege Engineer is on the way for Andy. We'll have gold shaft mining for Lewis. He's not giving up. And I don't know what gold he has left to mine over here is some cannon galleons from Andy. We'll destroy the mule cart by the gold. The Armenians will need a mule cart maybe back here outside the range of the cannon galleons, as those vills will have to run a marathon all the way back to that back mining camp. And the water control for Andy might be too much for Lewis to deal with here, as Andy has almost walled off the bridge. Left a gap in the wall. Oh man, Andy, the AI would punish Andy for that hole in the wall in a campaign. The entire army would go right through there. So, armor upgrade now. We'll have keeps for Andy, trying to keep himself safe. As the ranges start to go down. Oh, check to the top of the map. We got some skirms through. There are some skirms that are through for Lewis, raiding Andy's woodline. Maybe doing Andy a favor, killing some vills so he's no longer overboomed. Good raid there. Andy down to 128 vills. And, I mean, Lewis still could get through. Andy has vision everywhere with the outpost. That's something we're going to see between Andy and Lewis. The map will be covered with outposts. But Trebs again from Andy, knocking down this castle. Lewis trying to use the skirms atop the hill. Lewis had a plan this game. It was, don't overinvest into water. Go for a castle push. But the timing on the castle push wasn't quite there. It wasn't an instant castle as soon as he hit the castle age. And he didn't have a boom behind it. He wasn't using his land presence to outboom Andy. So giving up the water while also losing the boom and not having an effective castle push has put him in this rough situation where it's late game and he's just trying to hold on. Andy so far hasn't been able to finish him off. Another Treb going down. Skirms destroying the bombard cannon. And right now Lewis's raids in the top, no longer there. Some warrior priests trying to take out Trebs. Warrior priests are strong. Here are the two-handed swordsmen, but still no ferreters and no champion upgrade. As Lewis is going to struggle to get the food for that, he's still not at 200 pop. And as much as he has the hill, the imp skirms should be trouble for him. Is there a time limit? Yes. Did the players remember to set the time limit in the lobby? Yes, they did. It is a 90-minute limit, so we're halfway there. We're hoping the time limit is not something that really comes into play. But it is there just to ensure that games don't drag on forever. And without a castle, he won't get ferreters anyway. So at a 4.5k score difference getting to that ACCM part of the game. It's almost 5k score. Yep, the main event will have a time limit. Simply to ensure that we don't get kicked out of the venue before the games end. Fortified church going down to the cannon. As the skirms keep pushing forward. And Andy grouping up his elite skirms with some fire lancers and rattan archers for one more push. Viewers love long games. Hey, I would love to have stayed at the Royal Albert Hall until 3 a.m. in the morning watching that Red Bull tournament, but the Royal Albert Hall, unfortunately, has their own concerns. They need to pay their security. They have employees who need to go home at night. And I don't think we're fitting 3,000 people inside of Nilly's apartment. Okay, cannon shots on the skirms. If they get a good shot here, Lewis splitting. Good job microing, but he did another panic castle that goes down. Lewis doing everything he can to hold on, does not want to resign early. Even though I don't think it would be an early resign. With all those skirms getting splattered, there's the GG from Lewis. And Andy will take game number 1. I think he had won that a while ago. But GG, much better KD. Lewis tried to hold on. It's a map where you can hold on for a while. Well, ultimately, Andy will take the win. And let me give a win there for Andy in game number 1. And check off the maps. That'll be a win on Amazonia, game 1 for Andy. Game 2, and Civs, Vietnamese over Armenians. Armenians a top pick for Lewis. And Lewis will pick the map for game 2. And hello, Tripto. Good morning, good morning. Happy Sunday to you. Let me go look for this next lobby. And Sertão will be the next game. They're heading right into it. Jurchens for Lewis. And Catons for Andy. When is Tatau versus Liry? That is our 4th set today. Should start around 18 GMT. So here we are, game number 2. You have Lewis as the blue Jurchens and Andy as the orange Catons. They got started right away. This is our very open map. Very, very open. Acacia trees for holes in the walls. Andy going for the forward wood line. This, I think, would have been a nice wood line for Andy. It's actually one of the secondary wood lines, just happened to spawn close to him by that gold. Could have done a tower and a lumber camp and a mining camp there and been everything defended all at once. Although it could be a nice spot for a second lumber camp. Nope, main event will be 9 Vil start. Everything is a 9 Vil start, no Empire Wars. And also, we are dual streaming both on my stream and on the Onamaru stream. So if you want to skip ads, you could hop back and forth between the two of them. Whenever the ad plays on one, go to the other. And make sure to give the Onamaru stream a follow. as their players here are trying to qualify for their own LAN. At the very least, we're guaranteed at least 2 Onimaru players at the LAN, because Viper versus Doubt will be our last set of the day too. So, pineapple bushes here, the reskinned forage bushes. The main feature of the map are all these little pits, cracked terrain downhill. You can TC them to grab resources, but it's very open and very hard to defend. These Rhea's reskinned deer getting pushed into the players' TCs. There is a bit of extra hunt on this map. So the Jurchins with the non-decaying hunt. Pretty good civ for getting off to a smooth Dark Age. Looks like 19 pop with Loom for both players. We have seen lots of scouts openings, also lots of men-at-arms openings. Lewis's map in terms of gold is pretty bad. The golds usually are far away. And both his golds end up being forward. They are conveniently close to wood lines though, so one tower can be a very good defensive spot for him, building on the hill in front of his town. Oh, your ad's bugged? Oh no. Sometimes if you refresh during the ads, they bug out, I've noticed. So second lumber camp for Andy on his back acacia wood line. And he'll be going for a very small compact wall around the house. And with no one going to gold or doing an early barracks, it looks like this will be a scouts opening from both players. So the Jurchins, good eco for it with the longer lasting hunt, as well as the faster attacking cav bonus. The Catans, no bloodlines, but they will get double the benefit from the forging line of upgrades. Both of these civs also are Step Lancer civs. The Catans, however, do have access to camels. Both of them pretty good cav archer civs too. Scouts will be giving each other a good chase up here in the north. And feudal for both. As we'll have a better scout for Andy, at least in terms of HP, so Lewis will have to get back from that scout fight. So double blit axe from both of them, immediately both players queuing a spear and skipping horse collar / domestication. Stable from both, so if you want to see how do you do a scouts opening in 2026, this is it. Skipping horse collar I think is going to be pretty common because it now applies retroactively to farms, so you can just get those first extra couple of spears out in preference to horse collar these days. They have an answer to the iron pagodas. I suppose camels could be an option. Camel 2 low HP when the first hits are ignored. Perhaps. So Andy going heavy on the spears. Remember, the double forging will of course apply to the spears too if it gets to that point. Lou's taking a better fight uphill, and he's pumping out more spears, but takes a hit from one of those spears. Ooh, takes 2 hits from the spear. Some free damage from Andy, and that hurts. That hurts for Lewis losing control of the scouts there, and ooh, just dodges the next spear. So good start for Andy with the spear pokes. And he'll be adding in pastures. Doesn't need to add them next to the TC, but will still keep them there in order to keep them as safe as possible. And walls in his other wood line from the scouts. So now the question is, do players go heavy into scouts? Do we see double stable scouts? Or do we see an effort to make a transition to an archery range and add in archers? Andy very defensive here, which makes me think he could be going for the archer play. Against aggressive scouts, the play is usually wall as much as you can and camp the TC with your archer army so it doesn't get picked off. You can't let yourself get caught out in the open, and you can't overchop like Lewis just did. The scout's attacking something, the Vil manages to run. There's a low HP Vil, those are some low HP scouts, the Vil goes down, Andy gets out. Andy was waiting for that overchop. At the same time, Lewis running some spears into Andy's TC. Disaster for Lewis, as he might fend off the scouts and wall. One Vil and 2 spears down in the blink of an eye. For the other 6, next week we're going to have another qualifier. Wise Turtle, same settings as this week. 5 players will qualify. And then, immediately after that, of the remaining players from Latin America, we'll have a regional qualifier. Monday and Tuesday. The 20th and 21st. Could have been worse. I mean, could have been worse. Lewis didn't delete his TC. Could have been worse. And he is making the archer transition. He is making archers, so is Andy adding in the range right now. I don't know. Personally, I still love the double stable build. But players tend to go for the archer swap. And could Lewis deny the range? No, Lewis is just going to get in on the berries. And try to get away from the TC, and this is good for Lewis. Finally something good for Lewis, and he will get 1, 2, 3 villagers at least. Andy's still not reacting. He's microing a scout on the front. That scout will die to a spear. And Andy might clear all the scouts, but he's going to lose a ton of Vils here. 2 very low HP Vils. Will they go down? They will. And all of a sudden, that equals up the Eco KD, 5 to 5. Andy enough spears, though, to clear the scouts. Was that worth it for Lewis? Andy only has 2 scouts left, so losing the army to clear some Vils there might be worth it. Lewis still a couple of scouts himself. So, disaster from Andy, hoping that he'd be walled, but once again we see walls don't do much against scouts. When the scouts don't care about running through TC fire, and the pastures being even larger than farms makes it even harder to wall off. And the archer's there to deal with the spears now. Skirm from Andy to try to fend off archers. Archer is also useful against scouts more so than skirmishers would be. Lewis back to his town center now as he's trying to farm. The scouts keep running around the outside for Andy, trying to find a way in. Not the most HP, so the spear should keep the Vil safe on the wood line. And spear gets some pokes. Low HP Vil, but the scouts can't get a hit. We're going to have a hit maybe on the mining camp. Ooh, the scout goes down, but the spear gets the kill. As Lewis tries to tower... Maybe a bit late doing the tower. As Andy will pull back. So, res collected very similar, 6 to 5 KD. This is an absolutely crazy and brutal open map to play. You're raided everywhere. And Andy going for the second stable. Let's go, double stable Catan scouts. He has forging, just needs armor now. He's going to stay feudal and pump scouts. Part of me would have liked to have seen that rather than the range. I don't know how effective the skirms will be. But Lewis might get overrun if he is this wide open and still doesn't have a second stable himself. Yep, best of 7. Lewis doesn't want to go down 2-0, but at least he'd still have some time to recover if that happens. Trying to get into Andy. Andy right now walled. Let's be careful not to overchop. But he's there with a couple of archers. 3 archers fletching on the way. Is this enough to threaten Andy? This is the good thing of the archers. You can shoot over the small walls. It makes them a combination with scouts that you can threaten Vils that would be safe just from the scouts. That's a lot of army from Andy, though, coming back. And Lewis needs to focus the spears with the archers. And still has to worry about the Catan scouts. Scouts that could go down to archers still without bloodlines. And especially with the spear on the way. Lewis trying to jump some of the skirms under the TC as he pours his scouts forward. Andy using the market, selling wood, selling stone, buying food. Doing armor for the scouts. He's nowhere close to going up. That's just to pump out more scouts. Still double stable production for him as he gets more pastures added. It's a lot of pastures without domestication. That's the horse collar equivalent for the pastures. And still no wheelbarrow for him. Personally, when I go double stable scouts, I like getting wheelbarrow added in before really opening with the next stable. I feel like it makes your eco so much smoother for it. The farming eco and the fact you'll probably need to run vills a lot on this map, as Andy keeps trying to wall up just to keep his woodline safe. Lewis just lose 5 more. Probably on the mining camp there. It looks like there's a couple of orange. There's so much happening on this map. A couple of orange dots there. And on this wood line, Lewis wasn't really able to push in. Lewis buying food. He still needs upgrades for his scouts. No bloodlines yet. He's thinking of going to the Castle Age. That could be a disaster if Andy stays on double stable Catan scouts and is able to do more damage. This is how Lewis is suddenly losing more vills. Those scouts are very deadly with the double forging. And all of a sudden, Lewis, more vills going down. Everything dying. As Andy will just get away. Doesn't lose anything to the tower. Has the armor on the scouts to hold up a bit against some arrow fire. Jaguar chasing Lewis's archers in the south. As Andy's now pushing forward with some skirms. And Castle Age for Lewis. There could be more vills going down here, but Andy has to be careful with the scouts, wants to group them all up. Lewis garrisoning the TC. Now, what do the Jurchens do when they get castle? Step Lancers, I would guess. Get Jaguars and Feudal, that sounds OP. Oh, I just realized YouTube asking if Andy was AFK earlier when Lewis ran into his base. Now he's very much here. And full Feudal, though. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised. Third stable, triple stable scouts with how open Lewis is. Idle the entire TC and you don't let Step Lancers get produced. Jurchen Step Lancers are dangerous, but Lewis would need a lot of them. Well, maybe not if Andy throws all the scouts. He still has 8 scouts. Catan scouts, are they the best feudal scouts even though they don't have bloodlines? Against melee units, probably. In the back, a couple of archers from Lewis raiding the woodline. Those are the ones attacked by the Jaguar earlier, looping around the back of the map. And Andy will run away from that woodline. But the most dangerous against vills, for sure, I think. The quickest at killing vills, by far. Jurchens might even be the second with their attack speed. But there is Castle Age. Now the Jurchens, they're not a camel save, if I recall. Yeah, no camels for them. And we see Bodkin. Not like he has a bunch of crossbows. He's got to go cav archers. The scores are still really close. And Andy buying food. He's going to click up now. And there's a lot of scouts. Lewis quickly walling up everything around here. But the farms around the TC still are exposed. Double range cav archers for him. I think Andy simply pumps scouts to turn into light cav on the way up. And once he gets up, can think about diving the TC if he can get maybe 15 or so scouts, 15 to 16 scouts. And you don't want to dive until the upgrades come in. Archers on the gold from Lewis. Lewis still down in vills. And Andy will clean those archers with the scouts. Would they be good or better? I think the double attack is better than faster attacking. But maybe I'm wrong about that. The one thing it does is helps you more against the spears, I think. Being able to clear spears in like 1 or 2 rounds of hits. I think requiring fewer hits is probably better than hitting faster. Is my impression. Maybe we need to do a deep dive and do a comparison, but anecdotally I feel that Catan scouts, I fear them more than the Jurchen scouts. Woodline from Andy. Andy's going to need to find another woodline soon. I still think here, 1 tower, or even a TC, gold plus wood would be great for him. All those scouts are really low HP now. You definitely need a deep dive on this. Guess it also depends on whether they have loom or not, too. Which, I mean, you should have loom, but we've seen enough instances where players don't have loom. Or that extra armor and how that plays with the extra attack. Yeah, combined 10% on the scouts. Well, he's diving. He's diving before Light Cav comes in. Light Cav just about in, and this wood line is very porous with all the holes in it. And the Light Cav are in. The Light Cav are in. I don't think Lewis has the Cav archers to hold this. The Light Cav are also dying to some tower fire. Don't have iron casting yet. And 60 HP, and a lot of Light Cav went down there. Lots of idle time, though, for Lewis running back and forth, and he's almost out of the gold there. The winner goes through to the main event. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. People start to realize how powerful a few towers are. That's the thing where I like the extra emphasis on the scouts for Andy. I think towers are much stronger against archers or even cav archers than they are against scouts. Because we saw Andy getting in, yeah, he lost some scouts, but not before doing some damage on the vills. So Andy trying to go step lancers now. He's doing bow saw. He has an eco upgrade. And bow saw meaning you need to make new lumber camps more quickly. Chans generally don't mind throwing scouts under. Well, I think they mind more than other civs without bloodlines. And here the cav archers getting to the back of the gold as some skirms come forward. Will they push the cav archers away? Will they push the cav archers away? They're going to block the vills on the gold. And I don't think Lewis wants to fight that. He doesn't have bloodlines himself yet, so the cav archers are fairly low on hit points. And Andy, still, for how open the map is, the fact that you can put 2 vills on each pasture and keep them nice and compact around the TC is great. Makes it much harder for Lewis to find spots where he can raid Andy. Doesn't need to spread the farms out the same way Lewis does. Lewis opting for a rocket cart, but I don't know how that really helps against all the cav from Andy. Andy can keep circling around, and up by 15 vills. Don't know if he can feel the vill count difference, but res collected, he's up by almost 4k. He's losing some cav archers. I have to wonder, maybe the Khitans simply are a better civ for the map, if you're going to play this way in the Scouts War. Bloodlines for Lewis. Now, step lancers from the Jurchens I think would be very deadly here. Again, faster attack sniping vills. There you kill the vills with so many that maybe the extra attack is overkill. Or you kill the vills so quickly that the extra attack might be overkill, and maybe attacking faster is better to get more vill kills. Now there's a rocket cart shot on the skirms, and this is where you have to keep the rocket cart alive against the light cav. Doesn't really get a shot off, but lots of light cav go down charging it. Eventually it does get destroyed, the repair vill not able to repair enough. Does he think it isn't a priority? Andy has a lot of buttons to click. I'm sure he'd love it. I'm sure he'd also love armor against the cav archers. Against the cav archers, armor might even still be the priority, as it feels like he's not raiding as much right now. Although if he can get to that gold, that would be one heck of a raid. Now, also facing the fact that the step lancers don't have all that much HP. No bloodlines for them. Skirms, light cav, and step lancers starting to kill vills. Rocket cart getting a shot. Oh, nice rocket cart shot. Skirms have to run away. Lewis managing to hold on. Andy pulling farther and farther ahead now that he has good skirm numbers to defend at home, and he has ballistics. Also, that ballistics was a priority for Andy, so the skirms can defend the cav archers properly. And there's a GG from Lewis. And we will get freaking Andy up 2-0. So, ends right there, Lewis deciding it's been enough. It's been enough. The rocket carts aren't doing the job against the skirms. He's down by 20 vills. And impressive from Andy to go up 2-0. Very open map. I still think the Catans are the easier civ to play here. Well, that's the type of game I love. That's the type of game felt like old school Arabia before people learned how to wall as well as they do today. Very open map. Crazy scout action right from the start. And the type of map where Lewis would usually thrive, think of him as that Arabia player. There we go with, you see the military count where Andy just starts to pull ahead. Lewis wanted to go to the castle age. I'm still questioning if, from both players, the archery range transition in this type of game was better than the earlier double stable. There we go, 3 minutes faster to the castle age, and it doesn't really pay off for Lewis. I think if you swap the roles of the civs and have the camel civ be the one up faster against all the light cav, maybe it's a different story. But almost Huns Wars-esque. I'm sure. Do y'all in the chat, do y'all miss the Huns Wars like I do? Huns Wars, oh, those were the days. Maybe the map is too open if it makes Andy Lewis look like Loya. I don't think that looked like a Loya Legends game. I think that looked like a very high-level, messy game. So that's the first home map loss for Lewis. And that was Jurchen's. Oh, he had the Huns too. I want to see Huns versus Huns on that map. And Magyars are there still for Andy, but he went with Catans at the end of the draft. Jurchen's also very highly picked compared to Catans. Interesting priority is on the draft. Perhaps naively, I would prefer Catans myself. But it looks like Lenso's Mariniensis will be our next map. Wasn't active during Huns Wars days. As Sap says, that was peak AoE 2. Arabia only, Huns only, single queue only, yes. Single queue, the glory days. Did Hart not sign up? Hart, I believe, is still traveling back to Peru after Red Bull. He signed up for next week's qualifiers and also will be eligible for the Latin American qualifier should he not qualify next week. But for this week specifically, he didn't sign up. I don't think he would have been able to play this weekend. And once again, thank you everyone. Go give the Onamaru Twitch stream a follow too, if you're not already. We're climbing, getting close to 1,400 followers now, so thank you all for watching there. Oh, Onamaru Esports on YouTube, given a poll, have you already left your thumbs up here? Let me click yes. That's cute. I didn't know you could do YouTube polls. Yeah, I think the regional qualifier gets interesting if the Latin American players do really well in the international qualifier. Because then you might see some of the lower level names who aren't necessarily low level, but not necessarily the favorites now having a chance. So here we go on Lenso's Mariniensis. We'll have Lewis as the Blue Vikings to the northwest. Andy as the Orange Lithuanians to the southeast. Both good, well, I would say good hybrid map civs or water civs. The Vikings, I've been wanting to see Vikings on this map. And finally we have a map pool where Fernando de Noronha was banned. So, useful here. Good men-at-arms map. Also, good water control with longboats if it gets to that stage in the Castle Age. Extra HP on their men-at-arms. Vills with wheelbarrow where they have to run around so much will be great. Usually we see players wall from the wood line to the TC. And we see Andy working on that already. Then send a Vill out to dock. But you have to be careful sending a Vill without loom. You need to use your scout to defend. And Andy will go out for the dock now. Lithuanians, with all the extra food they start with, can afford to go to the early lumber camp and go more heavily onto wood. This is the first set, yes. Game number 3 of the first set. And Lewis needs to make sure this Vill is walled in. Will he see Andy's scout? He does now. Should be able to get the quick walls up. And he does. We'll get the dock and then fish. Same thing for Andy, who needs a dock. Is this where Andy has to be careful that he doesn't accidentally delete the Vill? He's okay. Assume a person born in another continent but living in South America is not eligible. Probably depends on when in life they moved and citizenship status. I don't know the specifics. That's a good question, but I believe it is. For example, I don't think Hera, were he not invited, would be eligible for the Latin American qualifier, even though he's living in Argentina. He's invited anyway. And if he had to play in the qualifier, I think he'd be a heavy favorite to qualify anyway before that. Oh my gosh, look at that goat. Lewis saying, I've had enough, I gotta get off the edge of the map. This is Lewis trying to run away. So Andy's scouting, trying to see maybe he could grab some goats from the goat. 11 goats for Lewis, a few more goats for him than we have for Andy. Still lots of options for Andy to go pick up some more goats. A few groups out here for Andy that he just hasn't found in his scouting. Or he has found and didn't pick up though. So, easy goats for him to go grab with his scout if he wants to go find them. So loom for both players, don't see an early barracks yet. Men-at-arms on this map, I think, are a good strategy, but also, with all the early walls, can be a bit of a risk if you're walled out. Little epic sea dragon. Yeah, as Arbase wrote the other day, we invited all S-tier tournament champions from the past 2 years. And ooh, as Andy's grabbing the goats, could be a problem if Lewis cuts them off. The goat tries to escape the matrix. He's still over there. This goat is still trying to get off the edge of the map. This is Lewis on the treadmill getting his workout in. Making sure he's in shape for the long AoE 2 grinds. I wonder how long that'll stay there, if you'll notice it. Well, Andy now has a bunch of goats himself. Both players up to feudal around the same time, and going for a second dock. Both docks pretty far spread out. There are 4 whales on the map. Should be 2 for each player the way they've docked. And the Vikings, I would prefer them on water against the Lithuanians. In the past, I'd say Vikings, maybe not the opening civ you'd want on a map when you can dock so close, when they didn't have fires, but now they do have fires. Lacking demo isn't really a problem. And being able to get longboats in the Castle Age feels like it means Lewis should win the water. It's ranking up its Bethesda RPG athletic skills. So a nice double lumber camp in the back for Andy. Little notch in the forest for them. Do I share Ornlu's view? I think it would be nice if they shouldn't have gotten fires, and I think it would have been nice had they kept demos. But I also have a lot of problems with the water redesign. So Scout from Andy goes down somewhat needlessly to the Vills. He was microing on water with the galleys as that happened. And Lewis is trying to pick off the Dock Vill. The Dock is shooting at the Scout. And the Vill goes down. And lots of different ships here from Andy, adding in a Hulk to try to deal with the fires as he's trying to micro away. And Lewis making those Viking fires. Never gonna be quite used to those. Yeah, I do think the Viking economy, at least in the mid-game, wheelbarrow handcart, is better. Especially if they get to a point where they're adding in farms, then that wheelbarrow really kicks in. And even if not, walking out to dock or mill, you're saving a lot of Vill time with wheelbarrow. So there's the barracks. So far, no one fighting on land. Lewis going for the barracks first. Andy just about walled in. Large open part to the bottom of his base that's hard to wall. Same for Lewis to the west. As that goat's still there. Demo's nerf is your biggest problem. Demo's nerf, I don't like. Fishing ships in docks with docks shooting arrows, I don't like. And the fact that we see so much fast castle play on the open water maps, meaning you skip the galley micro, which was the most fun part of water to me. Just feels like with no galleys, or not as much feudal age galley micro, and no demos, you've removed the two most fun things of water gameplay. Got fletching there for Andy. Yeah, the goat's goat is still getting his workout. Lewis burning those calories over there. So Andy's still making sure he's walled up. Lewis adding in archers. Now there's now the question for Lewis. Does he just buy his way up and go for crossbow siege maybe as he starts queuing archers? Not going to open men-at-arms. And I do feel that as soon as the Vikings get up to the next stage, they should be able to go longboats and then dominate the water. Lewis will need to garrison the fishing ships. But again, garrisoning fishing ships means you're not taking damage. And galleys take so long to destroy fishing ships now. The market is up for Lewis. And fires here from Lewis, trying to focus on the galleys. Has to be careful with his fish now. Doesn't want to fight the hulks too much with fires. Wants to go after the galleys. Fishing ships might want to garrison again. There's a weak one there. And he should be able to pick off two of them. There he goes. Maybe a mistake not to be garrisoned. It could be increasing his sneak skill for Skyrim, too. So, Castle Age for Lewis on the way. He clicks up first. Andy nowhere close to going up. And Lewis has managed his eco beautifully. Feels like Andy has invested more into the water and not really managed to get much from it. The galley is kind of struggling against the fires at this point. Andy now doing a market. Lewis, still with his scout alive, should be able to see the Vills out there on land. Remember, Andy lost his scout earlier. And archers forward. Lewis will know exactly where to send them. When Andy sees the scout, he should be thinking, oh no, Lewis might be coming forward, I need to run the Vills. No fletching for Lewis, so 3 archers without fletching won't kill Vills all that quickly. Andy should have a good opportunity to run. And getting closer to the next stage, but if he loses the shorefish Vills, that'll affect his food count. And Lewis comes in at... well, he doesn't have the archers upgraded. Fletching on the way. He's waiting for fletching. I think he should go now, but with the knowledge that it would disrupt Andy's Castle Age timing. Andy, definitely more investment on water. But you're investing into a water against the Vikings, who suddenly are going to have longboats in 30 seconds. And now there's fletching with the scout and 3 archers. Lewis will move in, but From our point of view, Andy able to get up to the castle age. Not disrupted. Lewis will try to block with the scout if he can get one more Vil. And he does. Nicely done from him. Can he get one more Vil? Only 3 archers, so no. Can't hit the Vils running away in a straight line. And Andy off of all land food income sources. And adding a stable as he's up to the castle age. Doesn't have any relics left. The way the relics spawn slightly favor Lewis. Now here attacking the galleys and the fire. And lots of galleys attacking the docks. Is Nacho casting in Spanish? I'm not sure. Might be a bit early for him still. Not sure who else is casting right now. And Andy's still walling up, but now has to deal with crossbows. Andy probably thankful he has that gold that spawned in the back of his base. Yeah, I don't know how important the water is here. It's when I look at the map, I'm thinking maybe in the future I'd want to slightly reduce the number of deep fish. But I've also seen the map played enough where it feels like someone who wins the water doesn't automatically win the game. And fishing lines for Andy. As the workshop's up, and the mangonel will be created, and goat check. Yes, the goat still on the treadmill at the edge of the map. That's going to be there the whole game. Palisade wall there and a house, so not too hard for Lewis to break in. And if he does get in and get to the wood line, Andy will need to react with a panic TC just to keep the Vils garrisoned. Like if Stranded were unrolled into a line? Somewhat. I think little pools of water make it different. Kind of like Stranded, coast to mountain, maybe African clearing / Bedouins with the ponds of shorefish. A few different influences on it. And nice mangonel shot from Lewis. Andy with the score lead, but I think that's from winning the water. Lewis with a great land pressure now with the 3 TC boom. Andy only on 2 TCs. Did find a gold in a little wood line. And his TC is, or his main TC is under threat from the mangonel. There's horse collar for Lewis. He's getting ready to farm. And now, if you're the Vikings, weirdly enough, they're maybe one of the civs most happy to give up water and swap to farms because of their free handcart. As horse collar, adding in farms, that horse collar now applies retroactively to the farms, but has to be careful about the knights because the map is so open, the knights still run around. Lewis lucky the knights didn't find his goat. And 14 to 22 military. Lewis will wall up the wood lines, garrison the farmers in time, not take any damage. Andy with the mangonel micro, though, clears one of Lewis's mangonels. Lewis has to be careful there and not to let the crossbows get hit. Mangonels dodging back and forth. Nice hit from Lewis. Still dodges. Can he clear another mangonel? Got close, but Andy will repair. And something Lewis might recognize is that there are no Vils in the TC. And don't know if it would be a good decision, but he would have an option to dive through the TC if he really wanted to. And Andy almost loses a repair Vil there. Now it's all down to mangonel micro. Crossbows don't get hit. And Lewis, ooh, just dodges out of the way there. A nice job from both players, keeping the mangonels repaired. There goes the repairville from Andy. Now imagine Lewis here with one knight. Would be able to snipe off quite a few mangonels without the TC protection. On the water, it does feel that Andy has cleaned everything. And he has 18 fishing ships. So if you look at the Vil count, that is because of the fishing ships. But at this point, they are pretty far from the docks. There are no fish traps. And they're not going to be the most efficient fishing ships in the world. Ooh, nice shot on the mangonel there. Ooh, nice double mangonel kill for Andy. Can he get another mangonel? 3 mangonels cleared, not a single mangonel lost. And all 4 mangonels from Lewis go down. All 4 of them go down. Andy doesn't lose a single mangonel. And all of a sudden, Lewis's push is stalled out. Everything goes down. Lewis has 1 mangonel left. Gets one of Andy's mangonels. He'll have to do some amazing micro from the hill. And he gets 2. He gets 2 mangonels. Keeps himself alive. Going 1 for 2. But his push now is stalled out. Andy with 3 TCs of his own. 61 Vils to 76 Vils. Also, neither wheelbarrow nor handcart for Andy, so Lewis still with the better land eco. Nope, the delete bug has been fixed. That's been fixed for a while now. Repairville sniped. Yeah, an uphill mangonel will survive a shot from a downhill mangonel. Unless it's weakened first, and that one doesn't have the HP for it. Well, a full HP uphill mangonel, I should say, will survive a shot. Why is he not taking the relics? Well, because Lewis is taking them. But you're right, he has the monastery, but I think he's thinking of it maybe a bit too late. Lewis grabbing the map control. Looks like he had shift queued a monk onto the relic, but Lewis won the foot race, and now the monk is walking back empty-handed to the monastery. Crossbow splitting. And Imperial Age on the way for Lewis. Devotion and Bloodlines for Andy. As Lewis is grabbing all the relics. He has 3, that's his 4th, and he should get 5. The goat. Nope, the goat's not gone, goat's still there. Goat is still there. And Andy probably doesn't survive the imp timing. Nice imp timing from Lewis. Andy nowhere close to imp himself. And, oh look, we have the outposts. We have the Lewis outpost foundations. Vil shift queued. He's getting outposts everywhere. There he goes. There he goes. So Andy with the stone for a castle. And where will he place it? Will it be defensive? It will be defensive. Trying to take care of these pawns, that stone, this TC. Defend the outside. Fairly hard to push into the wood line with how easy it is to wall, but also very valuable to do so if you take your opponent off of wood. Man, that castle won't go up. It might be GG once Andy sees Lewis hit imp. Okay, Lewis outpost game is the best. Look at him go. Look at him go. All that vision he's gonna get. As another Vil goes down to the knights. Monks here keep converting. Crossbows move in. And they don't have ballistics. But if they get close enough, they won't need it. Andy losing some Vils now. Only 2 Vils go down. A third should go down here. But ballistics now in for Lewis. Yo, and he's going to drop his own castle here? He needs some more stone. This is going to be a get out of my game castle from Lewis. There he goes, buying 500 stone. Let's go. It'll be a castle race, forcing Andy to send all the Vils, forcing Andy to send everything all at once. Bracer just about in for Lewis, and Lewis saying, you know what? I'm not going to get that castle up. Let's not throw this game. Let's not throw this game. Bracer not in yet. He wanted to end the game. Andy gets the castle up. Questionable decision from Lewis. A bit too YOLO for him. He'll put the castle in a safer spot. As some knights come forward. Practicing with doubt would do this to you. Yeah, they are teammates now. Who knows how they've practiced? Andy, he sees the outpost. He says, oh no, Lewis is at peak Lewis mode. He's making outposts. Let's go destroy them. Nope, no relics trapped in the woodlines. It's just I put some scenery objects, some monkeys over there. They'll show up on the minimap. That'll be those little green dots. The final relic's over here. Lewis does have line of sight, but hasn't quite picked it up yet. Chemistry and Arb both on the way for Lewis. Gill nets for Andy. He's still fishing. He still has a score lead, even though it does feel that Lewis should be super far ahead. The Knights could raid the Vills on that stone. They'll run around that pond. And Lewis dodges the mangonel, needs to push, needs some trebs. And is going to be trebbing the castle, and will be a level ground treb. Getting over here for a hill advantage might be nice. Lewis with Arb will run into Andy's TC. We'll try to fight the Knights. It will be castle for Andy against imp for Lewis. And yeah, it looks like the final relic picked up for Lewis, so he will have 5 relics. Andy's getting into the woodline, though. Andy's getting a good raid with his Knights on Lewis's Vills. And that is a good raid. Lewis down to only 100 Vills. Actual Vill count, Andy is tied, and he still has 23 fishing ships. And there are now dots everywhere as the Arbs are trying to raid. In terms of the fishing eco, and Andy just building fish traps. He doesn't have the micro to place them properly, putting them out to sea. Can't garrison his TC. He'll lose some Vills if the Arbs shoot the Vills instead of the TC. And a couple of Knights still running around. Will the Knights find the goat? Will the Knights find the goat? Oh no, they stopped just short. They're respecting the goat. Oh, but Andy throwing a castle forward on Lewis's TC. The Arbs getting around, trying to hit the woodline in the back. They could kill some Vills there. Lewis still trepping the castles. Andy repairs. Castle attacking the TC. Arbs about to get to the woodline. And Knights are raiding. Knights are raiding. Where are the Vills from Andy? He just has a foundation. There are the Vills. The Vills are being chased by Arbs, though. The outposts from Lewis see all of the Vills. Andy might have to... He's going to gold, might have to run to his dock for cover. And he has to abandon his woodline. He's running out of wood Vills. Lewis takes the score lead. Still trebbing that castle. Second treb on the way. More Knights trying to chase the Arbs. Andy says the castle can't go that forward. I'll just build it here. The goat aura is doing its job, stopping Andy's raids. Arbs forcing the Knights away. Castle Age Knights do not want to fight Arbs that have Bracer. Lewis thinking let's maybe deny the castle only at 80%. Here come the Arbs. They need to target different Vills. We'll kill a couple of Vills there, but Andy garrisons right away. On the woodline, the Arbs still killing Vills. Andy tried to go to the side, but not enough room there to hide Vills. Andy now dropping. He's down to 99 Vills. Lewis back up to 117. Andy trying to raid, but won't get in. Mangonel, can we get a good Mangonel shot? Yes, a decent shot there. Second good shot, not quite. Lewis's Arbs will try to take out the Mangonel, but they go down. They go down. There is Bogsvigar. That'll be an extra attack for the Arbs. Castle from Lewis as he wants another Trebor. And Andy in the Castle Age, still nowhere close to Imp. I feel that things are falling apart for him. And once again, the player who invests too much into the water, not ending up with the win. At least not yet, as it looks good for Lewis. Wearing archer armor for Lewis. And his Arbs keep raiding. Lots of stables from Andy. That's stables for pumping Knights with 4 armor into Arbs now with 11 attack. So the Knights will be absolutely shredded. Knights going down. And over here, that woodline raid's still there. 1 Arb. Andy doesn't clean up. And 1 Arb is good enough to be annoying. Andy will make maybe 1 last charge of Knights. Trying to amass a few reinforcements on the side. 18 Knights, I don't think that'll be enough. Nice gate attempted from Lewis. It's not being built. That would have been good. Lewis finding a little gap between the stone and the mining camp so the Knights can't get us around. The Knights will go for a treb. But Lewis can repair that for a bit. The Knights are being shredded by the Arbs. Their crossbows are singing as the knights fall, and Andy calls the GG, and Lewis, with the power... Oh, the goat's gone. The goat's gone. He finally moved the goat. He realized that the goat as a champion is walking back to the TC as Lewis wins a game. And makes it a set now. Andy 2-1. Man, look at that KD. 122 to 122. Andy perhaps over-investing into the water. Lewis playing that very well with the Vikings farming eco. And gets himself back into the set. That's that goat burned a lot. We need a calorie counter for that goat. We need one of those sponsors like we had for NAC a while ago. One of those watches to count your calories. We got to give one of those to the goat. It's a win for the Vikings and a loss for the Lithuanians. That's Nego Drama needs to go start making some making some phone calls, getting more sponsors. You should always keep one goat to keep the good omen. That's true. Lewis finally picked a map covered in goats, and he won. Maybe that's the secret for Lewis. He needs more goats. More goats equal wins for the goat. It will be Andy's turn to pick the map. And this time, let's see, the dashboard still says they're in the previous game. Let's see what Andy picks. There we go. He's picking Monte Pascoal. Monte Pascoal. Or Pascoal. There you go. And it's his turn to play the Vikings and Lewis's turn to play the Huns. Have Frank's Sicilians been buffed by the horse collar change? If anything, I think Frank's would have been nerfed by it, because other civs can delay horse collar longer. The Franks just get it for free. So it's a buff to all other civs, while the Franks remain the same, I guess. Maybe the free heavy plow is nice for them to get boosts to all their feudal age farms, though. So horse collar, not for the Franks. Heavy plow, crop rotation, maybe. Why do you call Lewis the GOAT? I have no idea why people call Lewis the GOAT. They just do. So, Monte, Pascoal, and again, we will have different approaches. Andy immediately building the TC on the starting island. Lewis going to the mainland to try to find a TC spot. The players do have 2 capybaras, so they can scout and find the resources on the mainland before heading over there. And Lewis immediately doing a TC between 2 woodlines. Remember a similar map to the last one with wood in the water? That's not something I remember. Anyway, we'll check out the whale locations here. You have 2 whales on the map in the south. Players can go do a dock here. Maybe the whale a bit closer to Lewis. He'll be picking up all of his sheeps and moving them over to the mainland. Does Red Bull flag have a goat on it? Oh my gosh. So, why Huns for a nomad map? Now they get the Hunnic horse. You build the TC and you get this lovely horse who can run around, scout for you, and pick up all of the capybaras that are here in the middle of the map. So we'll have some great scouting from Lewis. He has the option to lure in these javelinas. And you delay yourself by a couple of vills. Looks like we're 2 to 3 vills down for Lewis, because he transported to do the TC. So Andy will have the better eco at the start of the game, and as the Vikings, should be able to win the water. So Civ pick here for Andy feels like it's a focus on water pick. Lewis with the Huns, focusing on land. We've seen a few games where one player goes for the island TC, the other goes for the mainland TC. And I've seen both approaches work. We've had some pretty good elo differences between players in the past. That Vinch and Sertão game was a very good game. One that I feel that Sertão won, but also if Vinch had played the late game a bit differently, I think it still would have been in his favor. But also Sertão had a very bad start with woodlines not generating all that fairly. Probably should have been an admin ray. What is he luring? Javelinas. He's luring the javelinas. 300 food for each of them. They got a graphics update with the Last Chieftains DLC. This is a weird looking javelina. It is no longer identical in appearance to a wild boar. Also, the beached whales, before anyone asks, they are just scenery. No actual food or any resource on them. Just a new graphics asset that I wanted to use. So Andy with a forward dock. At this point, players could almost garrison fishing ships in the dock and crush the enemy fish. And, oh, nice corner dock from Lewis using the transport ship. I like how players use the transport to visit all the different islands. That's nice. Also, capybaras scouting the top of the mountain. So this is where at some point Lewis would love to see the good old spearman grab a whole bunch of jaguars and just leave them down here on the beach for when Andy eventually tries to land. We did see that once. I still want to see Armenians for the Dark Age Spear Wolf Rush, or Jaguar Rush. How do they attack the animals but not the capybaras? Capybaras are so cute. Only humans could be vile enough to devour them. And Hanakoris, oh, you can scout, you can also block javelinas and make it easier to lure. How many docks would it take Lewis to destroy Andy's TC with garrisons? I mean, the TC only 2,400 HP. It's not the most sturdy of all structures. Capybaras generally have no natural predators because they're just chill like that. So Andy going for the transport ship. We saw Lewis going for the fancy corner dock. Here, Andy docking Lewis's island. That one vill left for Lewis saying, oh no, what do I do? I'm here by myself and Andy's docking the island. And, oh no, there's another vill here, 2 vills, but Lewis is deciding, nope, let's get out of here. Or, no, there's the transport. He'll leave 1 vill over here. Let's see where it goes with that transport. Andy, since he did the first TC on the island, will be up much faster to the next stage. And then we have Double Bit Axe and Feudal Age. As the transport ship for Lewis heads around, and the Hunter Course will be scouting the shoreline, keeping track of where Andy will be if he lands. This is where I'd be sure to see lots and lots of outposts from Lewis. And there's Andy transporting. There he goes. Common desert whale. So a few vills going probably for a lumber camp first. Lewis will garrison the docks and hold for the time being. Andy doing fishing lines, getting his fire ships out. Lewis doing a barracks now, and maybe an archery range when he's up. The Hunnic horse keeping track of Andy's villagers. You'll see exactly where Andy's going. A little bloodless. And immediate tower from Andy before the lumber camp. Wants to keep the vills safe, make sure that archers don't jump them. Nicely done, recognizing Lewis probably wanted the archery range. Lewis could FC and go cav archers as the Huns. That could be interesting. Maybe I should script the whale to be straddling a water tile and a shore tile. It's just when the tide came in more, the whale was deposited there, then it receded a bit. That's right on the edge of the beach.
Yeah.
So Castle Age here for Lewis. And 2 archery ranges for him as well. So glad there's a tournament without a sped up start. Well, it is a 9-vill start. To be fair though, Pilgrims itself has 10 vills. We slowed the start down by giving players only 9. And forward vill for Lewis too. I wonder if he might try to dock over here. As he sends the archer forward, but Andy well prepared for that with the tower. The tower Lewis did scout with his Hunnic horse. Nice little land bridge between the islands. Love to see a gate there. Just for the fun of it. So Lewis, garrisoning his other dock, tried to hide the fish as well as he could. But Andy alert enough to find it. There are a couple of more fish hidden over here, though. Lewis wants another dock. Andy, with 6 vills, will walk past Lewis's vill and see if either player paid attention there. Fletching for Andy as he's up to the castle age, Lewis up 2. Andy, happy to have the Vikings on this map. I think he really wants to play with water control, and then mine stone, and if he needs to get on the mainland, it'll be via castle drops. So archery range for Andy, looks like double range skirm crossbow from him. Lewis doing a siege workshop atop the hill, and we'll look to mangonel and or scorpion this wood line. At the same time, as the Huns doing Hunnic things, he is making 2 cav archers from those ranges, doing loom himself now that Andy's up and on the island. And he'll be trying to play Huns, show us how the Huns are played. Down by about 1,500 resources collected. But also didn't invest into ships like Andy did. Andy has 4 of those fire galleys, and also 18 fishing ships, so more resources spent so far for Andy. And there aren't too many fish on the map. They do recede from the docks pretty quickly. You have to fish from far away. Andy will have some gold because of the whales, but actually he fished one of the whales, and there are only 2 whales on the map. Here's another spear looking to poke at the TC, poke the vills. And the spear is down. So second TC now for Lewis. Should start pulling ahead in land villagers. As the cav archers can come over and combo with the mangonels. Also can look for potentially more landing. It's kind of surprised not to see outposts from Lewis. But good job from him to find that sneak dock over on the western corner where Andy isn't looking. And he scouted most of the coastline, but we'll be surprised to see Lewis there. And nice mangonel shot on the vills. Nice mangonel shot. Another double hit. 5 vills down all of a sudden for Andy. And now those mangonels have maybe a hill if they can reach the tower from there. At the very least, they can destroy archery ranges. And Andy will do his own workshop. That's a lot of cav archers, though. They could find the crossbows in small numbers and deal with them. The horse might find them. And great scouting from Lewis if he sees this. He's close to it. Bodkin for Lewis. And there he sees them. He sees them and he'll jump when he has the numbers. He has to go for that. Yep, he should be able to clean this even without Bodkin. Lose a couple of cav archers, but worth it. Or 1 cav archer down, cleans all the crossbows. There goes Andy's land military. Still has more whales on the outside. There'll be another TC in the middle now. As a jaguar will go fight the vills. Jaguar goes down. And nope, Cat Archer's trying to be in Murderhole's range of the tower while the tower is besieged by mangonels. That is risky, to say the least. And he desperately trying to cling to that tower. Doesn't have any vills on stone either. Hello, Humble Jelly. And mangonel down. As Andy gets both mangonels but loses his. And that tower on 200 HP just stays up. Andy doing enough with the mangonel to stay alive. Another mangonel for Lewis. Andy maybe could struggle on resources though. Thunderbolt saying TC on the small island is really bad. That's what Tofu said the other day. And I know Dragonstar has been doing a ton of practice on the maps, and I saw him go for the mainland TC. And Jaguar is in the north. Trying to fight the Vills, but the Vills will win that. TC up on the cracked terrain. Vills going down on the tower. And that's a very weak tower. Mangonel can even tank a shot uphill. Ooh, doesn't really hit clearly though. Dave had the theory that whoever controls the top hill wins the game. I think that is probably a good theory. Mark it now for Lewis. And it's been fun seeing players explore the map and try out different strategies. And it's great that Lewis has still been able to fish over here. I wouldn't mind seeing a transport ship in another dock even. Guess that makes it maybe more likely for Andy to scout it. Cav Archer's here from Lewis to clean the Jaguars. And he needs to learn about the secret of the Spearman Jaguar Rush. The Black Panther Rush. Jaguar's not even attacking the Cav Archers. Lewis booming as Andy's repairing that tower. Doing everything he can to repair it. And he's still up by almost 2k res collected. Lewis now ahead in actual villagers, 62 to 34. I have seen games where both players TC'd the island. I haven't seen games yet where both players TC the land. Maybe that's what'll happen once players learn the map a bit more. In the early rounds, it was mostly the higher seed staying on the island, and the lower seed going to the land, so my view of land versus island starting might be a bit skewed by that, due to the elo differences. So ballistics for Andy, and he wants to push Lewis, and he wants to castle drop Lewis, and this is what you can do if you have the water. Mine the stone and go for castle drops. And there we go. 12 vills, don't think that's stopped. Now, does this give much for Andy? This is Lewis, will have to now retreat farther up the mountain. Gives you stranded vibes. Kind of a, I've been saying, Pilgrims plus Seychelles with those little islands, plus Stranded with the landing area, plus Zimbabwe with the hill. All rolled together. And Lewis, he's trying to run to the corner. Wants to bring the Cav Archers over. Will the crossbows find the vills in time? I think Lewis will manage to save those vills. Andy has to pull back for the moment. Doing another TC himself. Still with the water control. And we'll be finally finding Lewis's dock. Lewis hasn't noticed that. Wheelbarrow, horse collar for Lewis. Yeah, he hasn't noticed he'll lose the fish. Now that'll help even up the Vill difference just a bit. Mangonel for Andy, sniped by Lewis, as Lewis still has a hill advantage against this TC. Dave had a theory about how pants... Okay. How Pantanol is going to be a fan favorite. Hello, Dave. So Berserks now for Andy. And trying to clean the mangonels, no ballistics. That Berserk almost gets the mangonel without ballistics. And Andy will lose some vills here. Scores are close. Lewis taking the score lead now, as a few vills are being shooed away from this hill. Lewis trying to claim the mountain for himself. Another TC for Andy, still doing what he can on the shoreline. There are little bits of wood out on the islands, and also he has the chance to transport over to Lewis's island if he needs wood. Tons of stone for him to gather out here, and he still has his fishing ships mostly working. He's taking all the whales out there. That's all the gold he had. He has gold on the main beachhead now. Andy, I mean, Andy still has access to lots of gold, right? Like, it's not like he's bereft of gold. He can still mine it. He has gold mining and town watch both for Andy. Well, Lewis is securing the top of the hill. This is cracked terrain, so even though it's at the top, it's not quite as strong as it usually would be. But this is how Sertão was able to win the game against Vince the other day, by controlling the top of this hill. Dave is always watching, especially corners. Yeah, there's no bird in this corner here. Maybe I just need more birds on the map. Increased 20% bloodless. It's a 20% multiplier. So when you're downhill attacking something uphill, you multiply by 0.75 and then multiply by 1.2. Whatever that number comes out to be. That's what the damage changes. So there's a stable from Lewis. With a castle, he could research marauders, and then go Tarkans. So keep an eye if that silver crown pops up on the text. As the mangonels now push towards the TC, and Imp is on the way for Andy. Okay, maybe a chance for Andy if he can get Imp, get Arbalest, and then start making trebs. Lewis doing ballistics doesn't look like he's close to Imp yet. Maybe there's some magic he can pull off with the market, though. Andy with the castle, and with enough stone to get more castles. If he could somehow get a second castle up, and then be in a position to do all of the ARB upgrades for the attack upgrades to get through the armor of Tarkans. But nope, he's gonna call the GG. He's gonna say Lewis is the GOAT. I don't have a chance here. Lewis ties it up 2-2. And that'll reset the series to a best of 3. 39-30 KD as the land eco outlasts Andy's attempt to win the water. And you can see how much of an eco advantage the water gave Andy, but Lewis able to do the forward workshop, stop Andy from taking wood with that, despite the watchtower defense. And 20-second difference in uptiming there for Lewis, and he ties it up. Lewis is still the GOAT, says Bloodless. I figured we'd get a competitive set from these two, and that's what they're delivering. Well, that's also all of Lewis's home maps out of the way. Andy's maps are the remaining ones. And if there's one map Lewis is never going to pick, it's Festa de Pulvora. He's not going to pick the gunpowder map. So there's a good chance I think that lasts until Game 7. But he also might not want a Game 7 on that map. So there are the Huns. Huns are Huns, winning the game against the Vikings. And Vale de Silva, our Jungle Valley map, will be game number 5. So whenever there's a pro player who comes to the chat, they always tell me they think the land TC is better. I've not heard anyone come around and claim so strongly that the island TC is better. Lewis beat Zark, but Andy beat Dark. Thank you, Humble Jelly, for the sub.
You challenge my every decision. It is as if you seek to lead the Huns yourself.
AoE2 music is so chill. I agree with that. Andy 4-3. That was my prediction at the start. Andy 4-3. Yeah, these two are certainly delivering a great set. And let's see. Still in the lobby. Thank you, Schwindy, for the follow. Also, as I've been saying, make sure you go check out the Onamaru channel. Give them a follow, too. Give them a follow. Try to get some more follows for the channel before we have the actual LAN. We're up to 1,371 followers over there, and I'm sure we can get some more. So thank you all for the support. And, oh boy, now this will be a Civ matchup. I hope you guys like original Age of Kings Civs, because Andy has picked the Britons and Lewis has picked the Goths. What could be more classic than Britons versus Goths? And not even Huns Wars are that old. Schmoofus on YouTube, I'd love to watch a video of your process explaining for creating a map. I did live stream a couple of the map scripting streams if you want to hunt through my old VODs and check them out. I'll have to figure out a good way to set up some more YouTube videos explaining the maps, because I think people would be interested in that. Awesome to see. Yeah, Maya War and Ghost Lake, Sap's nose. Plumed archers and siege rams on Ghost Lake. Yeah, we see a lot of Britons because there are lots of extra sheeps on many of the maps. We've seen Tatars a couple times too. And Goths are for early Dark Age shenanigans with the free loom. Siege ram plumes go burr, yes. Alright, so they're launching. We have a brief spectator delay. Oh, no, we are in. And here we go. Lewis will be the Blue Goths to the southwest, Andy the Orange Britons to the northeast. And immediately, Lewis going to push some deer in towards his town center. And Andy, as the Britons, is going to ignore the deer and hunt for the capybaras. Oh, double deer push from Lewis. Oh, that's why he's the GOAT. Double deer push. So different approaches on this map. There are 6 deer in the middle. They always spawn there. You can mill them, you can push them, you can do whatever you want. But if you're pushing the deer, that means you are not going to scout for the capybaras, and you can see this on the scouting now. Lewis hasn't really scouted much. Andy has now scouted a ton on the left side of the map, and is picking up as many of those neutral herdables, even taking Lewis's herdables, as he can, as Lewis continues with the double deer push. If for the William Wallace fans, a Britons versus Celts would be more A-OK-like. That's what game 9 of the Red Bull final needed to be, Britons versus Celts on Thames. If we got to that stage. So Andy with the scout will fight Lewis for the capybaras. We'll try to grab the hill. Lewis has to be wary of that hill. And Lewis will send a Vil out. He wants to make sure he gets his capybaras in, doesn't give more to Andy. Andy sees the Vil and will have to run. So the Goths' longer-lasting hunt absolutely love to grab the deer. But Andy with the drush. The Britons with the capybara bonus go for the early drush. I mean, is it worth it not even to drush, just to have a scouting militia on this map? Pick up all the capybaras? Is another match starting now? Every 2 hours we'll have another match starting. Sertão ACCM should be starting around now. And as I said, we have 5 best of 7s, so in total we might have 35 games played today. We'll cover as many as we can, but there will surely be some overlap. And Lou's still struggling to get that deer around the house. Oh my gosh, Lewis, this is looking like doubt. The deer just won't run under the TC. The Vills keep scaring it off. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, starting from Castle Age. I mean, Britain's Goths is interesting because the Britons have a really good swordsman line for dealing with Huskarls. I don't necessarily think Goths are a free late-game win against Britons. I think the matchup certainly is closer than, say, Goths Maya. But militia time for Lewis as the militia from Andy. They finally loop around. They took a bit of a long route. They took the scenic route, wanted to admire the capybaras. But now they'll find the lumber camp from Lewis. I'll try to fight and pull back.
Yeah.
Ready. Yay.
Vills need to turn and fight. Thank you, Hijinks, for the follow.
Mandatum. Ready.
Vills will have to fight the militia. And be pulled off a bit. And that's going to affect the wood income for Lewis making his next military building in feudal. Oh my gosh, the deer around the house again.
Ready.
And there's Lewis up to feudal. Taking the papaya trees long distance, as the mill if he needs farms. And now here come his militia into men-at-arms. He will think about going through the TC. But instead just attack a house. I don't think that house is uphill. And Andy will have to wall behind. Andy might even go for an FC with the Britons here. We have seen fast castles on this map. Look at all those capybaras he has. Capybaras and still has his initial... one of those geese? Yeah, his initial geese. In the Dark Age, -2 melee armor for the houses. The Goths don't need arson. They have a civ bonus with more attack against buildings. And militia in the back, still annoying on the wood line. But Dark Age militia shouldn't be able to kill anything if Lewis micros properly. And Lewis sending forward Vills, going to grab a couple of capybaras. And add in the tower. And there's the tower, and I think it would be good for Lewis to do some of his patented Lewis outposts on the right side of Andy's base to see if Andy ever tries to slip out to another gold. And Andy's having an absolute feast under the TC. The Britons actually gather from herdables ever so slightly faster than they do from hunt. And with that tower going up just as Andy's about to hit feudal. Could be interesting to do another tower here. And then start killing capybaras with the towers. And he immediately tries to stonewall this out. He loses a Vill. Yes, he does lose a Vill. Pressure continues unabated on the houses, though. This time now with a tower to back it up and make it more difficult to wall behind. Archery range also for Lewis. As Andy pushes the stone walls. Wants to keep this walled up. Part of me wouldn't even mind that house going down now if Andy can very quickly react with a gate and keep the men-at-arms forced into the TC. So far, just a bunch of houses going down, though. And Andy's in a good position to stonewall now. He's doing a blacksmith. And the men-at-arms now, men-at-arms on the wood line, but Vills fend them off. 1-to-1 eco KD. Andy not actually fast castling if he invests into that man-at-arms upgrade. Just trying to have a super good Vill count in eco from having stayed in the Dark Age longer. Lewis does at least have double bit axe. And ooh, there's a downside of running into the TC. 1 man-at-arms dead. And he'll keep walling up in the back. Could go for a second lumber camp and then just wall this area. Easy to get a third wall up. The way those trees spawned too. Hello, Bullmeister. So he might have just given up on the FC. It felt like that's what his initial plan was. And decided, I don't have the food for it, even with all the capybaras. I haven't really done too much damage with the drush. So let's just turn into some feudal play, but if you disrupt the FC and turn it into feudal, feels like you're already in a good spot doing what you want to do if you're Lewis. Our Gothic goat. So the archers dancing atop the hill to shoot down the skirms. Skirms fended off.
Yea. Ready.
The
Mandatum.
archers will recollect all of themselves as we have horse collar for Andy. And Lewis still taking the deer in the middle. So far, just heading around the outside. Looks like he found some stone. Resources are scattered out there, but you do have to make sure you scout for them. Another benefit of Andy's plan to grab all the capybaras earlier, he scouted the forward resources, and now he will rush the tower. He will rush the tower, has his own archers, and will just knock that down with villagers. Lewis coming in, though, with men-at-arms, and this could be risky. Can he repair the tower in time? No, he can't. Can't quite get there. Vills will hit down the scout. They're still fighting against men-at-arms. Lewis using skirms to clear the archers. Was that good for Andy? Was that bad for Andy? I don't know. Lewis has killed 3 Vills. And that's it, but Andy also lost a ton of archers there. Well, maybe lose his final man-at-arms? 4 HP left, but Lewis pulls back. Yeah, the horse collar change is that if you research it after having farms already placed, they still get a bit of food. It's not linear, so the longer you wait, the worse it is to do it.
Mandatum.
There's some type of quadratic decay. I forget the formula, but
Ready. Mandatum.
the sooner you do it, the better still. So, second tower for Lewis, using the archery range to wall in the tower. Can't say I've ever actually seen a tower built this way in the front of a range. That looks really cute. Looks like this should be its own preset building in some custom scenario. I gotta give Lewis props for the architecture.
Yea.
And full skirms now from Andy by the looks of it, as Lewis wants another watchtower. Were that stone wall not there, he actually could tower hop and get in. But Andy has that walled off already. Yeah, campaign style.
Yeah.
Flavil's on the jungle tree to the side. And Andy's up to the castle age, so it wasn't a fast castle. He is down in Vills. But it is finally the castle age with more resources collected. And as he starts swapping over from skirms to archers, has the faster working range to get them added in quickly. It'll be crossbows with extra range. 8 range total once crossbow and bodkin come in. Is this set part of Brazilian Dynasty? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is the best of 7, and whoever wins qualifies to go to the LAN in Sao Paulo in July. First week of July.
Ready.
There's a watchtower for Lewis, but he will delete the tower and try to run his Vills. Andy's sending a bunch of Vills to fight. Andy also going to the goal to the side. That's where I said I would have loved to have seen an outpost earlier, so Lewis knew about that. He probably sees the gold miners heading that way and knows about it now.
Hey, yeah.
Skirms here to fight Andy's skirms.
Yea. Mandatum.
Vills here running away. And a market going up for Lewis.
Hey, sir.
Andy back to the castle age as the Vills keep running. And we'll have a siege workshop forward for Andy. So looking to apply pressure. Crossbow bodkin
Yea.
coming in. Lewis, though, 4 Vills on stone.
Yeah.
And maybe, just maybe, that could lead to the Goths getting a castle and Huskarls. Lewis, 2 gold tiles in the back, still has 1,000 gold remaining there. Adding in a tower, though, and towers will delay castles. Kinda needed, though. Problem for the Goths, they do not have guard tower. They only have watch tower. So tower defense is the Goths against the mangonel push. Not something that's going to work out all that well for Lewis. And Lewis clicks up to the Castle Age. Will 4 vills on stone be enough? Not if Andy scouts it. Not if Andy scouts it.
Mandatum.
And he has 1 skirm over here too. This is where I think Lewis needs to go out and grab more stone. Does see there's another stone mine, so splitting his vills up onto 2 mines could be nice. But Andy already, he's aware of the Goths. He doesn't want to face a Goth Pascoal spam. And he's going to send vills to camp that tower and try to stop Lewis from mining stone. Lewis needs to wall the tower immediately. He needs to wall it yesterday, but Andy's here today. The vills garrison. 1 crossbow down, but now Lewis is trapped. And he's not going to have stone for a castle. Great play from Andy. Forces Lewis to send skirms over. Meanwhile, Andy, he can boom cheap Britain's TC on another gold mine.
Yay.
Part of me wonders, would there have been Lewis to go for a counter FC into Huskarls against the Britons? And now, as long as that stone mine is disrupted, Lewis has to send a bunch of feudal skirms over. 8 range versus 5, and Andy certainly can micro this. 57 stone, not the stone count that Lewis wants for Huskarls. And has to do his own workshop now. He is at least up. Has to repair the TC. Andy doing a ton of damage. Lewis still actually with more vills. Andy with slightly more res collected though. And the crossbows will be taken down by the skirms, but you can see the trail of skirm bodies on the way.
Yay.
And Jaguar even helping Andy.
Yeah.
Is it true that when Doubt climbed a hill in Sao Paulo at the boot camp, passing ships and planes diverted, thinking they were in Rio? Oh, that is amazing.
Ready. Yay.
So, Knights for Lewis. This will be his last-ditch attempt to save himself from the mangonels. 1 mangonel down. The Knights have 1 armor. Nice shot on the skirms. Another mangonel down. Lewis still has his own mangonel, but goes into the mangonel shot of Andy. Knights should be able to pick off 1 mangonel here, maybe. That's a low HP knight, and doesn't get the mangonel. Another knight going down to the spears. And Andy now deciding to attack the siege workshop. So Lewis still on stone, but again, nowhere near a castle. Still has those forward towers. Andy's base is open. I mean, if Lewis could get 5 or 6 knights and simply run forward, this rock terrain means Andy can't wall it off. Maybe Andy would have a quick wall by the lumber camp. But he put a lot of pressure into Andy's base. The second TC out there for Andy is great for him, though. And Lewis, hard to play mangonels against the Britons with the range they have on their crossbows, and the mangonel gets sniped down. Workshop will go down. Lewis needs a second workshop behind it. Tries to repair. But the workshop goes down, as does a repairville. Nice shot from Andy. Andy now pulling ahead. His tower is not doing enough damage. Lewis smothering the gold mine with the villagers. Not going to get the stone for a castle. Adding a TC up here. Part of me wonders, could Lewis go for a forward castle on Andy's face and flood Huskarls? It feels like some type of Huskarl flood might be his only option. Would need to do the armor for them. Make sure they can fight the crossbows. But you also need a lot of farms for that. And farms are something he doesn't have the luxury of affording at the moment. And town center getting hit by the mangonels. Going for a mangonel shot. And still so difficult. 7 range for the mangonels, 8 range for the crossbows. Britons are not really the civ you want to have to play mangonel defense against. And honestly, Goths are not the civ you want to play defense with. No stone walls, no guard tower, and expensive TCs to repair. Andy's still out here. I don't think Lewis has even scouted that. The Knights might find it. And if that were just a mining camp, then the Knights could do some damage. But here with the TC, especially with a monk nearby, Lewis will just see this and realize, hey, I'm really far down in eco. But to be fair, it's only a 6 vil difference. But all the pressure, all the repairs have meant Andy's pulling ahead in res collected. Mangonel's to dodge. It's the Mangonel. Spear goes down. As crossbows go down too. Can this be a good Mangonel shot from Lewis? He dodges. Can he get the shot off? Doesn't hit anything, and keeps the Mangonel alive. Good shot there, but Repairville's still nearby. He's keeping the TC alive for the moment. I keep seeing that archery range and thinking it's a lot of vills that are going to go forward since it's such a large blob of blue on the mini-map. And Mangonel down. It feels like Lewis consistently is behind in Mangonel numbers and loses the Mangonel to the crossbows. Monks forward monastery from Andy defend Knights away. He might get a conversion there. The Jaguar, does the Jaguar keep converting or keep chasing if the Knight's converted? I think it does. The Knights will have to run away. The Knights are bringing the Jaguars with them. Weren't able to find any damage over here, and Lewis is still running around. He needs his towers to save the Knights from the Jaguars. As Ballistics now comes in for Andy, and one Knight will finally get into Andy's eco. Maybe this is what Lewis needed to do with his initial Knights rather than trying to snipe the Mangonels. The Vills can turn and fight the Knights, but then they'll have to fight the Jaguars. Meanwhile, this TC under a lot of pressure. Mangonels from Andy even trying to take out the tower, but does get destroyed. And the Knights and the Jaguars are in on the wood line now. The Jaguar could kill the Knight. Wait, the Jaguar could kill the Knight. That Knight's on 5 HP. It's trying to kill a Vill. 4, 3, 2... Oh, it gets the Jaguar. It gets the Jaguar, and Andy's not noticing this. Lewis is actually ahead in Vills. This is a great raid for him. The Knight killing the Jaguar at the last moment is huge because now he has 2 Knights on the woodline. Andy needs to realize that Knight is 2 HP. He can snipe it off with a Vill. But there we go. Lewis, 17 Vill kills once that Vill dies. He's only lost 4 Vills this game. 40 military to 3, but he's somehow, as long as he holds that TC, he's still in the game. Now he has 7 Vills on stone. He'd need to hold for a long time. Is there an opportunity for Lewis to get some farms out here where he's not under threat, under any pressure? And then do a forward castle somewhere. And he's finished his gold mine. Andy needs to look at his eco. There's 18 idle Vills for Andy. Lewis losing another Mangonel. It feels like Andy's Mangonel micro has been a bit better this game. Lewis is getting close to a castle. He's getting close. More Mangonels for Andy. Question is, where does Lewis do the castle? The main spot to castle drop would have been Andy's base, but Lewis has already destroyed Andy's base. You can't castle drop Andy's eco when Andy doesn't have an eco. And Mangonel for Lewis. He has to be really careful here, but it's great that he's kept the tower alive. Even though the Mangonels from Andy would destroy a tower by themselves. Can't do it if Lewis is defending with his own Mangonel, and that keeps the tower up. Monastery for Lewis, and Andy's giving up the push. Ooh, is that the right play? He's gonna go over. Lewis is 384 stone. You need 650 for a castle, 400 stone. And Monk's trying to convert a Vill. Will the Vill make it to the TC? No. He gets a Woolalood. Andy only 2 Vills here. Andy getting another TC in the back. He'll be thinking of his own castle too. Lewis is close to a castle now. If he gets a castle somewhere, anywhere, Andy has to have... I don't know how that Knight got there. Time for Lewis to try to convert a Knight. Andy not able to do too much with the 40 army because the Goths of all civs are defending well with towers. Andy's TC is taking quite a bit of damage from those 2 towers. And Vills are idled by them. Lewis still with a Vill lead. And despite this crazy game, it's still only 2k res collected ahead for Andy. He's not all that far ahead. He's been very aggressive. Andy's probably confused as all of us are. And Lewis has the stone for a castle. Where does the castle go? Oh, wait, Lewis is victorious? Did Andy drop? What? Andy must have dropped there. Alright, alright. So Andy dropped, and we'll have to find a way to restore. He's just the goat. He's making it
Ready.
so difficult for Andy. Andy's internet can't take it. Alright. We'll wait for them to restore then. And you know what? While we're waiting, we can check out some stats. Say military, better KD for Lewis, but Andy now has 40 to 3 military. Also more res collected. Technology was up to castle faster, applied the early pressure. And Lewis 5 more vills. Can we see when he dropped? I don't think I can see that exactly. At least not based on the stats. I'm sure the admins are on it, trying to figure out how to restore. I got a tag on Discord. JBR left to set up Sertão versus ACCM. So we're going to try to restore that. How does restoring dropped games work? Restoring dropped games is a process of wishing we were still playing on Voobly where save and restore worked properly. It's never something easy. On DE, they should get a restore file, and hopefully can use that. Thank you, Mr. Jabsnor, for the follow. It would be a bit weird if the restore file, or if the restore isn't exactly where Andy dropped, so we're gonna hope that this works. Oh, okay. So, looks like they don't have a restore file. Okay, both saying they don't have the restore file. Do I have a restore file? Wait a minute. Probably not, even though I was spectating it. Let me check. What is today's date? The 12th. Autosave on disconnect. Wait a minute. I might have a restore file. Only the original players can load. Okay. Wait a minute. There we go. I'll send that to JBR. Looks like I might have a restore file. Whoever hosted could try hosting with this. Ask them to recreate the game from memory. Restore file equals yeah, that's the thing. I hope I'm not 1 minute behind in time. To be honest, even if you're 1 minute behind, I don't think the game state changed all that much in that 1 minute. We need thank you for subbing to the Onamaru channel. Yeah, I would accept 1 minute delay. It's not like Lewis had a huge mangonel shot that killed 40 crossbows, right? Yeah. Alright, let me do some typing. Let me see. Is this Andy's last thing he sees is around 34. Alright, so this is where we gotta try to figure out if we can restore this or not, and if the restore file is at the very least fair. So let's see if I can maybe go back in my own VOD and try to see the spot I was at when we left the game last. Let me see, yeah, okay. So the store is... So it looks like Andy would have dropped for about 1 minute. Why do I have a restore file? Because I was spectating. And again, I don't know if the restore file is at the moment he dropped, or if the moment, like, the game ended for me. But, can't really do much other than load the restore file, see where it is, and then decide is it more fair to continue from that point, or to like do an admin win or a restart. I mean, these situations are always pretty ugly. And a tool to generate restore files at arbitrary points in time. I think you used to be able to do that in AOC. The problem is in DE, if you load a recorded game, they removed the save game button from the menu for some reason. I don't know why, but you used to be able to watch a rec back and create a restore at an arbitrary point. Yeah, well, like I think it probably is an advantage for Andy there, but like it's not over, right? And that's always a judgment call. Because it's like Andy has a huge army of crossbows and mangonels, but Lewis has stone for a castle. He's able to get huskarls out soon. And Andy also has stone for a castle, so it's like, does Andy get a defensive castle? Does he keep his army alive? I think I'd probably still prefer Andy's position, but it definitely isn't like a finished game. Do the players see the map and stats after one player drops? Well, the game crashed for both of them, so I don't think either of them see it. Let me just see. Are they playing again? Oh, it says they're in game 4 minutes ago. Let's see what they're doing if they're able to load that. And he lost. He was running the vills from the night raid though, so it looks like they're here. Looks like they're here and continuing to play from around 34 minutes. So, okay, it looks like it's going okay. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good to continue. So, yeah, Lewis loses a TC. He gets a castle up, and he's going to get Huskarls. So we're at the point, Andy, we're able to restore. Andy has more TCs. He has more eco. And he's getting a castle drop on Lewis's base. So what Lewis needs to do now is ensure that he has enough farmers to maintain Huskarl production. He needs to get armor upgrades for the Does he need to armor? I think they have 6 base Pierce armor, so he doesn't actually need armor upgrades for them. But he's not going to be able to afford to create Huskarls from the barracks tech. He might need more towers to defend his eco, while getting enough Huskarls from the barracks eventually to take a fight. So Andy has 31 crossbows, 8 monks. Monks will be good against Huskarls. Andy, no, I think the knights killed those vills, right? But remember, Andy also ran those vills, so that would have been before the drop occurred. That would have just been Andy was focused forward and didn't see the raid, I believe. And Huskarls here, clearing the, and we're seeing just how effective Huskarls are. 6 pierce armor, so they take 1 damage from the crossbows, and the Huskarl able to clear a bunch of crossbows. And that's why it's so difficult to be in a mid-game situation and be like, you know, this player is ahead, but there's a drop, and we give an admin win, because you have these huge Civ mismatchups, where Huskarls suddenly clear most of Andy's army. So if Lewis, I think it comes down to now, if Lewis can protect the farmers, then he gets Huskarl numbers. And Andy ready to drop another castle. The crossbows do not want to be the units fighting the Huskarls. And monks, I think, are crucial now for Andy. Lewis, how much does Anarchy cost? 450 food, 250 gold. I think he has to produce from the castles. He's doing another barracks, but I don't think that he can afford that. There's a one-ville castle, too. Also, there's the mental aspect of you're in an intense game. You have to drop and restore. You have to make sure that you're mentally focused and that you can play through anything that might have been jank in the restore. It is kind of crazy how I managed to have a restore file, though. Don't make all your own crossbows, Andy. Oh, okay. Don't RG in your crossbows. The one-ville castle there, it's tricky. Andy, he's trying to go knights to fight the Huskarls now. He's mangonelling the Huskarls. A couple of mangonels out of position. They'll be caught by the Huskarls. As the condor flies by that one-ville castle. Oh, a second ville, a third ville coming for the castle. The monks need to convert now. The monks need to convert now. Every monk is extremely valuable for Andy. And there he goes. The monks are one of the best units for countering the Huskarls now. They don't get any type of conversion resistance like a scout does. And Lewis, he's looking to raid Andy's eco, and Andy's like, ha, I have no eco to raid. And the knights come in. Lewis trying for conversions himself. He has 3 watchtowers, and he's losing the farms. This is what he can't lose, the farmers, because then he doesn't have Huskarl production. He's doing scale mail armor. I don't think he actually needs that. And he's doing a castle. He's doing a panic castle. These vills have to be walled. He has to wall the vills in. There's some rock terrain here, so he might not even be able to wall the vills. Wait a minute, I don't think he can wall the vills. Andy's knights are there, the castle's at 55%. The castle is climbing. Lewis is getting some Huskar raids on Andy's eco, but this castle has to go up. Lewis is losing a ton of vills here. Andy is suddenly up by about 40 vills. The castle's at 90%, 91, 92. 3 vills left. The castle 96, 97%. Oh, but there are 3 more vills. That doesn't matter though, he lost everything. He needed that castle 30 seconds earlier. Will he finish it? 98, 99.74. Oh, he has more vills. He'll finish it. He'll finish it. He needed all the vills at once. But I think he lost too much farming eco. Now, oh, the knights are bouncing the vills away. He doesn't have enough vills now. More cheap Britain's TCs for Andy. And now Andy secured it.
Ready.
Easy, GG. Now I think it's clear to call it GG for Andy. For now, we can look at the Eco KD. Well, 45-0, that's just the Eco KD after the restore. But Lewis lost 45 vills in an instant after the restore. So no imp anytime soon for Lewis. And Andy has enough knights to fight Huskarls now. So imp for Andy, and yeah, probably imp to GG. Is the unique tech in for the Britons? Nope, no yeoman yet for the Britons. Let's see if Huskarls can take a good fight against the crossbows, which they can. So 7 Pierce Armor, you don't need any more against crossbows. The extra Pierce Armor does help slightly on hills. And Fade Away, describing Lewis's chances in this game. Thank you for the follow. And Vill's cleared by Andy. Here, Andy now rampaging through Lewis's eco. Thank you, Homebrand, for the follow. Britain's counter Goths confirmed, maybe on a super open map like this. But now Andy's at the perfect number of TCs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 TCs. He can be raided, and he can add his vills back in an instant. He's got 120 vills, the 71 for Lewis, and Lewis's vills are dropping. Castle forward for Andy, and yeah, this is probably GG once Imp comes in. And crossbows killing Huskarls. Andy up to Imp, and is that the GG from Lewis? Doesn't have much eco left. Yes, it is. And Andy goes up 3-2 after some restore drama. But it works out. And he gets his Britons versus Goths win that he needed to stay alive. We don't have all the stats. But I think that 45-0 eco KD after the restore tells the story. Maybe a different story if Lewis gets that castle up faster and doesn't die immediately to the knights. Keeps his farms alive to flood Huskarls, but not the case there. And Andy will be on the brink of qualifying now.
Why did our brilliant leaders insist on building the wonder so close to the shoreline?
And he'll win his home map. And it's Britons over Goths. And thank you, Nardo. Thank you for using your Prime sub. Did Liry win 3 sets in the same day? Yes, he did, because his flight was delayed from his return from Red Bull, so he was able to play his very first set early in the morning, and yeah, he won 3 sets in a day. Should you mail the toaster? Mail it to Brazil, I'll pick it up at the LAN. So we also have 600 viewers for this. Thank you all for tuning in. On my channel, at least. What do we have combined? We have 815 combined, 171 people watching on the Onamaru channel too. Thank you all, and we're getting close to 1,400 followers there. We're at 1,382, so go give the Onamaru channel a follow. We started at around 900 some odd followers before the qualifiers. If we can reach 2K by the end, I think that'd be sick. I love the qualifiers. Qualifiers are interesting because Hera is invited directly. We don't have Hera just winning the qualifiers. Did Lewis, just let me get caught up on YouTube. Did Lewis see the whole map after Andy dropped? I believe, from reading their chat, I think Lewis had his game crash too. When the game drops for one player, you get a pop-up that says, would you like to leave without viewing the stats? It's kind of a confusing message, but you do have the option, and players need to do it if they're playing a tournament, to leave the game without viewing the map. So he doesn't instantly see the map when another player drops. Can Lewis qualify if he loses? Yes, there is still another qualifier next week. Yes. He has another shot next week. And with 5 players having qualified, might be easier to qualify next week. Why did they both have Vikings? The first pick is done in parallel. Oh gosh, they're already in the next game. You're faster than I am at finding the game. And Araucarias will be the next map. And immediately they'll be fighting over the javelinas in the middle. So Andy as the orange way to the west doing loom. This is his black forest skill into play, luring the javelinas. He'll try to take all 3. Lewis with 2 vills forward, but Andy gets there just a bit faster. However, Lewis still has the opportunity to block or to go to the side javelinas. And immediately he's just going to take a detour, send his vills over to the sides. 1 vill to the south, 1 to the north. As he will try to win the scout fight, 6 HP for each. Andy also coming to the north. He'll find his capybaras on the way there. And Lewis needs to get the shots quickly once he gets to the north. So if I were Lewis and he sees what I see, the play would be house down here with 1 vill. Shoot the javelinas up here with the other. And hope that you can get back without Andy being disruptive. You can always do quick walls or houses or gates on the animals as they're being lured to try to stop the lure. And here comes Lewis. Andy might try to stop this. Yep, and he does the gate to try to stop it. And he does the house. So Lewis also doing a house trick. I'll try to grab another one. This is always very tricky. And Andy gets 2 of them. Andy gets 2. But Saracens versus Wei, the Civ matchup. What do Wei do against Mamluks? I think if the Saracens get to Mamluks, they just win. I think the Saracens should be heavily favored in unit composition in this matchup. Thank you, Chester, for the follow. The Wei, 3 unique units. 3 very strong unique units. The Huiguang Cav, the Xianbei Raiders, and the Tiger Cav. But they are all Cav. All of them should be countered by Saracen Camels, and especially by Mamluks. The Xianbei Raiders may be the most scary of them, I'd say, against the Saracens. Lewis doesn't lose the Vil. Needs to make sure he ungarrisons and shoots properly, which he does. And he's luring in 2 more javelinas from the other side. Now, javelina's only 300 food, so less than boar. Oh, thank you, Sunnyflower. Thank you very much for the 2 years.
Mongols! We are doomed for certain!
And nice. Oh, Lewis! Ah. Well, how did that scout even die? The heck? It feels like Lewis is really Doubt's teammate at this point. He attacked the boar. Yeah, don't attack boars with the scout. You lose the scout. He slipped on the snow and tripped. That's what happens when you get old. Yeah, boar de-aggro due to the deer misclicked when trying to shoot. That explains it. Scout attacked the boar killed the scout. So Andy docking. This is Andy's home map. Remember, Lewis is out of home maps. And this is a map I think is going to be right up Andy's wheelhouse with all the Rage Forest he plays. I said Doubt. Lewis looking like Doubt playing Rage Forest there. Losing the scout to the Javelina. Yeah, he probably box selected the Vil and the scout at the same time and attacked with the scout. However he selected the scout. Not what he intended. At the very least, though, he has the Javelinas under his TC. He's going to lure in one more. Has to be careful of Andy's scout. At the very least, he can get it to the mill if he needs to. 6 HP scout shouldn't be too disruptive. Andy will be walled up at home, and he's up to feudal really quickly. Not even bothering for a forward barracks or anything, just going up to feudal fast. Lewis attuned with the house trick to de-aggro the boar and bring it in. Now, Andy will have to be careful with his scout. Not going to attack the boar is Andy. And you can, I believe it's hold Alt and drag select to select only Vils. And, oh, nicely done to get the last Javelina in. And Lewis up to feudal too. He'll actually be faster up. Noticed Andy clicked. But Andy will see the barracks. Saracens with the archer attack bonus too should be good at applying pressure in feudal. Andy is fully house walled, so he's not going to be housed for a while. Here, Alt for Vils, Control for Army. But if you have something already selected, it doesn't deselect that. It keeps the selection, so it can be a bit awkward sometimes if you already have the scout selected and you try to select your Vils. And Lewis won't be fish booming. He'll simply head over to the berries. And then decided, nope, I'm Saracens. I don't need a mill. Or I don't need another mill. I have a mill on my deer already. I'll just go for the gold. I use the market. You were stable. Alright, so scouts. And scouts are a good play because Andy hasn't fully walled in front of the TC. If Andy sees the stable, that has to be his first play. Finish the wall up and make sure it's a complete and full wall in front of the TC. Let's see, Lewis isn't on fish yet, and better res collected because he is on fish. Ooh, the spear that gets the scout. Andy loses the scout too, so neither player with a scout. And now we have to see what did Andy scout, and he didn't see the stable. Oh, he was one tile away from seeing the stable, doing fishing lines and eco upgrades, investing into the eco, doing archers himself. And I think it's still a mistake that he's not fully walled. That could come back to haunt him if the scouts get in. Lewis sending one scout forward. The problem is Lewis would have to wait for maybe 3 or 4 scouts to get in, so that he has a chance of picking Vils with them. If he goes forward with 1 scout, then he won't get in. And Andy, will he see the scout? No town watch. Lewis will reveal it looking for holes, though. Now that Andy sees that, I think the first thing he needs to do is full wall. He's relying on the TC, though. And that always scares me. We saw that in the early game on Sertão, where Lewis was able to get in through the TC. And yeah, there we go. That's the walls from Andy. That's what he needs. Range swap from Lewis. Has to be careful that Andy's forward. You get a free roll with fishing lines? I believe you do. So having the dock on the map for the way is great. You should probably get a free fishing ship with it instead of a Vil, now that I think of it. But yeah, that's true. The water update was a buff for the way because they can get even more free Vils. And nice job from the scouts to pick the archer, run away from the spear. Neither player trying to wall the passages. We saw how risky that can be with petards destroying walls. But Lewis, at least 31 to 32 Vils, staying in pace despite the eco upgrades. Tiny bit more idle TC time from Andy. As the scouts have to run back from the dock. And we'll have a blacksmith and a second range from Lewis, as he's almost up to the castle age. And honestly, Saracen crossbows, they'll push through houses or especially palisades really quickly. Another option for Lewis could be amass scouts and crossbows on his way up. Crossbow through the palisade gate and try to run scouts into Andy's eco. It would be kind of hard with all the farms for Andy to wall behind this gate even more. And remember, you can run under the TC, so you can't wall the area under the TC. Oh, so hello, Nelson.
何种命令？
So fletching for Lewis.
什么？何种命令？准备就绪。
Oh yeah, Nelson, you can help me with the map name pronunciations.
什么？
Mossad,
准备就绪。何种命令？准备就绪。什么？何种命令？准备就绪。
I guess Portugal and Brazilian Portuguese are probably slightly different, as Andy's army's cleaned up, nice clean from Lewis.
Mossad,
Your best T West impersonation. Welcome in, welcome in.
什么？
And Lewis close to the castle age. So Saracens, what do they have? Most importantly, their team bonus +2 attack versus buildings. Andy with the fish boom, super far ahead in eco, the way are going to have a better economy.
Mossad,
But the Saracens will put pressure on them right now. Lewis wins these? You think Lewis wins these? Didn't know Skirms also had the bonus? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And this is the weak spot in Andy's walls. The game is paused. Forward workshop for Lewis. What is the pause for? Paused by Andy. He's going to be thrown down a stable in the back. I don't see any chat. I don't know what the pause is for. I don't see any chat anywhere. He said, sorry, go. All right, just a quick pause.
Yes.
All right, does he have a demo? No, wouldn't be able to get through the dock anyway. This is where the dock with fishing ships garrisoning could be strong, and he's going for a stone wall behind this. But Bodkin's in. And Lewis doing his best to pick the Vills. The scouts are in. The Vills are down. The Vills are down, and Lewis is trying to send this to a Game 7. Lewis is trying to send this to Game 7. And he has to flee back to the TC. There goes some of the eco lead he had. He's desperately throwing up a tower. That'll be another dead Vill. 3 dead Vills for Andy. Tower goes up. Saracen crossbows, not enough probably to push the tower, but enough to kill Vills. There are weak Vills here, and Lewis might just try to dodge tower fire and kill Vills. Andy trying to micro Vills away. He has a lot of weak Vills that garrison.
什么？喂？
He's trying to run out of garrison space, though. Lewis dodging tower fire, trying to hit the weak Vills. One goes down. He's going to save the crossbows to idle the farms. He has more crossbows at the front, along with the mangonel. And Andy, needing to do the tower, doesn't have stone for more TCs. He can't outboom this now. His walls are still open over here. 30 seconds from the castle age. Doesn't have the ability to snipe the mangonel. And Lewis is applying a ton of pressure here. Lewis trying to send this to a game number 7 for a spot in the land.
准备就绪。什么？
Crossbows here to defend the mangonel against Cav. Lewis has the numbers.
准备就绪。
Andy's selling wood. 2 ranges, desperate to get numbers. Camel even to defend the mangonel. Defensive mangonel, or defensive workshop as Andy goes up. He needs to put it in a spot it won't be denied by the crossbows. Lewis walking forward, he will be fended off by 1 skirm. That tower doing just enough to keep the crossbows away. But the crossbows can even hit the repair vills in the back of the TC. A second mangonel is out. I don't think that TC stays up much longer. Andy cannot afford elite skirm, he cannot afford bodkin. Against feudal skirms, Lewis can micro those crossbows all day, and he can even bring a camel in to try to deal with them. And Andy, who got off to such a nice start with his economy, now dealing with all this pressure from Lewis. Lewis should go kill the fish. He's thinking about that, but it's really hard to do that now with the fish garrisoning in the dock. Fish traps even have 250 hit points. But I guess Saracen crossbows do, yeah, they count as buildings. So Saracens will have an attack bonus against them, +3, so... And fish traps will go down. And Andy doing what he can to repair, getting his own mangonel out. The mangonel is trapped between the market and the blacksmith. That mangonel will have 1 pathing adventure. It can't get out. Andy's gonna have to delete a market or a blacksmith to release the mangonel, and he doesn't have bodkin yet. And he wants the market to balance his economy, and he's deciding, well, I'll just go the long way around. 3 mangonels for Lewis. That skirm, dangerous territory walking under that TC. Lewis, no outpost for Lewis, so that might still be a surprise mangonel. But the camels, when it's out there, the camels can pick it off. Lewis, as soon as he sees in time, he dodges, he splits, he gets away. I'll slow down the TC. Oh, Lewis, don't run your crossbows into the TC like that. Lewis giving Andy a fighting chance. But here come the camels. That'll keep the mangonel back. No spear. nice mangonel shot on the camels. Crossbows here will at least see the other mangonel. A couple of Huiguang Cav come forward. What will the attack ground be like for Lewis? Behind this, Lewis doesn't have another TC. Still, he's tied the Vil count. Res collected are pretty similar, but Andy spent so much preparing the TC. The TC so low that Vils won't be able to garrison inside of it consistently. The TC almost down. The camels can run in now with impunity, basically, with the TC so low. Andy getting a bit more HP on it. Lewis keeping the mangonel alive. And mangonel trades even are good for Lewis at this point with the better eco. And he will pick off a mangonel with the camels. And Saracen crossbows even will do damage to the TC. Alright, Lewis, I'd probably just clear the palisade gate to make microing easier. That's what Saracens can do. Outpost for him so he can see more mangonels. Noise, thank you for the follow. And Lewis is going to send this to a game 7. He's getting close to it. He's getting close. His eco is mostly walled at home. So counter raids from Andy would be difficult. Lewis maybe not using the Saracen crossbows to the fullest. Yeah, there he goes, attacking the gate, and then can use them to help with the TC. He's getting a third mangonel out again, forward. And Andy trying to counterattack. That one Huiguang Cav is very low, and it won't be too hard for Lewis to send a camel to help clean up that counterattack. It's only 2 units. With the outposts, he sees the mangonel from Andy. He has camels that could run in and try to snipe it. And if the Vils have to garrison the TC to protect the mangonel, they won't be repairing anymore. Oh, a nice snipe from Lewis. Andy forward, so this is simply Lewis cues a camel, sends it back, maybe garrisons the TC. Lewis just has to notice this. Lewis cannot lose 20 Vils to 1 raid, and he garrisons the TC, and he will go for quick walls. And will keep the lumber camp safe. He will save his Vils, and at the same time pressuring the TC still, and he getting some repairs on it. TCs are expensive to repair. And Lewis getting close to another mangonel snipe. Loses a mangonel, doesn't quite get it. Andy will try to repair. He's running out of gold for repairing. He's got 13 Vils on gold. Somewhere there they are. That's it. He has a monk now. Holding with the monk. This raid from Lewis. Camel to chase it. Lewis with 80 stone might even just consider doing a second TC and booming behind this. Putting a tiny bit of eco into the boom. He's being pushed back. Now he's just about evened up the res collected, and considering all the wood Andy spent repairing, I think Lewis's eco should be super far ahead. Being extra careful with the mangonels now. He killed 3 Vils. I think Andy needs more than 3 Vil kills, though. It's a 3 to 7 eco KD. Mangonel shots raining down from Lewis. Doesn't quite get the kill, but he keeps his mangonel alive. Running into the TC, though, loses a mangonel. Now that's the way he loses the game from here. Bad mangonel trades. But even then, he's so far ahead. That being able to garrison the dock makes it so easy to defend the dock. It's crazy how strong that is against land units. That's why in Rage Forest, for the Amigo Wars recently, I disabled that. Okay, Lewis keeping the mangonels alive. He has a bad trade. Mangonel goes down for Andy. Only 1 left for Lewis. Ooh, the mangonel doesn't shoot. Goes down. And he holds. He keeps the TC alive, and because of that, Lewis is adding his second TC. And won't be too long before Lewis can add a third TC. And I think he's more than happy to do that and keep booming, because as I said, Saracens, I feel like if you get to Mamluks, you should have a really good late game matchup against the Way. Particularly because Saracens are a great siege civ against the attraction trebs. Crossbows splitting. And Andy doing what he can. I feel like this entire set, Andy's mangonel micro has been better than Lewis's. And even then, keeps it alive. Crossbows will have to pick it off. Gets a decent hit. And he's still holding, but Lewis now 2 TCs. Looking at the Vil count, 57 to 50. For garrisoning in the docks, yeah, that's disabled in the Amigo Wars map. Yeah, well, it was added, the dock garrison was added in the last Chieftains. But I haven't really seen people who like it all that much. And the general, oh my gosh, big mangonel shot is a split. general consensus is just like we saw here. Makes it really hard to be aggressive on docks. They kind of serve as extra towers in some situations. And Camel runs forward, and if you see Andy's fish, his fish are still alive. He's got 5 fish traps, 5 fishing ships still working on them. And in the previous patches, as another mangonel down from Lewis, Lewis would have cleared that already. Right, those crossbows we saw shooting at the fish traps would have cleared the dock. Now maybe the mangonel can do it, if Andy's not paying attention. He's microing the mangonels at the front. Just garrisons, but a bit late.
准备就绪。
And Lewis's outpost now threatened. So Andy, he's held. Surprisingly, he's managed to hold. So far, so good for him. But how long will that last? Nice hit on the camels. How long will that last? That workshop, he somehow has managed to micro mangonels without deleting the market or the blacksmith. Get them forward to defend against Lewis on this hill. And has monks out now. How are the Wei monks? They do not have redemption or atonement. So that's also a situation as the mangonels clear each other. Atonement monks are the Saracens. The Saracens, the original monk rush civ. The Saracen smush. The Saracen monk rush. Could add atonement for their monks. So another counter raid from Andy with the Huiguang Cav. But again, Lewis, Saracen camels with all that extra HP should be able to clear this. And with 7 on stone, he's working his way towards a castle. And Mangonel atop the hill survives the shot. Well, Mangonel's shots coming in, but Andy garrisons. His fishing ship's still in the dock. He has a second and third TC, actually. But Lewis, doing the castle in the middle, wants to work towards Mamluks, has the monk and the camel over to defend. Camel's coming back, so this will stop the counter raid. Mangonel down, other Mangonels want to clear each other.
准备就绪。
Surprised he wasn't more aggressive with the castle. He's being cautious. That's a tournament castle. That's a Lewis wants to force a game 7 castle. And Andy just holding on. TC's down to about 1/3 HP. That was down to around 300 earlier. Once again, Lewis can attack with Mangonels. Bow saw for Lewis. The monks for Andy are essentially to protect the mangonels from camels. And stop Lewis. Ooh, nice shot there. Stop Lewis from adding in knights. There's a split from Lewis, and he should be able to pick the monks off now. Still doesn't have ballistics, though. Without ballistics, the monks can try to run, but they're just going to run into a dead end again. TC under fire again. Another TC from Lewis in the side passage. Lewis also picking up relics. He has 1 now. Andy doing everything he can to hold on. He's gotten up to 74 vills. I still worry that he's holding for a late game that his civ will lose to the Saracens. Mangonel cleared. Another Mangonel down. This game, you mean game 7? Well past game 4 at this point. Does Andy have any gold? He has around 200 gold left. And then he's starved of gold. He's also out of stone soon, so he can do a castle, but if he does that, then he can't use the market to sell it. Camel's also getting in. Remember, no real demo threat for anything that walks through that small gap anymore. Lewis once more is in. He'll see the 3 TCs. And Andy, basically, if he wanted a castle, won't have a spot for it anymore. As 3 Mangonels attacking the TC again. Lewis never went for a ram. He has 1 Huiguang Cav himself. The outpost will give Lewis vision of Andy's vills. And where is Andy going? Is Andy's chance to YOLO a castle over here and try to drop one on Lewis? Is that where he's going? He's going out to the middle of nowhere. This is where the Mamluks come, and the camels will chase. Lewis still... Andy's prepared that TC for so long. Camels chasing the Vills. Wigwam Cav chasing Vills. Lewis is not going to be surprised by a castle. Andy calls the GG, and Lewis, the GOAT, will force game number 7. Now, that was over for a while, but Andy gave us an impressive hold. This is more, you're holding on a team game flank so that your pocket can boom and save you, but it is a 1v1, and Lewis will find himself one game away from qualifying from Milan yet again. Lewis, Andy, 3-3 to determine which of our Onimaru players will make it to Brazil. 3-minute difference in castle age timing, and nothing Andy could do there. Investing into the fish boom backfired. Investing into it backfired. And we're going to have a game 7. They're hosting it right away. So it's a loss for Andy on one of his home maps now. And I don't think Lewis wants to play this map, but it's the map that's left. Win with the Saracens. This Portuguese against Bohemians? Turks against Bohemians, maybe? This would be Lewis's first LAN, not just Major LAN. Thought it was best of 5 and left after 3-2. Nope, it is best of 7. And Festa da Pulvora, if I'm saying that correctly. This map is going to be barrels of fun. And this has to be Bohemians Turks, right? It is a palisade walled map. Maybe Lewis goes Portuguese. Stress in Pulvora. Yeah, I guess that's what the accent means. Hello, Rodney. Hello, everyone in the chat. Close enough. I'll need to perfect it by the time I get to Brazil. Where are these maps? Are all games live? Viper Doubt will be Rex because Viper is old and doesn't stay up to play games anymore. Everything else will be live today. And they're in the lobby. They're getting ready. And once again, go make sure you give a follow to the Onimaru channel. We're just shy of 1,400. We're at 1,394. So give them a follow too. Yeah, 800 people watching these two streams, so thank you all for tuning in. And then we got all the YouTube viewers too. I think we got well over 1,000 people through all the streams we have right now. Yeah, Viper versus Doubt. We'll cast that at the end, but those will be Rex. We'll cast that after Liry Tatau. And I think ACCM Sertão is going on right now. Whether we cast that or start with the next set will determine how long this game... will be determined by how long this Game 7 lasts. And here we go, Festa da Pulvora. And the civs shall be Turks Burmese. Burmese, actually, for Andy. Potentially a good monk rush civ. Turks also a good monk civ in their own right. But mostly in the castle age. Once they get to imp, they lack block printing, so they don't want to stay on monks forever. So this map will have 3 bases of 3 vills each, and players will do some crazy Dark Age shenanigans to combine the vills or lure the javelinas from one base to another. All right, 10 seconds for Lewis's chance to qualify, for Andy's chance to qualify. And here we are, game number 7. How does this map work? It has a ton of explosive barrels. You destroy these barrels and the walls melt. In the middle of the map, some more barrels, destroy them, and you can kill a ton of ills who are mining resources in the mid-game, in the late game. 3 relics in the middle, and then 1 relic on either side. There's some rock terrain in the back, so you can't fully wall. Start with 3 bases, 3 villas each, and immediately we're going to see Andy deleting walls to bring the Javelina in. Ooh, but the Javelina walks back. It walks back for Andy. Not a good start for Andy. Wanting that under his starting TC. Communicating to your map. Maybe it is, maybe it is. And the gunpowder kegs. 8 pierce armor, so ranged units don't do all that much damage to them until late game, but you can sacrifice melee units to destroy them. Open up passages to your opponent's base. Lewis with the mining camp, mining stone and gold. You start with a mining camp on one base and a mill in another. And Lewis will do a gate between the 2 bases and try to push deer in. Thank you, Jazra, for the follow. Guess how many monks Andy will make? Probably 200. So the Burmese, what do they have? An insane monk tech tree. No heresy, but other than that, monk technology is minus 50%. Lumber camp technology is free, a good upgrade for a monk rush. And I think Andy will go full monks. The Turks, though, free light cav upgrade, a good civ for countering monk rushes. Gunpowder in the late game, usually pretty good against monks. Particularly artillery cannon that will have extra range. They get up to 14 range compared to the 12 range of block printing monks, so some of the best cannon to use against monks. There are a bunch of deer and other animals. I'm sure T90 would love hearing all the animals on this map in the mill area. And Andy changed from the mine to a lumber camp, added a lumber camp in this area. Sometimes people just delete walls and run vills over. And Andy sacrificed the scout. Nope, Andy's scout's still here. Didn't sacrifice the scout. Now this is Andy's home map, and since it is a clown map, I don't think Lewis would be the biggest fan of playing it. I don't know what his practice is like. But with only 1 map ban, Lewis decided to ban the Islands map. Banned Fernando de Noronha rather than Festa de Pulvora. I still gotta get those pronunciations better. But I'm wondering how well will the players use the gunpowder barrels. Andy adding in a barracks, so it looks like he wants to do something in the feudal age. It makes a clown map a clown map. Any map that hamsters don't like, pretty much. And feudal for Andy. Feudal for Andy. Also, we have these new fort gates that we added to go along with the fortified palisade wall on the main base. And you're getting pushed from Andy, pushed into the mill, and adding in militia. So will he use the militia as a sacrificial militia against a barrel? Wait, oh, wait. 9 HP, 9 HP left. Andy was attacking that barrel with the scout. He was attacking the barrel with the scout. He'll sacrifice something to attack the barrel and get into the mining camp area. Try to deny Lewis from taking gold and stone. Now, because the barrel destroys walls, you can't wall behind this easily. You can't wall behind it. And you don't get an attack notification when the barrel is attacked. You do when your walls are attacked, but not the barrel. So what is Andy going to do with his militia? Where is he going? Didn't weaken any other barrels. What's the explosion? A radius the blast width is 3.75, which for reference, a heavy demo is 3.25. So you get a good number of palisade walls destroyed. And if you don't cause a chain reaction, the next barrel is so weak you can destroy it easily. And Andy doesn't have to use that barrel right away. He can rush over here, wait for some archers later, and go for it later on. They are gunpowder kegs. They are gunpowder kegs. So, it is gunpowder inside. And because Lewis went for this fancy gate, this actually would leave his main base open for Andy to break in. And he'll abandon the food and wall this off. Men-at-Arms and arson from Andy, as he also goes now for an archery range. So, oh, this is Andy's plan. Men-at-Arms over here, force Lewis to react. Looks like Lewis wants to fast castle. Lewis needs another tile of wall by the market. And while Lewis is fast castling, Andy wants to go archers, get 4 or 5 archers, destroy the barrel, and get in here. Oh, Andy has a plan. Andy has a plan. Gonna keep an eye to make sure we see the plan in action. Lewis manages to wall. Doesn't finish the market. Guess he needs a bit more food to go up, but he should be able to fast castle cleanly. And then, well, he won't be able to go for Janissaries if he doesn't have stone, but he's collecting enough stone right now. You can go to the outside and go to the corners of the map where you'll find gold and stone. You could also sacrifice 1 man-at-arms on the barrel. Maybe Lewis should realize there's a man-at-arms who ran away, and that something's up. 2 archers, 3 archers. Fletching for Andy. Is he fine if he I mean, he needs to react quickly to this. He's not going to be expecting it. And the archers. I think you do need fletching for extra range against it. Lewis sees... Oh, don't run your scout there, Lewis. And boom, the barrel is open. The other barrel can be destroyed easily, and Lewis is going to run. He's going to run out the back. He'll run out the back. He has to wall this. Andy's setting the scout in. And Lewis will wall that up. So Andy's in. He could shoot the barrels over the other side. And Lewis has to run away. He doesn't have any gold or stone right now. You don't have anything in your starting base. And he could run to the corners, but that's pretty far away. He could try to take the middle, but that's risky with these barrels there. He didn't tower. So Andy, you leave 1 man-at-arms attacking the mining camp. And he had 22 stone short of a castle as the Turks. And buying it now is expensive, as he doesn't have gold. And he'll need to head to the corner and scout and try to find more stone, which he should be able to take, but also not really able to defend on the outside because you cannot wall atop the rock terrain. This little rocky river area. And yeah, he'll have to buy the stone, but doesn't have gold access too. How do you make Janissaries if you're then buying your stone? And where does he make the castle anyway? Has to be at the front of his base. He's doing loom. Oh, he didn't have loom there either. So there's the castle. There is the castle. But Andy using the barrels properly. Lewis has gone down to 1 base now. And he'll be forward to the castle. He can walk back now and then take the gold again. He's opening the walls a bit, doing another mining camp, and now he can start making Janissaries. And with the light cav, he'll fight the scout. Andy needs to realize the castle's going up. He can't fight there. He wants to kill the light cav, though. The castle's up. And now, I would say here come the Janissaries, if it weren't for the lack of gold. Now, Andy can actually shoot the barrels over the wall, open up the wall. And so Andy's thinking, Lewis has to have gone to one of the corners for gold. I'll destroy the barrels and search out there. Exploding relics for the next map. Can monks move the barrels like relics? I was thinking maybe a villager should be able to pick up a barrel and turn into a petard. But 1 man-at-arms, Janissary will help deal with that. That'll go down. And barrels do take a while to die to archers. There it goes. And another nice boom. The 2 barrels should explode next to each other. Oh! Poor Rhea, too close to the exploding barrels. Yeah, and Andy's, he's heading straight to the corner, looking for Lewis out there, but Lewis, he's not out there, he's in the middle. He's pushing with his own Janissaries. He can destroy barrels with Janissaries. They have enough pierce attack, they'll destroy barrels really quickly. Into a monk with a barrel. The trade carts should be able to pick them up, turning them into that Barbarossa pickled barrel unit. And Janissaries, 7 range now instead of 8, which should be pretty good against the monk rush, nevertheless still. So if Andy wanted to do monks, could be a risk for him. He has 1 Vil on stone. Could maybe do a guard tower defense, but not quite at the spot for a castle yet. Lewis may be missing the opportunity to destroy the gunpowder and force Andy off of his gold. And Andy will do a TC on the outside, realizing how risky it is in the middle. But yeah, Andy let Lewis get back onto the main gold. Didn't keep his archers there. Andy wanted the archers over here. Oh, he's going to destroy another barrel. He's going to get into the back of Lewis's base. Lewis needs to be prepared for this. We have archers in the back. He's not walled off. And Andy through again. The walls are down. The archers are in. Andy is a scout. Lewis is very quickly trying to house wall, but he's a farm there. We'll need a gate by the farm, maybe. A couple of Janissaries should be able to deal with this, but it will slow down the push. As Andy going double monastery monk rush to try to defend his wood line. Triple monastery, even. The Janissaries there start to fire at the Vils. Can't quite get them. Andy walled far enough away, just quite. Janissaries don't want to get their feet wet hopping over those ponds by the monastery. And Andy will run out the back. Mangonel forward. Mangonel your own monks. Andy going back to his second TC. Men-at-arms by the market. Lewis needs to be careful he doesn't lose the market. More Janissaries for him. This game is crazy. Oh, there's a scout in on the lumber camp somehow. Ram also for the Lewis, as Andy will, I guess, try to amass monks. Maybe put them in the TC. Wouldn't it be even worse for monks versus Janissaries? It is pretty bad for them versus Janissaries, you're right. Also the monks, though, kind of one of the useful units against Janissaries, though. Because converting them is so valuable. And those Janissaries took some TC fire there. And double monasteries going down to that attack round for Lewis would be sick. Not as good against Mangonels now, that they don't have as much range. Great use of the light cav there. Hits it with the Mangonel. That monastery almost destroyed. Mangonel could finish that off. Look at the TC. 1 monk escapes. With redemption, Andy needs to kill it. That Mangonel could be converted. It is converted. The light cav was not in the right spot. The Janissaries all get Mangonelled. The Janissaries all get Mangonelled. Lewis, he stopped attacking the monasteries when he could have destroyed them. And he lost all of the Janissaries. He's still on 1 TC. Andy's booming. He has a 2 Vil lead. And he's trying to punch his ticket to Brazil. And just like that, the Janissaries miss their 8 range. Oh, if he'd gotten 2 more Mangonel shots, that monastery goes down. Instead, now the light cav also gets converted. Disaster for Lewis. He wanted to scout if Andy was outside. Well, another market. The Men-at-Arms also destroyed his initial market. And it feels like everything's going wrong for Lewis here. Andy still has Vils over at that gold mine. Okay, what's the micro here? He splits. Andy picking up relics now. Janissaries have to pull back. They get 1 Mangonel. They destroy Mangonel still very well with their 17 attack, but they also die. I don't think the barrels destroy the barracks, but we'll see how well Janissaries do against them. Yeah, that opens a passageway in. And Andy never rewalled that, not that it would do much with the barrels. So Lewis can try to pressure the outside now. He'll do a second TC, and to be honest, 47 Vils to 50. This is a free game for anyone to boom and win. I still do like Turk's late game. I'd have to be careful about Andy grabbing relics. Lewis could try to get relics on the outside. Those Men-at-Arms will destroy the mill. Hope Lewis doesn't need to turn on auto farm.
Okay.
Yeah, those Men-at-Arms got a lot of value. Finally a good raid on the Vils. Janissaries are still strong. And Janissary versus Monk. Goodbye, Monk. The monastery repaired quite a bit from Andy. And did Lewis... He has to have seen that TC. He may have seen the farms. Farms show up as a visual bug, whether you've scouted them or not, so I don't know if he's actually seen it. A few more Janissaries, though, and this could be a big risk. Lewis, I think he needs to be devoted. I think Lewis's play needs to be devotion, a couple more Janissaries, and then clean this up. The spears, you don't care about the spears right now if you're Lewis. Here come the monks. Let's hope Andy puts the monks by the barrel, and Lewis snipes the barrel. Lewis getting back. Has to be careful now that Andy has the conversion set. Andy just needs to chase now. As long as he has vision, he can keep chasing. Ooh, and that's horrible for Lewis. The monks have been charging. The Janissaries are being sent to the conversion chamber. I think he maybe could have tried to get here and get out to the corner to avoid the monks, but now he's trapped. And Andy should probably quick wall this, as another monk comes forward. Andy and Lewis really needs devotion. And he's gonna turn. Every time he does that, he turns and runs away. He's giving the monks more charge. He's picking off Vills. The monks are maintaining their conversion. However, that does mean, on the other side, he could maybe clear the mangonel? Gets one mangonel. He needs to attack the barrels, maybe? No, he just suicide by barrel to avoid monk conversions, I guess. Yeah, and he just deletes. Good, great monk micro from Andy. With a third TC. He is out booming Lewis, both with 3 TCs now. Scout is faster than Light Cav? Yes, it is. Light Cav is 5/100ths of a tile per second slower. Lewis, has to be careful about the TC destroying the barrels. And he's doing another mining camp, as he's grabbing a relic. Janissaries now, and hop in and out of the tower to break the conversion. As the monks are reamassed from Andy. Now, if Lewis had all those Janissaries together now, he could fight this. 2 Light Cav, I think he's going too early. He'll get a monk and then needs to delete. He's going for the mangonel, he almost gets it. 7 HP left. I think Onamaru will lose this. Onamaru might also win it. And another castle, this time from Andy. And go for a Rambai, which are interesting against Janissaries. I'm not sure how they do currently with the low range of the Janissaries. I still feel that Turks are such a good late game save. Lewis has a chance if he can hold on and force it to go late, but oh, those monks are devastating. The Turks also, they do have Heresy as an option. So they should be a good anti-monk civ. That tower has to go up before the monks come forward. Lewis might lose a Vil. Doesn't have fletching even for the tower though, so that gives the monks more room to operate. And, oh, the men-at-arms, they kill a Vil. The value never ends with these men-at-arms. They kill 2 Vils. Oh, those men-at-arms. Those might be the most valuable men-at-arms I've ever seen. No more mining camps for Lewis in that area. He's fallen behind. The MVP at arms. They also showed Andy where the Vils are going, so if Andy wants to swing down here, he'll know Lewis is doing a TC there. Also, Andy getting the walls up. There's the Light Cav coming in. And Imp. Imp indeed clicked for Andy in that northern TC, the safe TC. So it looked like Lewis had something going early on with the mangonel push, but some good conversions and some poor Janissary micro. Flipped things around in a hurry. And now, Lewis, I doubt he'll call GG when he sees Imp, because of how important this game is. But things are looking better and better for Andy. And Lewis, well, he can try again next week. This was maybe his best shot, though, in the bracket. Had to go through the best players in Dagao and Andy. But he did manage to skip Viper, Liry, and Yo. And also Sebastian. And As Andy's up to Imp, he might be 90 seconds away from winning. And Doubt, He did beat Doubt recently, though, I believe in the Red Bull qualifier. And Lewis about to click Imp himself. All right, he's not 2 minutes behind. He's still okay. He's still the Turks. And he's still on a 3 TC boom with the Turks. 73 to 95 Vils. And he's got to hope. He has to hope that the late game of the Turks is enough to overcome all those monks of the Burmese.
Okay.
And Lewis still is not devoted. I think he should be able to hold if he gets Imp and can do instant bombard cannon. He will need devotion though, because Andy will do block printing. You need to be extra careful not to lose cannon to conversions. The Burgundians we saw yesterday had extra attack on their cannon, 20% extra attack. That moved it from 40 to 50, which makes the difference between sniping a Sanctity monk in one shot or two, because they have 45 hit points. We'll like have running into spears now. And they will get free hussars. That could also mean if they get converted, Andy gets free hussars. Bloodlines and foraging, so he is going to go hussars. He wants it so that he can camp underneath castles. It's not just to snipe monks, but also to snipe trebs. But he needs to be devoted if he's going to do this. He's also amassing a bit of gold. Faster gold mining for the Turks will be incredibly good if he wants to go for heresy. But I think if Lewis is going to win this game, he'll need to do something to get the gold back in his starting spot. Imagine Andy loses all the monks to a barrel. Leaving the Treb unguarded. So this is what Lewis wants with the... Oh! This is what Lewis wants with the Bloodlines. He loses all the light cav before they become Hussars. Well, that's why he did Bloodlines. And that's why you wait for Imp. He saw the monks move away and he wanted to jump. Maybe he should have gone for the Mangonels first, because the Mangonels just defended those Trebs. And that's several hundred food in all those Hussars. But now he does have Hussar. Now he has Hussar, doesn't have any armor upgrades. But the Burmese have to rely on Trebs. They don't have cannon. And as long as there's some way that Lewis can stop the monks, get to cannon, he can hold on. Now those monks looking scary. Hills down there on stone. Lewis will send them to fight the monks. Oh, Andy could be debated though. He's getting conversions on the Vils. That means the monks will be vulnerable to the Hussars. They're on the rock terrain, so no quick walling. There go the Hussars, husbandry on the way. Oh, they're getting distracted by the Vils though. Getting distracted by the Vils. They need to focus on the monks. On the other side, a couple of pikemen raids. There's a tower there if Lewis notices that. Pikemen aren't the best raiding unit. I'm just gonna maybe delete some walls to go for the monks. Arambai. As Lewis is, what did I say? Free Hussar for Andy. Losing the Hussars. Thank you, Voltuned, for the follow. And 3 Trebs now for Andy. Things looking better and better for Andy. 131 to 86 Vils. And Lewis will have to pull off some crazy good Turks gameplay with those cannon to save himself here. The TC's down, but he has cannon. He has cannon, he has Hussar, and he's a dream. He forced game 7. He needs to remember these are his own walls he can delete. He doesn't need to run around. And sniping off more monks. And he's still just gonna have to hope that the late game is good enough for the Turks, that he can hold on. Find a way to win this. As he loses the Hussars but snipes the monks. He has 2 cannon and a dream. Halb for Andy, extra attack on the Halb as the Burmese. And Andy will be dropping a forward castle. Half the eco, no armor. That was a big waste from Lewis, trying to dive the Trebs and losing everything. I mean, if that succeeds and he destroys 2 Trebs, you turn things around because Andy can't push as fast. Lewis then has more time to boom. He has cannon, but he cannot. Oh, Deneb. The pun. I'll be going down to the castle fire. The Trebs are bunched up, and Lewis will have to run. Does he have artillery? No, he does not. He cannot afford artillery. It is cheaper now that it doesn't cost stone, but he cannot afford it. Trying to do another market. He's getting a raid. He is getting a hussar raid as Andy's trying to do a castle. Trying to find something happening with Andy 146 vills. He can afford to lose some vills. Oh, this TC from Lewis will go down to the Trebs. Lewis, he keeps falling farther and farther back. I'll interview if Andy's around for an interview, sure. I think we have another set starting at 15 minutes from now. So I think we can hop right into the next one then. Helm's going down to the castle fire. Cannon comes back. Treb takes a hit. Lewis holding on for dear life. Holding on for dear life. Monk's going down. And those two Trebs are very close to going down. And down they go. Treb destroyed by the cannon, and Andy more castles where he will have all the gold control. All of the gold control. So Andy, right from the start, weakened the barrel with the scout, prepared for the feudal age archers. Lewis was prepared to run. It was a bit tricky for him to get the castle up, but what really turned it around were those conversions and mangonel shots at the front of Andy's base when Lewis was pushing. If you've been able to protect the mangonel and keep the siege push. Yeah, I think also the part of the key is that Andy, since he had the archers out, Lewis wasn't able to do the castle forward, had to do the castle at home. And that slows everything down. If the castle goes forward, then you can apply more pressure. Right, but since it's at home, it takes a while. So hand cannoneers now for Lewis. He's trying to rebuild the castle. 155 vills to 67. Maybe, just maybe, he can hold for a bit longer. Yeah, it's not 5k score difference yet. ACCM would still be playing too. Villa Ducks. And Andy's doing his own hussar. He's saying, I don't need to convert them anymore. Lewis calls the GG, and Andy will qualify for another LAN. Lewis, once more, one game away from qualifying, but can't finish it. He'll have to play in the qualifier next week. Had more kills, but 20 conversions from Andy, including some clutch conversions right at the start of the Castle Age. That felt so close. It felt like Lewis stopped attacking the monastery when he needed to destroy it. The monk popped out. Of course, it's easier to see from our point of view. Andy is an insane late game player. Automod. Automod stopping that. We're going to continue. Let's see if we can get Andy in for an interview. Let me double check. Wait, is my Discord picking up my microphone too? Let me just message Andy and make sure he's up for an interview before I startle him by jumping into his voice channel. Yep, he's up for it. All right. And hello, Andy. How you doing?
Hello, hello. Should I turn on my camera or it's...
No, we're not that fancy today. we're doing the interview the week after Red Bull. We need more time to set that up. But congratulations, Andy. Congratulations, you're going to be heading to Brazil in July against your teammate Lewis.
It's a crazy one. Holy. I'm so sweaty. I have to take a shower in like after that interview.
I bet that was insane. Went to game number 7, and on the barrel map, we haven't seen that too much, as your final home map. What were you thinking when you got to that map? Because you actually were using the barrels a bit.
Well, I'm against Turks. I know he doesn't want to go feudal, probably. I have Burmese, I have +1 on my men-at-arms. So I wanted to go aggressive against Turks. Don't want to boom and let him go to Janis or boom himself to imp.
Yeah, because he was pressuring you with the Janissaries and Mangonels. You had a couple of really good conversions and Mangonel shots in your base.
Yeah, that was the conversion into Mangonel shots. That was huge. That kind of won me the game there.
Right,
but I don't know where he went with all the villagers. Like, I was in his left base, I was in his right base, and in the middle there is nothing, right? So what did he do with all the vills?
Yeah, you were searching for them. He actually just went back to his main mining camp and had a bunch of gold there. He didn't run to the outside.
Yeah, but I killed that with my men-at-arm first.
Yeah, he just went back. He just went back after
he sent the men-at-arms build another one, I guess. But...
Yeah. But your men-at-arms were valuable. They were destroying the market. They found the vills running to the corner at the end of the game. I think those were the 2 best men-at-arms I might have ever seen.
Oh, that was... Everything went well there. But the other games, oof. Just back and forth all the time, I guess.
Yeah, so you also had... We had the unfortunate drop and restore mid-game through that very aggressive Britain's Goths map. What's going through your mind? Because obviously that's horrible for everyone, the admins, the players. How do you keep yourself composed and focused when that happens?
Well, first I was like, oh shit, I don't have a restore file. And I thought I was in a winning position. And as soon as I restarted my game, then I had the restore file, and I was like, please, please, please restore at the time where it dropped, right? Because if I go there half a minute later, I probably idle my TCs, idle my army, I get killed by his Mangonels, whatever. But luckily, when I jumped in the game and the time was correct, I was like, oof, let's win this.
Yeah, that's a tricky situation too, because it's obviously a very extreme Civ matchup where Lewis is about to get Huskarls. So it's like the next 2 minutes are absolutely crucial for do you deny the farms and the castles enough before his army comes out.
I mean, I still think I'm fine if I have like crossbowmen plus knights or crossbowmen plus infantry. But yeah, it's gonna be tricky if he raids everywhere and I have to chase him all the map.
Yeah. So you've been to LAN events before. You've been, I believe it was NAC 4 or 5 in the past.
NAC 5 and Chinese one. Now the third one, I guess.
Yes.
Now it's the home cup as well.
Yeah, now it's your home. Yeah, your home cup where you still travel halfway across the world to Brazil for your home LAN, but hosted by your team. And so what's your expectations for this? Because obviously you've probably been practicing with the Onimaru players at the boot camp and so on. You're familiar with heading there. Do you have good expectations for yourself in this map pool? Because you're also someone who plays some of the fancy map pools in other tournaments too.
Yeah, I feel like this map pool is very good. I think it suits like all playsets basically. We had even this set we had like 2 open aggressive maps, 2 water maps, 2 hybrid maps, 1 closed map. Kind of like it. I had like a mix of everything. So because preparation matters a lot there, and well, I feel confident on those maps. I had very good practice as well. I think I went, I don't know, I don't want to say who I faced, but I went, I don't know, 45 or stuff like that in practice. So I was pretty confident going into the set.
Chat thinking that you're Liry because of the same accent. Both Austrians. Well, congratulations, Andy. You have any more thoughts before we let you go take your shower?
Oh, no, thanks. Everything, I'm just blessed. I can go to Brazil again, and I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, we're looking forward
to And now I
seeing...
can jump, I can skip a week. That's the hugest part, because we have 4 weeks in a row Qualifier, and Qualifier are the most stressful. I prefer having a main event, and like you have a group stage and having 5 rounds, but here Qualifier is always like, you have to win, else you're out instantly.
Right, because we have Warlords coming up too, and you're going to be in the qualifiers for that right afterwards.
So I have to prepare that one, and I have 1 more week time. That's very good. I like that.
All right, well, congratulations, and we'll see you in Brazil.
Thank you. See you there. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks to Andy for the interview, and we are going to hop right into the next set, I believe. Let me see this. What is our schedule for today? Should be Yo versus Sebastian starting in about 5 minutes. So ACCM versus Sertão is also going on, but I think it's probably better if we start right from the beginning of a set rather than jumping into the middle, as much as I do want to see the two of them playing the barrel map right now. So let's see, I don't know if anyone else is covering that. I think Ornlu will cover ACCM Sertão. If you want to go see that, I know Mem's streaming too. We're gonna take a quick break here, and then head on over to Yo versus Sebastian. So stay tuned, we'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes, and get ready for the next set. Just in time for Sebastian, indeed. So Yo is hosting the drafts. And just about to get started with the civs. We will have Vel de Silva as our first map. And again, Yo banning the water map. So no FC Hulks today. And we didn't get the barrel map for game 1, unfortunately. But we will have Coast Arena as a home map for Sebastian. Yo, not necessarily known as that much of a clown, so picking the closed maps against him does make sense. I'm gonna get some Portuguese tips from the Onamaru chat. Sorry if I don't get to all the chats. I do have 4 chats open. I say Pulvora. You say the O like the O in owl. Okay, I can work with that. I wouldn't say Yo used to be horrible, right? He's still a really good player compared to everyone else, but compared to the pros, wasn't really his fort the way it would be for some other players. His chat made him play it. Chat will do that to you, right? If you don't like a map, they'll make you play it over and over again. I think that happened to Hera too. Everyone picked Arena against him, so he got decent on it. Play it until you like it, as Race Car Driver says. So, oh, nice. We have passed 1,400 followers on the Onamaru channel. So, everyone who follows there, thank you all so much. Climbing towards 1,500. I think we'll probably more than double the follower count throughout all these qualifiers. So, thank you all so much for the support. Chat good if they're making you play Arena, Red Cliffy. Let's see if we have any. Nope, no issues with the drafting. They're still going for it. Yeah, Burmese versus Turks that previous game. YouTube chat saying, is this a worst skirm competition? I think it probably is. They were thinking very hard about starting the draft, I guess. This is where I'm gonna throw my suggestion. Just like the pitch clock in baseball, we need a map draft to civ draft clock, or force them to get started. I'm fine with giving players maybe 3 minutes to think about picks between drafts, but yeah, I gotta keep things moving. There we go, there we go. Been liking the cast? Well, thank you very much. Can you balk a draft? I don't think we have any balks here. We do have the random picks. That's about as close as we can get. It's a balk. It's a baseball thing. It's if you have a runner on base, and no one even knows exactly what it is. I think, but it's a violation where basically you make a move other than making a pitch, where you are kind of in between throwing out a runner or delivering a pitch to home plate. You get called for a balk, and the runners get to advance a base. But it's a very technical thing, and it's also very up to the umpire to call one. And it's kind of a joke that it's not really clear what a balk is and what it isn't. Well, anyway, nothing to do with a Civ draft, though. Instead, we have a bunch of bans. When we first did the Civ drafts, players said they wanted more bans, so we gave them more bans. Doesn't mean the draft takes a bit longer, though. We have the new Civs, the Mapuche, being banned immediately by Sebastian. Also, Byzantines, Huns. Huns a Civ Yo really does like for hybrid maps, so I think it does make sense for Sebastian to ban them. First pick is done in parallel, so we could have a mirrored pick. We haven't seen too many of them, but they have cropped up here and there. This is why we need 15 admin bans. I wouldn't mind having lots of random bans. I like the random bans. And different priorities there. Portuguese for Yo, Jurchens for Sebastian. Oh, I hope these two play Monte Pascoal, because I want to see their strats if they go for the middle or start on the islands. The shoe for Yo, that could be FC War Chariots on map number 1. Like some civs get banned all the time. Players definitely have different preferences. I like the fact that we sometimes have the top civs banned, and we don't see the top civs over and over. So you have to have a few different civs prepared. You can't just get one strat and play it repeatedly on a map. So Roman's there too. Tatar is a civ pick. Could also be for map 1 with all the sheep, all the herdables. Maybe also for a Pantanal. Quite a few maps that have extra herdables on them. Make some of the other civs viable too, like Britain's we saw earlier. Is there another set today? Yes, there's Sebastian Yo, there's also Liry Tatau, and also Viper Doubt. So we'll cast this set, we'll join Liry Tatau and cast whatever is left over when this one ends, and then we'll do the Rex of Viper and Doubt. So I think we'll just skip over Sebastian, or not Sebastian, Sertão ACCM. I think One Lou's covering that if you want to check it out, and we'll wait for this one to get started. I have a bit of a break in the day. Because we do have overlapping sets, so we won't cover every single game, but we'll do our best to get to as much as we can. And I'll prefer casting a full set than a partial one. So here we have Britons as the pick for Sebastian. Spanish also the pick for Yo. Letting Yo have Spanish when there are 2 nomad maps in the pool sounds very, very scary. I know Viper had his reign of dominance, Hair is in his now, but there's nothing that scares me so much as Yo with Spanish on a nomad map. And the Muisca 2, another one of the new civs. And I'm not going to cast all 35 games. Well, if ACCM Sertão goes 7-2, then we're in for a crazy day. I thought that was going to be a really close matchup too, when I first saw it. This is a long day no matter what. This is the day we started at 8 a.m. for me, and the gym tonight closes at 7 p.m. I think I'm not going to be able to get there tonight. Rooting for Yo because Sebastian has the regional qualifiers. Part of me is kind of rooting for Sebastian. I kind of want to see the Latin American players do as well as they can in the international qualifier to kind of clear the field and make the regional qualifier more interesting if the top players all qualify. Fire at the LAN. I just like the regional qualifier to be interesting. Alright, as I just about done with the Civ draft, I'm gonna go grab my second coffee, and then we'll get things started here. Thank you, Vandilium, for the follow. What will our last pick be? The Chinese! Yo, picking his home Civ. Alright, everyone. Coffee acquired. Let's get ready for our second set of the day. Yo versus Sebastian. Up as the spectator dashboard's loading. A temporarily offline dashboard. My worst nightmare. And there we go, Sebastian Yo, just about to get started. I'm actually kind of curious that Yo banned the water map. I would think Yo is pretty experienced there, but maybe he just doesn't want to play it. Yeah, it might just be the new water balance he's... I mean, personally, I haven't really been a fan of the water maps we've seen, so I think I can understand just not wanting to play it simply. Did Lewis win? Zebeslav, sorry for Lewis to say that he did not. Andy did win, but Lewis did not. And just waiting for the lobby to get hosted. They're picking their pings. This is always going to be an adventure. Trying to find the pings for South America versus China. West US probably will be the answer. Well, Lewis once again came one game away from qualifying for a LAN event and fell just short. If actually their pings, 176 to 171, very close for West US. Now Andy won, give him some credit, Gallows. Lewis made it very interesting. But saving that final map for Game 7, I think, heavily favored Andy. And Lewis's best shot to win, I think, was that Britain's Goths game. Remember, Andy also benefits quite a bit from the tournament points and the fact he plays all the A tier and B tier events. He improves his seeding thanks to that. Gives him a better shot at going to these LAN events. How can one join these events? You simply sign up. We have a sign up form in the tournament Discord server. And you sign up. Signups for the next qualifier are closed though. You simply pay attention. Most tournaments are open signups. You have to just pay attention for tournament announcements. Which can be kind of hard with all the events that go on, but if you go to the AUE2 website, they do have a calendar of at least the big and sponsored events. Does that not work in my chat? It might need to be typed in the Onomaru chat. Oh yeah, it posts the link, but it only posts the link in Onomaru's chat if you type it. Interesting. I mean, if I do that, does it show in both? Oh, there we go. I'll have to check the box. I don't want the link double posted. But alright, in the lobby. And what? Yeah, I'm thinking still Shu is a pick for Yo is an option. Random people joining the lobby. Also, their elo is very close right now on the ranked ladder. Yo 2790, Sebastian 2795, so both just about 2k8. How did they determine the seedings? Through tournament ATP points, through AoE2 tournament points. And here we go, launching the game, spec delay in effect. We'll have Sebastian as the Britons and Yo as the Shu when we load in. So, could this be dueling FCs with 8-range crossbow versus War Chariot, I wonder? If you go to the brackets page, which maybe we do real quick while we're waiting to load in for this one. This is bracket D. Yes, it is. We'll take a quick look at the brackets during the spec delay. We had Yo was the top seed of everyone who signed up, Sebastian seed number 7. Yo eliminated his LY teammates, went through Lix and Vivi to get here. Sebastian went through Ozone and Nikov too. Everyone in the top seeds were seeded randomly into the brackets. So we have the seeding steps here. Based on the tournament points, Yo was one of the top 5, Sebastian one of the next 5. So the top 5 were Liry, Yo, Viper, Andy, and ACCM. And as I said earlier, Andy does benefit in the tournament points quite a bit, because of all of the A and B tier events he plays, and does very well in. So, not just in the seeding, but also his preparation for some of the more weird maps. So we'll get into the first map. It will be Britons against Shu. Much higher priority pick for Yo, going for the Shu. As we'll load in a few seconds, 15 seconds. Let's hope to remember the in-game timer. What happened with MBL? He signed up, but he didn't have time to play, so will not qualify this week. I'll have to play next week. So Sebastian sending 3 vills forward. 3 vills forward for Yo. Both players going for the deer in the middle right off the bat. Let's go. We could have a big vill fight. Will the players do Loom now? Looking for Loom. They see each other, right? They see each other. Yo trying to push in a deer. Sebastian will try to stop that. And Yo not doing Loom either. They're not looming up for a vill fight. Oh, there we go. There we go. No Loom vill fight. And he's going to push Yo away. Scouts on equal HP. And Yo gets an extra hit in on Sebastian's scout as he tries to run away. Alright, both scouts, at least from the start of the game, visible. I have a bug I fixed. I'll update the maps for next week. Where the scout on the rock terrain was invisible. That's one heck of a bug. But, okay, these are so peaceful vills. It's like they're playing a pacifist campaign here. They're just enjoying the flowers. And will someone do a mill? That's what I'm curious about. Looks like Yo won't because he has a lumber camp in the back. He has a lumber camp. Sebastian just scouting with the goose to see how far down the terrain goes. Yo will lure in the tapir. And Sebastian happy to hunt all the deer, take them back to the TC, not doing a mill. I've been taking some of the straggler trees maybe, waiting for a mill.
Ready.
And go to the back. Maybe he's hoping that if he's the Britons and he takes the deer, then Yo won't have them for a fast castle. Thank you. I need more cats for the follow. Well, if you need more cats, I can give you a jaguar. And a black panther. And the new Black Panthers from the DLC. So, more houses at the front for Sebastian. Got a nice wall off going, but he's maybe a bit of a risk because both of his golds are forward. Try to wall around that. Then can wall to the edge. Has a decent wall off over here. Some papaya trees in the back. Now, for this map, why Britons? It's because there are tons and tons of neutral herdables you can collect. Lots of capybaras scattered around. Yo is the shoe, in all likelihood for FC war chariots. We've seen that a couple times on the map, and we've seen FC strategies be quite successful on this map. So a couple of capybaras picked up from Yo as he tries to hoover them up. And a mill there for Sebastian. So my question now for Sebastian, you see what Yo's doing, and you are anticipating the FC war chariots. We have seen some players try to go aggressive men-at-arms and towers to stop fast castles. But you also do have the option of doing your own counter-fast castle. But as good as the Briton crossbows can be with 8 range, crossbows usually are not the answer to War Chariot, unless the range is enough. Like, Sebastian would have to play very defensively, and I think his map with the forward golds is difficult to do that. Are fast castles viable? They're so close together on such an open map. I think Phosphoro has showed us it doesn't matter what type of map you have, you can always pull off a fast castle. Sometimes they've worked, sometimes they haven't. I've seen both the fast castles succeed and I've seen it denied. Do you need redemption to convert war chariots? Yes, you do, and the Britons do not themselves have redemption, so they will not be able to convert the war chariots. There is a loom, a late loom for Sebastian, despite the early forward vills. And no vill fight. They both went forward and peacefully took the deer, not wanting to fight. And Feudal Age clicked at the same time for both of them. Yo with one more vill, but skipping the loom. So a bit riskier, but if he's not moving out, no problem for him. Sebastian will just want to grab as many capybaras as he can now, scatting around, trying to pick them up. Ooh, hopefully he grabs those 2 at the edge of the map, and he gets them. I thought I was going to miss by a single tile, but he gets them. The Britons gather ever so slightly faster from capybaras than they do from hunt, so extremely valuable for him to take these and gather as many as he can, more so than for Yo. The shoe, their bonus is their lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood, so they'll be getting quite a good eco themselves, but probably not specialized to the map like the Britons are. He has picked up a lot of capybaras himself, and Sebastian will keep scouting around trying to grab more. The more you get, the better your eco. Britons still get faster working archery ranges. Yes, they do. Their team bonus was nerfed from 20% to 10% faster. One of the reasons we probably don't see the Britons as much is that they can't pump out army from the ranges as fast, whether that's archer numbers or skirm numbers. It was a really good late game bonus when you were consistently closer to 200 population as you were losing units and replenishing them. And because of the rock terrain, you cannot wall yourself fully, unless you decide to build your base on only one half of the rock, which you could do. Here Sebastian will be walled up pretty much everywhere aside from the rock at the front. And one hit away from dying, but he has a straight line shot back to his TC, and Yo needs to pull his scout away, and he doesn't, and Sebastian kills with the scout. That was a risk for Sebastian to turn. He was hoping that Yo would turn and that he'd get a hit while Yo was turning. Well, it just kills the scout anyway. And Yo now up to the castle age, Sebastian up to the castle age, starting to queue archers. And this is with the range in the back, so it's not destroyed by forward siege. I think going to be difficult for Sebastian to play. And ultimately, he's almost out of capybaras. Yo's done a bit of a better job of picking them up. That's why I was a bit surprised to see Sebastian going for the deer in the middle right away. Probably to disrupt the fast castle, but as the Britons, he really does want to grab as many capybaras as he can. And since he had the scout would have been able to scout for them. But now, since he is the only scout alive, he can pick up the rest of them that are still scattered about. He goes straight to the left of his base, he'll find 4 more. So still more options for him to grab food, but both he and Yo have done a good job of scouting and picking them up. So Archer forward from Sebastian, he knows Yo is waiting for the workshop. And maybe Sebastian could find a vill or 2 exposed, but not much happening for Yo. He finishes the berries, walls that up. He'll be doing another mill on a second group of papaya trees. Sebastian really can't risk running through the TC with only 1 HP. But I don't think there'll be very many surprises on what Yo is going to do. There is the workshop, and we might even see a double workshop once he gets a bit more wood. Archer's forward. Ooh, workshop for Sebastian too, so it'll be mangonel crossbows for him. He's focusing on bowsaw in preference to any castle age upgrades for the archers. And if he were forward, he still gets that extra range for free. Maybe he could deny the workshop 90%. There's a monastery also for Yo. And the monastery will be denied at least. The Shu themselves do not have redemption. So if Sebastian goes mangonels, then Yo cannot convert them. And 1 crossbow down. And 6 range for the war chariots. And 0.99 speed to 0.96. So Sebastian can hope to run away. But has to get back towards the TC if the war chariot even cares about TC fire. 5 pierce armor, but there's the mangonel. And mangonels destroy war chariots. Just absolutely wreck them. It feels like FC mangonel should work. Work pretty darn well against this. Let me grab the brackets for you. There you go. And Bodcanero on the way for Sebastian. As the monk will try to run to the left, but get chased by the crossbows. Hello, Jessica. And the monk going for the relic will be picked off. War chariot can't get in. And I think I like Sebastian's spot here. He's doing a monastery of his own. And a lot comes down to mangonel micro, though. And I maybe trust Sebastian's micro a bit more than I do Yo's, especially against Britain crossbows. Yeah, the Britain crossbows with 8 range will be great against the 7 range mangonels. Oh, the Vills are fighting the war chariot. Let's go, that's the counter to war chariot. It's a Vill fights. Mangonel can't quite get the attack ground. War chariot still killing some archers. And the war chariot goes down. So far in this Civ matchup, I'm liking the Britons, but Yo is deciding to boom now. Trying to force the fight at the front while still booming. He has to bring his Vill back.
Ready. Yay. Ready. Mandatum.
Vill hit by the mangonel. And, ooh, nice dodge from Yo. Now it's all about Yo trying to keep Sebastian caught up in military while he booms and pick off crossbows. Sebastian's goal is to amass as many crossbows as he can and try to get an overwhelming army number. Another TC on the side for Yo. Mangonel's taking some hits, but they don't go down, so Yo can repair. Sebastian, ooh, takes a bit of a mangonel shot. Nothing too bad, though. Nothing too bad. And the war chariots just died to the mangonels. That's the key to this strategy. You want to keep your opponent in feudal, where you wreck almost everything from feudal, aside from if you get jumped by spears. Once your opponent gets mangonel, or gets mangonels out, it is so much harder to use the war chariots.
Ready.
There's a couple of mangonels on their way forward. Bowsaw for Sebastian.
为
And Yo wants to pick up that relic. Not quite there. He'll pull back, seeing the 1 HP scout. How is the mangonel shot? Can he stop the scout? Sebastian can stop his own scout with his own mangonel. He will clear the next mangonel from Yo, but loses the scout there.
Mandatum?
Oh, Sebastian, not like that. Well, there goes the scout, but no redemption for the monk. So not really a threat to the mangonels, and Sebastian will be picking up relics himself. Already has one, picking up a second, going for the far relic first. The Viper-esque greed going for the far relics. And he'll bring that back. Yo still defending with mangonels. And it'll be a second and now third TC, the cheap Britain TCs for Sebastian. Yo, however, went for the TCs earlier and has a good 12-vil lead. And he'll need to manage that into an eco advantage, while still playing mangonels. Now, the Shu themselves are a good archer civ, but usually you don't want to go archers against Britons, simply because they'll out-micro you, especially Sebastian with his micro.
Ready.
This is an Uno reverse card for war chariots against Britons.
Ready. Yay.
I remember playing Rome Total War, where the Briton generals were the war chariot general.
Yay. Ready.
Monk healing up crossbows, as the mangonels are still repaired.
Yay.
And Sebastian wants to push forward with the crossbows. Mangonels dodging. And will need to be repaired. Yo doesn't get killed there. Enough of a dodge from Yo that he destroys the mangonel, but loses another mangonel to crossbows. And you'll survive there just barely. But the 8 range of the crossbows letting them whittle down the HP just enough, but Sebastian does suffer a hit. I feel that the longer this goes, the bigger Sebastian's crossbow mass climbs, the harder it gets for Yo. However, he does still have a nice Vil lead. He's turned that into 1k more res collected, was even just a couple minutes ago. But now he's pulling ahead of Sebastian, wheelbarrow on the way. And if he can just hold and dance for long enough, maybe he gets to a point where he suddenly can get military numbers of his own to overwhelm Sebastian. 3 to 25, and I'm so used to seeing Yo games like this, where he has no military, he's just booming, and then suddenly he comes back. And also thank you, Miguel, for the sub to Team Onamaru.
Ready.
Thank you very much, Miguel.
Ready. Yay. Mandatum. Ready.
And now Yo just defending with mangonels.
Mandatum.
Oh, look at that emote. I know Trupto was making some more emotes. Don't know if he uploaded them yet. The great outpost from Sebastian, giving him vision of the mangonel fight. And here he's just trying to use those Briton crossbows as well as he can.
Mandatum.
Yo doesn't necessarily need to get big hits, he just wants to stall. Stall until his eco kicks in. Here's Bodkin. He's queuing skirms, doing the university. So he'll wait a bit for elite skirm and for the university, as Sebastian tries to destroy the market. Bodkin and then armor queued for Yo. Really do want both armor upgrades, so he has to be careful to ensure the blacksmith survives long enough that he gets them. 3 mangonels take it out pretty quickly. So as long as Yo is dancing with the mangonels, should be okay. Loses a mangonel though to the crossbows. That's another hit. He just wants to keep the blacksmith standing. Pull the mangonels down. Don't know if you'll be able to get the second armor, which you really do want for skirms before you fight crossbows. And there's the armor, it's in the blacksmith, but the blacksmith will go down. So we'll need another blacksmith. There's elite skirm, won't quite have the upgrades, doesn't have ballistics yet either. And now your next blacksmith is competing with wood for ballistics. He's getting a castle up. Now white feather guards are an interesting unique unit. Usually supposed to be weak versus ranged soldiers, so I don't know if you'd want to do them against the Britons. Castle also for Sebastian. Britons with Warwolf Trebs I think should have the much better late game siege, as scary as traction Trebs can be. Oh, and Sebastian's in. Sebastian is in. He's going through the palisades. Yo didn't have that house walled. Yo tries to house wall behind it, and he gets the skirmishers around perhaps just in time to force Sebastian back. He's got ballistics on the way. Sebastian still doesn't have ballistics, and Sebastian with 2 mangonels clumped up, he will get out of the way, indeed in time. And as the mangonels start going down. Farm tricks. Why have they been picking Britons again? Because the maps have a lot of capybaras on them, and they benefit from their faster collecting herdable bonus. So give them a better eco than they're used to having, and suddenly we get to see them again. And Sebastian also picked Britons anticipating the Civ matchup. So he was pretty safe in the assumption that Yo would be going Shu. Now he has mangonels to deal with skirms. Skirms that could just simply run into the eco and try to raid if Yo wanted to. Sebastian going for a 4th TC now. It's not a crossbows, it's 34 Briton crossbows on Sebastian's box formation. And there's the defensive mangonel. Forging plus hand part for Yo. Sebastian taking a straight up fight against the skirms, but huge that Yo doesn't have the final armor for the skirms. The crossbows will be much more effective against them without that armor, especially from range and with a mangonel chasing them. Yeah, the farm trick is you have to right click your mangonel on the farm, and the 7 range is calculated from the edge of the farm, but the shot still goes to the center of the farm. So you can get an extra tile of range. Same thing attacking TCs. You have to be 7 tiles from the edge, but your shot goes to the center. So you get a little bit of extra range. Now mangonel goes down for Yo. And Yo certainly better eco so far. 3k more res collected, but Sebastian's up to imp. I think Yo has a small timing window here before Sebastian gets to the extra range of the Britons. He's splitting. Mangonel shot still coming in from Yo. The skirm number is dying to mangonels. And that's how the Britons deal with skirms. Add in mangonels. Yo still equal on KD. And usually you'd think, oh, he has a 20 lead, he's equal on KD, he's okay, but Sebastian's up to imp with the Britons. He's about to get 1 extra range, then he'll do Bracer and do 1 more. So he'll get 10 range crossbows. Yeoman's pretty expensive, so I don't think that'll come in quickly. Don't think he'll make a longbow swap. Yo trying to raid with white feather guards. They don't have the best pierce armor, 2 base pierce armor, and Yo doesn't have any armor upgrades for them. 4 mangonels, 2 for Sebastian. I think Onager is way too expensive for him to research, but maybe it's in the back of his mind that he could do it against the skirms. Yeah, Britain Expo indeed proving their worth. Yeah, and still no ballistics for Sebastian, just realizing he needs to get it, but gets it before going imp. Was winning the fights anyway, didn't really get hurt by not having it. And Yo up to imp himself. Handcard also for Sebastian. There's Sebastian up to the Imperial Age. That's a lot of mangonels. Part of me says, yeah, as a duo onager now, you got 6 mangonels already. Bracer the safe choice for the range. Crossbows will get up to 10 range. Next you're looking for chemistry. can he stop it in Imp? I don't think he can. He still is relying on the eco and the boom, 4k more resources collected. But he simply can't fight this military from Sebastian. Going for a great composition of these two units that cover each other's weaknesses. Crossbows now will do a great job of picking off mangonels. The White Feather Guard's not particularly raiding all that well. Sebastian will do a Treb, start trebbing Yo. Town center, 2 for Yo as he's trying to boom. Might find some vills from Sebastian. He's up to Imp, but has to do Squires and Scale Mail Armorers. He'll go White Feather Guards, but only from one castle? Only from one castle. Pair of Trebs for Sebastian. I'll try to repair them. I'll go for the castle. As the mangonels follow.
备就绪，
Heavy group of crossbows in the middle should do well against the White Feather Guards. Ooh, split from Yo. He's trying to close the distance. Only 2 pierce armor on them. Good HP, but not much pierce armor. Mangonel goes down. Yo's losing the TC. I don't think there's much Yo can do at this point. The skirms not being effective when they don't have the range they need. Still missing the final armor upgrade. Does not look good for Yo, indeed. Bill's on the TC being shredded by the Yarbs. And now there goes Yo's Vill lead as the Yarb raid comes in. And he has a ton of Vills in the back with a tricky situation for how they run because the forest traps them. Sebastian need but only come back here and it's GG. And Arbs will start picking off Vills. More Arbs on the way. Yo can't run. All these Vills are going to die. Yo trying to raid himself with skirms, getting chased by a Jaguar there, ignoring the TC. So both players in each other's base. I think that Arbs will probably be a bit more effective at killing Vills than skirms are. Sebastian says, I'll lose all these Vills, let's just build a house. Why not? Why not build a house? Here comes the Mangonel to try to clear the skirms. Imperial Age skirms with Bracer can stop the Mangonel, but... okay, it hits only one skirm. Now it's a good hit. Okay, stops some of the skirms. They're not as grouped up anymore, but the Mangonel goes down. That raid continues. Yo continuing everywhere with skirm raids. Is Yo not completely dead? Is Yo not completely dead with the skirms? He lost his castle. No more White Feather Guards, no more economy. He's trying to get traction trebs out. Sebastian still Mangoneling skirms over here. Traction trebs will hold up pretty well to arrow fire. Ring Archer armor for Yo. Castle race to the side. Yo trying to castle drop Sebastian's TC. I think Yo's completely dead. Still has 95 Vills. Still has skirms. Stopping some Mangonels with the skirms. The skirms die though. Oh, a nice traction treb hit on the Mangonel. Vill's going to repair trebs. Sebastian in position for a treb fight on the left. He's going Cavalier. Well, Cavalier swapped to clear skirms. Only 1 armor on them, but he has enough stable... oh gosh, he has enough stables for Cavaliers. Suddenly 9 Cavaliers for Sebastian. That his trebs can destroy the outpost, destroy the workshop, destroy the TCs, and open this area up for more raids. Sebastian maybe needs armor, but getting ready to raid with Cavaliers. He's light cav, he's deciding to do a gold unit. Lots of wood he's floating, and it can be awkward to make farms on this map. There's not much farming area. It can lead to some wood floating. He, of course, had his wood line pillaged, so he's not floating any wood. Finding a way to hold on. Remember, 90-minute time limit. We're about halfway there. Sebastian selling some wood again. Cavalier charging at the crossbowman. And we'll have chain barding armor for Sebastian. Arbalest for Yo. And the Cavaliers get cleared. And we'll have 4 trebs forward, going for the TC. Yo not giving up. a ton of arbs from Sebastian. He'll be shooting at the skirmishers.
准备就绪，
Well, Yo pushing again. Is Yo not completely dead? Destroying a TC. Sebastian 26 on gold. Does he have the eco set up for Cavaliers? He only has 2 Cavaliers. He lost the Cavaliers. Britain Cavaliers don't have bloodlines. And all of a sudden, Yo's holding on now that he has traction trebs. I don't count Yo out of the late game. He has really good skirms, fully upgraded. He has thumb ring. Does Shu have any... Does extra line of sight count for the skirms? Yeah, bolt magazine won't apply. Just double checking none of their bonuses. Well, I guess cheaper blacksmith techs were nice. Double checking none of their bonuses apply to the skirms. Britain's none of the unique techs, and no one has any unique techs.
准备就绪，
Cavaliers dying to the skirms as the skirms push into the arbs. Arb numbers thinning a bit. Now the Cavalier get a raid in. Yo has some arbs of his own. The traction trebs will certainly help him. But I don't think traction trebs help if Sebastian gets Warwolf. As Sebastian clears a castle, starts to pull even more ahead in score. Yo's chances now had a bit of a comeback going, maybe stalling out a bit as Sebastian stabilizes his eco and gets his upgrades in. Still going Cavaliers. And if you don't have much farming space and you do have gold access, Cavaliers can be easier on your eco than Hussars because of the cheaper food cost. Now it's 2 castles versus none. At the very least, Yo with traction trebs doesn't really need the castles, although he would still like the unique techs. Trying to do more ranges to hold on. The Arbs and Skirms keep pushing and killing some Vills. And ring archer armor for Sebastian. And the last of his armor upgrades on the archer lines. Adding in some scouts, because why not? Britain scouts. We'll need the light cav upgrade, he has iron casting. That's how Yo can tell, maybe he's running out of gold. Maybe I got a shot if I run him out of gold and outlast him. But nope, there's the GG. And Sebastian will take game number 1, Britons over Shu. Shu on the other foot that game as Sebastian gets the win. And 282 to 225 kills. On conversion. More eco, 2k more eco. And there we go. Faster imp time, Britons OP. GG. Yeah, that felt like Yo had a way to hold, but never really a great way to push back, especially once Sebastian came in with the raids. That's first map won by Sebastian. He's on the right of the scoreboard, so I'll give him the red number 2 there. Shu losing to the Britons, and better draft position 2 for Sebastian. And very open map coming up next. Sea dos Karajas for Yo's pick. I can guess the civs there. Jurchens could be a pick for Sebastian. He has the Tupi, so if he really wants to play an appropriate civ for the Brazil maps, Tupi would be it. I'm good at spelling those map names. You don't want to know what I had to go through to spell these map names. Oh man, DE, even though DE is Unicode, the mods are, when you download the mod, it doesn't actually use the same character encoding. So I had to manually edit the zip file after zipping it to get the map names correct. Alright, so it'll be Mongols for Sebastian, and Tatars for Yo. I might be able to turn that into a YouTube video. I needed a Python script to convert the names from Unicode to the old single character Windows file encoding that these mods use. So Mongols, Tatars. There are... It's a very open map. I kind of would have expected Mongols saved for Sertão. A more open Arabia-esque map. This map's pretty open itself, though, but you don't get the extra javelina like you do on the other map. Am I traveling to the land? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I will be there. And here we go. Loading in. And we'll have Sebastian as the blue Mongols to the northwest. And Yo as the red Tatars to the southeast. Welcome in, everyone. We'll have the tapir, so normal 2 boars, you have 4 deer to push in. 9 vills start on a fairly open map. This map originally by the Mad Catter was called Terrace. And the big difference we made is this used to be strips of unwallable rock terrain. We changed that so it's wallable now. The map is still plenty open, but it's a bit easier to place lumber camps now. Oh, you planning on being there, Dio? Nice, nice. Hopefully it's a good chance for people who don't always get to go to all the European lands to travel to an age land. We just had the Chinese land at the LY Cup last year. I know we had a few lands in China over the years, too. SY had been sponsoring lands back in the Voobly days. One day I'll have my wonderful United States New York City land, and I won't need to travel far for it. That'll be great. Anyway, Sebastian pushing in the deer. And our ducks would love the US land. Maybe we can go to medieval times again. And Mongols, Tatars. Oh, and thank you, Chester, for the sub.
I hear the growl of the jaguar. Is this a bad omen?
Tatar is a civ that, with all of the changes in elevation, you'd expect them to use their hill bonus. They do get units deal 25% extra damage when fighting from higher elevation. Usually it's a 25% bonus. Tatars get an additional 25% bonus. T90's apartment cup. We need to fit a lot of people in his apartment to watch. I don't think 3,000 people fit. Big fan of Sebastian after his interviews at London. Well, if he wins, we can try to interview him. I'm sure he's hoping for the land. It would be much less travel for him than to get to London, that's for sure. So let's take the deer under the TC. And we'll have Feudal Age a bit faster for Sebastian. Tiny bit of idle time, but still going up fast as the Mongols. 18 vills, no loom for him. So that's 19 pop, no loom against the standard 19 pop with loom for Yo. This game, it's Sebastian skipping the loom. And we'll have a barracks going up for Yo, who looks like he will have a pretty safe wall to this wood line on the right, as he keeps mining gold. And Vittles taking wood at the lumber camp. Nice safe wood in the back for Yo, so he actually has a pretty nice wall off if he can go to the edge of the map. The hills in the middle do provide a nice point for doing forward siege workshops and mangonel aggression, even if your opponent does wall. So even without the rock terrain, if they do wall, the map still provides plenty of opportunities to punish them for it. I believe it's doubly multiplicative, so it should be 56%. I don't think it's additive. Doesn't matter where you do the land, a lot will be traveling. That is very true. Yeah, there are some places that are easier to travel to, though, than others. At least being in London, Heathrow is a big enough airport that it's easy to get to. The escape lands up in Manchester are probably a bit more difficult to travel to. Back when we had those. The New Zealand land, the Aussie land. So, scouts for Sebastian. In the stable, and Yo will open with a range. So archer opening for Yo, scouts for Sebastian. Feels like Yo wants to open archers and eventually get to cav archers, but then maybe Sebastian wants to do the same. Which cav archers are more effective will depend on the hill bonuses. Mongol ones will shoot faster, or shoot more often. Tatars, though, if they have the hill bonus, will be far deadlier. No, animal decay does not depend on vil numbers at all, unless you're Jurchens, in which case it's 0. Animals simply have a fixed rate at which they decay over time. And nice blocking from Sebastian, but not enough actually to get a hit. He was trying to block the scout so the trailing ones could get a couple of hits. Doesn't quite work, and Yo right now is luring Sebastian away from the spear and the archer. Another spear and archer at home, so Sebastian will see the archer opening that archer away from the spear, though. So not the best unit positioning for Yo. He'll have to get back to the TC. And Sebastian doesn't actually pick off the archer, eats a volley of TC arrows. It went really well for Sebastian until the very end there, where he ate those arrows. And when he lost his scout on the front to a spear poke. Not controlling both groups properly, and hit by Yo as Yo comes forward. A spear, an archer, and a scout get into the wood line. And scout killing the vil. And then running away. Spear wants to fight the scouts, maybe, but on the wrong side of the berries again. Yo's struggling a bit with his spear positioning this game. And with his archer positioning, the gather point was forward, and the scouts will hunt down that archer. Won't kill it, but will do some good damage. I guess Yo could heal it in the TC if he really wanted to. Don't really see that with archers too often. It's so important to be using them. So fletching for Sebastian. As Yo forward, but with only one archer, can't do much damage, and Sebastian with skirms will chase him away. And Yo, he knew from the start he'd be playing this more defensively with the archer opening. Stable now, doesn't have horse collar. And he needs enough spears at home so that Sebastian can't run in with scouts, and also enough forward pressure to force Sebastian to use the scouts. And padded archer armor for Sebastian. I wonder if Yo would think about a tower. Because towers on this map, with how important it is to get an age advantage, affect your ability to sell stone. So Sebastian pretty happy here to camp the forage bushes at the front of Yo's base, and not let him get the food he needs to go up. And we're seeing that aggression from Sebastian paying off with 300 more res collected. We'll have to deal with that jaguar. Killed by the scouts. Spear going down. Skirms killing the archers. And still, Sebastian camping the front of Yo's base. I feel that if Sebastian just holds this position until he can go up, he'll be fine. But he also might try to play more aggressively, seeing that he has the advantage. That's always the thing that I feel backfires when players play against Hera, And I think Yo is kind of the same thing, at being very good at defending and having just enough military to hold, where players who are extra aggressive get punished for it. Farms on the front also not useful as long as a skirm is attacking a farm. Villagers won't be able to farm from it. It might be from the hunt bonuses. Yo does have 3 more vills, a bit of idle time, and 1 dead vill. But also wheelbarrow, so Sebastian doing wheelbarrow. And wheelbarrow is good when you're farming. 12 farmers. And being able to run vills later for defense is nice too. So as long as you have a few farmers, I'm never going to think an early wheelbarrow is bad. I think having successful raids and idling eco is far more important than any eco upgrades you have, so keeping your vills safe is great. And a couple of houses going up for Yo. As skirms try to keep the vills back. Yo should be good enough not to lose a vill, though. The other ones have pretty good HP. And Yo's starting to add in scouts, so Yo not going to go up to the castle age. He will add scouts and try to take a big fight against the skirms, forging on the way for Yo. No bloodlines for him. As his gold is being threatened. He's doing a market. Honestly, it could have been bloodlines instead of forging, but I guess that would eat into the scout numbers for now, and he wants some parallelism in getting the blacksmith upgrade. And the skirms do low enough damage that the armor is not going to help out in this fight. He really wants the attack. But behind this, Sebastian is going up. So Yo with scouts plus archers. His goal now is to clear the army, take a good fight with upgrades, and then hope he can punish Sebastian for the uptiming instead of investing more into military. So, bloodlines on the way for Sebastian. And if he gets bloodlines before the fight, he would love that, but Yo wants to force the fight in the next 30 seconds. Sebastian trying to take the fight while he has the hill, trying to use the hill bonus against the archers. He does not want to be downhill against the Tatars, but so far, using the terrace, using the first level to stay ahead. And now Yo getting to the hill, he'll have the hill bonus as the Tatars, and he'll try to focus the scouts. Sebastian tries to drag him down onto the lower level. All those archers are very weak, and the scouts could try to run and pick them off. Bloodlines is in, but Bloodlines was not in time for the fight. Yo clicks up. He'll be just about 2 minutes behind. Hello, Arbase. Welcome in. Everyone welcome in our next admin for the day. JBR probably gonna fall asleep soon in Australia. And we'll have 3 ranges here from Sebastian. So you missed a very good set between Andy and Lewis earlier, Arbase. That went all 7 games. I think ACCM Sertão is still going on, and we're in Sebastian Yo. JBR is like, I want to sleep. I want to sleep. So, 90 seconds away is Yo, and seeing the skirms from Sebastian, he'll know it's triple range cav archers. And he just wants to make sure that he has as much map control as he can get right now to ensure Sebastian can't come forward immediately with the ranges. And the cav archers, looks like it'll be triple range cav archers from Yo as well. So it's hill advantage for Yo, fire speed advantage for Sebastian. And Bodkin plus Bowsaw for Sebastian. And the knight here from Sebastian might try to fight the scouts. There it goes. And we'll take down the scouts. Yo not pulling back. He's more worried about the army at the front with some cav archers and skirms. Skirms being left over a bit to deal with cav archers is nice, and Yo will make a couple of his own skirms on the way up. Keep his army numbers up. Everything at this has been long. I mean, the dream is the 35 game day in full. And elite skirm for Yo. Feels weird that it's even, given how long he was in Yo's base. Well, Yo had a Vil lead at some point, right? I think some of that's due to the wheelbarrow. Yo's been doing a very good job of keeping the wood lines at the back under his control. So he hasn't really been idling his Vils. It's not like he was going back and forth to the berries. He was off the berries, but he was farming and he was keeping the Vils working. A couple of scouts there from Yo running away as they're chased by cav archers. And 13 to 3 to 4 cav archers. Sebastian certainly has the numbers advantage now, but Yo with the score lead. This is Sebastian KD res collected in numbers advantage, but somehow Yo still has the score lead. And here is that threatening workshop right in the middle of the map, on top of this middle elevation, as he looks to pressure Yo. Another TC for Yo. Trying to build it on the wood line as cav archers run around. Some skirms will fight them off. And skirm number is good enough for Yo to defend. Elite skirm, but that'll be weaker when the siege comes forward. Sebastian's just going to take a fight and try to clear the skirm numbers. The cav archers come over for Yo. Yo consistently will be downhill as the Tatars in these fights. A few more cav archers on the other side, fighting the Vils. Ballistics for Yo. And, ooh, has to be careful about being in the middle of the TC if the Mangonel gets a shot on the sheep Vils. But wisely pulls the sheep to the side. Nice micro from Yo to avoid the middle of the TC. We were talking about the farm shots in the previous game as, ooh, Yo suffers a Mangonel shot on his cav archers. Same thing getting the extra range on the TC, and Yo aware of it will try to avoid the very center of the TC with his Vils when it's under Mangonel pressure. University for Sebastian, who is staying in 1 TC, opting for ballistics. And with the Mangonels trying to pressure Yo, I feel like I've seen dozens and dozens of Yo games in this exact situation. He's down in military, but he's booming. And he finds a way to hold and come back with the boom. Now, this is a very good map for pushing, though, with all of the hills. And as long as Sebastian is atop the hill pushing, he's not letting Yo use the Tatars bonus. Not letting the Tatars get their extra hill bonus. And ballistics for Sebastian on the way. As Yo's trying to break through that palisade, but cav archers come over just in time to force him away. In the south, it's a 1 HP scout for Yo, taking a little vacation. Made it to the top of the mountain and is hanging out there. Yo with the Mangonel tries to get the hill. Extra important for Yo to be uphill. He could loop around up there, that'd be great for him. Nice shot on the skirms. And the Mangonel has to dodge, goes right into another Mangonel shot. And this TC is still threatened. So Yo with a score lead, opening up a 15 Vil lead, 2 TCs to 1. Sebastian just now looking for a second TC after he cleans up some of the forward cav archers. But with that forward army cleared, Yo now will be under even more pressure. Doesn't have another Mangonel queued, struggling to afford one. And Sebastian has kept the res collected equal despite the Vil difference. Being ahead in KD is nice. Ooh, while the cav archers, though, are trying to clean up skirms, 1 step lancer going straight for the Mangonels, doesn't go for the weak one. And will the Mangonel survive? Just barely. Yo didn't attack the weak Mangonel. And it stays standing atop the hill to besiege the TC. Archers down. Defensive tower for Yo, worried about Sebastian running in. Not sure if he will. As, I mean, that's a tower on 300, less than that gold. Don't know if that's worth it. So Sebastian has not noticed the cav archers raiding his TC. You don't get it, that initial alert can be hard to notice, but there he goes. We'll garrison the TC, and now it's Yo's turn not to notice his Cav Archer's dying. And Sebastian will clean all 3 of them as he's going for his 3rd TC now. So Yo down to 1 TC, trying to use the hill bonus as the Tatars, but doesn't have the numbers for that fight. Cav Archers are cleared, and there's another castle going up for Sebastian. Hello, Simo.
So long.
And why not forward? Because he's scared of the Cav Archers. I mean, to be honest, it might even be safer to do it forward since his army would be there. He wants to defend his TC. And the castle goes up, so perhaps it's time to start thinking about Mangudai for Sebastian. Has worked towards upgrades for them with the Cav Archers. Doesn't have Husbandry yet. It's an awkward one not to have for Cav Archer versus Cav Archer, but hasn't really been Cav Archer versus Cav Archer. It's more about the Mangonels and the Skirms. With 58 Vils does sound rough. And I mean, Yo has pulled ahead in res collected. Maybe the castle did need to be forward for Sebastian. Maybe this is too conservative, but it is Mangudai time. I think they'll have 1 more attack compared to Cav Archers. Free Thumb Ring for the Tatars also helps to equal the Mongol attack speed bonus. And actually, no, they don't have extra attack in the Castle Age. Just be a bit more HP. And the attack bonus against Siege, but that doesn't matter if Yo isn't making Siege. Yeah, it feels like Yo is stalling out the push just a bit. TC here for Sebastian. Is there an overchop by that palisade? There is. Yo could think about running in, but he's going to get back. Lots of Vils heading to the side. They'll fight a Jaguar. And house up for Yo. Throwing some farms up. Farms in the back. Will destroy the beautiful terrain masking by building farms over it. It's like building farms on the road on Black Forest. You make the map ugly. Yeah, great outpost for Sebastian. I don't know if he'll be able to run those Vils in time. He has to run immediately. But Yo will get there and have that hill bonus, the Jaguar even. The Jaguar gonna chase the Vils back. And a few of them will go down. Yo with a good Vil lead, and now 1.5k ahead in res. He's been adding extra TCs and booming, using those Tatar sheeps so he doesn't need farms. I do think resources destroyed would be a good stat. Yes, you should tell Capture Age to add it. Mangonel's attacking the range. There is an outpost going up for Sebastian. And the range goes down. And now Yo idling the front of Sebastian's eco. The eco difference increasing for Yo. 20 Vil lead, 20 plus, and 2,500 more res collected almost. Armor for Yo, and it feels like, despite all of the pressure, somehow Yo, as he always does, is managing to hold and outboom Sebastian, who still has a score lead. And now it's about 25 Vils of a difference. And even downhill against the Mangonels, doesn't feel like Yo really took all that much damage. That's crazy for how forward Sebastian was the whole game with the hill advantage. Yo just holds and booms. He doesn't care about the aggression. He booms. Sebastian, again, not noticing the raids on his TC. More worried about microing at the front where he's also losing a fight. That's doubly bad for Sebastian, as all of a sudden Yo is up by 30 Vils. 30 vills, and now, since he has the hill bonus with the Tatars, he is getting the extra attack added in. And when you asked why not forward with the castle earlier, maybe that's the downside of Sebastian. The castle doesn't even defend the back of his eco. Sebastian could have tried to wall a bit more. And we'll have a TC here from Yo. Yeah, Yo is relentless with these raids. Mangudai fighting the Cav Archers. Another range that could go down, and down it goes. And Sebastian can't break Yo's defenses. He's about to be up by 40 vills. And he's just added more TCs, getting more of those sheep. He says, I don't care if Sebastian mangonels my TCs, I'll just build more and get more sheep. Enjoying the free sheep. Have archers at the top of the hill, enjoying that Tatar's bonus, shooting down on the Mangudai. Yo wants to make this 1-to-1. Doesn't want to make it easy for Sebastian. Ooh, that's a castle. If Sebastian sees it, he could deny it. I like how Yo's doing the outpost first on the way to the castle, so he sees whether there's any nearby army. Has town watch already. And sees, nope, it's clear. I can build the castle. Everything's safe. Sebastian's over here. While he's over here, I'll build the castle to the west. Have archers fighting the Mangudai. Yo, holding on. Thumb ring now for Sebastian. I'll finally let him have a fire speed advantage. But the Mangudai really did a bit more HP, but they're lacking armor, lacking thumb ring, and when they don't have the hill, Yo's Cav Archers simply are better. Sebastian, I think, doesn't realize how bad of a position he's in yet due to the score. Maybe he does. The scores are still really close, but Yo clicks up to the Imperial Age, and seeing what we're seeing could even be an Imp GG. But I think Sebastian will try to hold on as well as he can through all these games. Now attacking the outpost. And there's Wheelbarrow as well. Wheelbarrow for Yo. Forward castle for Sebastian. And 11 Cav Archers for Yo. Sebastian has the score lead, but that's because Yo spent res on Imp. Once Yo gets up, he'll be in a good spot to start doing Tatar trebuchets, and yeah, Mangudai can pick off trebs, but Tatars can have extra range. They can do siege engineers, and it's expensive, but Timurrid Siegecraft get them up to 19 range, where with the hill bonus, they can take down castles quickly. This is actually a really nice castle from Sebastian, because it can't be ranged by a hill. Sebastian trying to chase down Cav Archers, both of these being good Hussar civs, if we get raids late game on this hard-to-wall map. The Cav Archers all go down. Another TC for Sebastian. Yo just misses that. Sebastian gets Imp too. Now, how is the score even? I think it's because the KD, Yo has killed villagers, whereas Sebastian has killed more military units, so he gets more score from the higher value kill. More vills going down. Another castle from Yo. Chemistry bracer for Yo, getting all the upgrades he can. I think things will start to snowball hard in Yo's favor as he gets trebuchets out. Mangudai chasing around the back, trying to find the Cav Archers. Sebastian could try to wall them in now, but even then, I don't know if he wins the fight when Yo gets the Imp upgrades. Yo's gonna try to get to whatever hill he can find. Sebastian will micro like a beast. As vills go down, Mangudai forced away. And Imperial Age clicked for Sebastian. He does need Mangudai to snipe Trebs, that's true. He doesn't want to waste them fighting Cav Archers, but what else will he do? Remember, no final armor upgrade for either the Cav or the Archer lines. So Skirms and Hussars, yeah, the Hussars have more HP. But in general, more HP versus lacking the armor is a downside against Cav Archers for the Mongols. Usually it's better versus melee units and worse versus Archer units. The +2 Pierce armor is super important. And Yo getting ready to transition to Hussar raids. He has 150 vills, he has 49 farmers, and he's floating a bit of wood. He has all the map space he needs to add farmers. Oh, look at this. Look at this. He's chopped all the wood in the back. He's made himself plenty of farm space on these hills. That looks beautiful. That's a wonderful screenshot right there. Mangudai will be dying to the Cav Archers, and Sebastian may be wondering what happened this game, but this is, I think, every game I've seen from Yo. He booms, he survives, and then he thrives. 1-1. We turn this best of 7 to a best of 5. Yo ties it up. And Sebastian, he had military advantages throughout many parts of the game. Got that to 27-11. Yo was walled and booming and couldn't be pushed, though. And consistently, ever since mid-Castle Age, ahead in Eco. Got the GGs in the chat, as we're tied up. Alright, and that's a win on his home map. Liked the Civ matchup, I think, too. That's a very high Mongols pick for Sebastian to lose with the second Civ. Yeah, it wasn't Imp into GG, but was Yo Booms into GG. And Monte Pascoal looks like it'll be the next map. I will very quickly run to the restroom myself and be right back, and we'll get into game number 3. Alright. Just about to load in. And Vikings Chinese will be the Civ matchup. And here we are, Sebastian to the west, Yo to the east, both doing the TC on the starting island. Okay, I thought TC for, or Chinese for Yo might have meant going to the middle. But Yo, he's actually going to pick up his capybaras. He's not going to scout with them. He's going to put all of his vills on the starting island. He'll have 12 vills as the Chinese, right from the get-go. And he did one house. Lumber camp, TC, And 12 vills taking the sheep. Alright, so we've been seeing a lot of games where one player goes for the mainland, the other stays on the island. Here they're both TCing the island. Vikings, the island priority for Sebastian. Yo simply going to hope the Chinese have such a good Dark Age that he'll be able to out-eco Sebastian. And 3-vil lead, only 7 seconds of idle TC time. And he'll start making fishing ships soon. 1 fishing ship already queued for Sebastian. Viking discounted dock is nice. And there are some whales down here. 3 whales on the map. Well, a bit closer to Sebastian than it is to Yo, but you can always transport ship out to the islands to grab a whale. That's something I might look to adjust a bit in the future, the whale distances from the island. I did keep them all in the corner. We thought there were too many whales when they were scattered around the map. But now that I've seen a few games, maybe we just need to make it like a consistent 1 whale for each player. Or 1 in the bottom. If it does feel like the land is too powerful, I might try to make it 4 whales. Just give the water players some more gold. But just adjustments we make as we see the map played out. Don't want to make huge balance changes during the qualifiers. Can always try to spruce things up by the main event land too. Isn't it like 2 AM for Yo? He's used to playing it this time. And Power Yal, thank you for the follow. Same for ACCM too, and he's playing against Sertão right now. Not sure if that's still going on. Let me see. Okay, looks like that's done, so everyone's focused on this game now. And again, Tatau Liry would be starting soon. So Yo fully committed to the forward dock even. Fully committed to water. Not going to land thinking win the water, win the game. And the Chinese were his very last Civ pick too, and if he gets a win against Vikings, Sebastian's first Civ pick, that puts Yo in a very good spot to take the set. He would still have Portuguese his first pick, and still has Spanish when there's a nomad map in Pantanal. And lots of fishing ships, 5 and more queued for Yo. Sebastian up. Could Yo actually fast castle on the water? And then go FC, play it like the islands map we've been seeing, the fast castles, defend with the fishing ships? We'd probably lose a lot of fish then, but could be a strategy. Also go for another dock on the mainland now. Has not scouted anything. He didn't want scouting. Has brought the capybaras back for his TC. So this is a build. This is a build for Yo. And even though this is Sebastian's home map, it is a nomad map, so it should be right in Yo's wheelhouse. Oh, what is this? There's a pair of romantic docks here as Sebastian transports to this island too. He's gonna dock right next to Yo. Say, if you ever take that whale, I'm gonna block your fishing ships and impede their pathfinding. That was a beautiful dock from Sebastian, and triple docks from him. So he will be going Galley, Fire, Hulk. I don't even know what the opening is. I've seen a lot of players opening with Fires now. And then hop right back on the transport and sail away. So triple dock and yeah, double Fire opening. As Yo's up to the feudal age, I think Yo is going to fast castle. And honestly, I wouldn't mind a dock over here somewhere for Yo so he has room to run his fishing ships. And you know what? Yo didn't notice that. He could have garrisoned his fishing ships and shot the Vril earlier to deny the dock. That's actually a super risky dock from Sebastian. Yo simply didn't react in time. Oh my gosh, look at that fire shooting over the dock. Yeah, triple fires. That means Yo has the foresight he can open with hulks. And Sebastian might want to do a couple of galleys, anticipating the hulks from Yo. So Yo comes to the middle. He'll be mining gold. He'll be doing a mill on the pineapple bushes. I wonder if the players have modded the pineapples to look like forage bushes. And the fishing ships will pop out of the dock and be chased by the fire galley. And double bit axe for Yo. So Yo lost one dock, will hop in the next dock. Fire is the most efficient ship at destroying docks. But Yo queuing a couple of hulks now. If he has hulks plus defensive docks, he can run the fish and still be okay. Adding more vills into the transport. There is his hulk. And won't even wait for a second hulk, just will attack the dock, think to repair. And he can pull the hulk back, and if he repairs the hulk, then it will be outside the... where he can repair it in the spot where the docks can damage the fires. With the map names, most of them are based on locations in Brazil. Nego Drama gave me a list of locations, and I tried to come up with maps that fit the names. Then a couple of the maps were just done the opposite way. I came up with a design based on the DLC assets like the gunpowder barrels. That's a lot of... oh my gosh, imagine a demo right here. That's a lot of stacked fires. Too bad demos are useless now. Oh my gosh. Yo, please give us a demo. Please give us a demo here. I think the dock will go down. Oh my gosh, I want to see a demo there. So, Market Blacksmith from Yo. Score lead for Sebastian because he's going more heavily for the water, but Yo is still fishing. He'll get a couple more hulks out, but now the galleys will be kind of tricky for the hulks to deal with. He's fished enough to have a good eco and be on the mainland, so he's almost up to the castle age. He will be up much faster than Sebastian, and he will be the first one to take a foothold on the land. 31 to 31 actual vills. And needs to be careful with his transport ship. You can put 20 vills on transport now. If Sebastian destroys that, he would win the game instantly with the killing 9 vills. Sebastian? Yo has to be extra careful not to reveal the location of that transport now, as Sebastian is chasing this way with galleys. Yo will see that from the dock. Yo still has 5 fishing ships inside the dock. And I guess that's part of why you open with fire galleys now, so that you have the option to destroy the dock. Yo's up to the castle age, setting more vills to the middle. Doesn't have any scouting. Remember, he brought the capybaras back to his TC right at the start of the game for the extra food. Didn't scout with them. And right now, that's no scouting for Yo. And I'm sure he's not surprised by the Vikings eventually winning the water. They are the Vikings after all. But he wants to have gotten enough fish to get up to the castle age and have an eco lead to the point that he can still get back and forth to the mainland. And we'll see if he can get onto that transport one more time. As Sebastian sails past the island, he doesn't snipe it off. Wouldn't mind Yo taking all those vills, putting them on the transport. And he might try to do that. He might go for an evacuation, as Sebastian is trying to snipe off the fishing ships. I think Yo needs to run this way to give himself room to transport. He's doing another dock on his main island, though, on his starting island. I love how Sebastian... Look at this. Sharing houses, but with 2 docks on the island. That's so cute. Another dock from Yo. And in the middle, Yo up to the castle age. Time for TCs. He has the stone for one. Maybe waiting for the wood. Now Sebastian will have the stone control on the outlying islands. And Sebastian got to the mainland. Yo hasn't seen this. Sebastian has landed. Still has 13 fishing ships. Loom on the way for Sebastian. And I'm curious what Yo tried to do here, because he immediately went for the forward dock, but then clicked up. Oh, thank you, Coincident, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome into some Age of Empires here. We're casting qualifiers for a LAN event. The winner here goes to Brazil in July. We have a best of 7 between Sebastian and Yo. And Yo adding a TC to the middle. And his island's getting raided by all these galleys from Sebastian. Yo trying to do medium warships, but he has one fire ship that'll benefit from that. And he's really trying to repair that dock and keep the dock alive. And Sebastian just wants to push him. Take him off the water. And the galleys will come around and kill the rest of the Vills. Another fire out. I don't think that's enough medium warships. He's really trying to repair that fire. Still has 5 fishing ships in the dock shooting away, but no fletching, no bodkin, no attack upgrades. Maybe the fishing ships will cosplay as warships? That's what they're trying to do in the dock. A recent change made the docks shoot arrows when fishing ships are garrisoned. But Yo's gonna lose everything there. The upside for Yo, though, is that he has the second TC up on the mainland. He's migrated. Sebastian still doesn't have the TC, and Sebastian still is feudal age. So Yo has the option of pushing if he sees Sebastian here. Just the Twitch raid? Ooh, okay. YouTube redirects are always kind of finicky, from what I've seen. But if you did come over on YouTube, thank you too. You'd be raiding. You might need to click a button on YouTube. I once had someone gift memberships on YouTube, but so few people in the chat had the ability to accept memberships that they gifted a membership to themselves. So Yo's losing his dock. Sebastian up to the castle age, and he'll have a good score lead from having won the water. Yo is going to hope that this is a bit of an overinvestment from Sebastian. Yo has another dock. He could even try to run the fishing ships. Yo is not one to give up on water. Imagine a demo on those Vills right now, Sebastian landing, but he's having a beach party with the idle Vills, as he's still microing to try to destroy Yo's fishing ships. Yo comes over, he'll garrison in the dock. Seeing old RTS game sprites makes me feel something. Well, I gotta love those 90s graphics. I feel like the peak of 2D graphics aged much better than the very early 3D graphics, for the most part. Towards the end of the 90s to early 2000s. So Yo's still staying alive on the water. And ahead in Vills, he does have that second TC. He is pumping out Vill. Well, not quite ahead in Vills, but he's catching up in Vill numbers, 30 to 38. Using them wisely now. Sebastian has to put all of them on wood. Can you face rocket with the demo? No splash damage with a demo to yourself. You can with a mangonel, though. We did see Sebastian killing his own scout with a mangonel in a previous game. So we did have something of a face rocket already. Oh, there are rocket carts now. You can literally face rocket now that the game has rockets. So dock here going down. Yo finally getting pushed off the water. That'll make this TC less efficient. Now Sebastian still doesn't have a second TC. Yo adding a monastery. And part of me thinks Yo had a big missed opportunity. Whether it was knights or crossbows or any type of land unit to hit Sebastian. And maybe he still does have that opportunity. Sebastian adding a spear. I'm still waiting for someone to use a spear to collect all the jaguars, as it looks like they had attacked something earlier. And bring them all to jaguar rush your opponent. So another siege workshop, or a first siege workshop for Yo. Try to TC down that spear. But Sebastian, I think, is in a really good spot. Yo didn't really take advantage of being castle first to boom. Maybe needed to evacuate more Vills. Feels like it was a mistake for him to try to maintain water control after he had already lost it. That's another thing I've seen in the recent balance changes, that it doesn't feel that Castle Age gives you such a good advantage because of the new rock, paper, scissors system, that the counter ships in the Feudal Age still work well enough against their Castle Age counter, or against the ships they counter in the Castle Age. Oh my gosh, I still want another demo on those Vills. Yo doesn't have a dock anymore. But there we go, Sebastian garrisons in the TC just as it finishes. And here is said rocket cart from Yo, as the Chinese, and he'll try to push this TC. Sebastian will do his own siege workshop and try to make a mangonel to defend this. Now, those Vills are just chilling from Sebastian. That's that 47 to 33, but 10 of them are idle. Now he's going to put him to work. Another rocket cart on the way. Chinese, neither the Chinese nor the Vikings have the redemption tech. So there won't be any conversions of siege here. Yo continuing to boom. And he's fighting the Jaguars at the top. And he might try to do a mining camp up here. I'll now start moving the fight inland after the water's taken. To try to take the hill at the top. And that's an eco KD of 29-4 for Sebastian. Destroying a ton of fishing ships. And now Yo's trying to clear all of the Jaguars out so he can build at the top. He will need stone for a TC though. He's selling food and buying stone. So there's the TC, trying to control the edge of the hill and make sure that Sebastian can't get up there. Now if he can try to push Sebastian off of the beach, there isn't too much gold down here. You do need to get to that hill eventually. Manganello's going down to the rocket carts. And they'll continue attacking the TC. Another house going up for Yo. And nice hit on the Vills. Nice hit on the Vills. So Sebastian doing some light cav. Yo has to be extra careful of the light cav. He doesn't have any spears out, and light cav will resist conversion against the monk. So Yo is going to go fight with Vills against the light cav. And that's his best option at this point. We'll try to repair his rocket cart. Can he repair it fast enough that he can stop the light cav with the Vills? It's a lot of repair. Has to get back to his TC. Rocket cart and Manganel both go down, and the rocket cart goes down to the light cav finally. And I think with the light cav push, Sebastian's going to win this game. Yo's attempt to stay on the water against the Vikings was ill-fated. I think if rather than doing medium warships and committing to the water, he had maybe done a few archers, crossbowmen on land, maybe added the second TC to boom faster, he would have been in a better spot. This also felt like a Civ matchup where Yo could have gone directly to the middle with his transport instead of staying on the island. So Yo probably lost 3 Vills to the Jaguars up here. Does look like it. You can see a few Vill corpses here scattered among the hilltops. Or scattered in the hilltop. Nego Drama getting his tournament experience of Yo. Yo will hold on. Yo will manganel some Vills. And there's the GG. Sebastian now retakes the lead 2-1. That was his home map, so he was very well prepared for it with the Vikings. I've had a lot of people tell me that the land feels more powerful than the water opening. But both players went for the water here, and the Vikings won it. Kind of curious about how Yo played that. Yo is the new AC. Yo has always been maybe right behind ACCM with his holding on as long as he can. Yo versus ACCM is usually a 10-hour set. So Sebastian wins the home map. And very last picked save of the Chinese there. Oh, so Vikings weren't the first pick. That was the previous set. Jurchens were the first pick for Sebastian. And the Chinese will lose, but I think the Chinese are still a really good civ for that map with their extra Vills at the start. Yeah, Yo's the OG, hold on as long as possible. 10 hours seems a bit short for Yo. ACCM isn't the first set 10 hours. We do have a 90-minute time limit for the games, for the using the same settings as the land will. And it's called warming up. It's called warming up for Yo and ACCM. The first 10 hours are just the warm-up. And Lensois Mariniensis will be our next game. Yeah, coincident too. You can help me with the pronunciation of the map names. And Tushar Ekar, thank you for the follow. Remember also, we're co-streaming with the Onamaru stream, so give them a follow too. Check them out. And what are we doing? 1,422 followers. We started at around 900 on that stream the other day. And Lemon Toaster Gaming, thank you for the follow. And woo Lithuanians 2 hybrid map civs. For our hybrid map, we'll have a coastline with water on one side, and the players start on the opposite side, near the wood lines with their TCs. Yo should have just gone land right off the bat. I think Yo needed to prioritize land more than maintaining the water presence against the Vikings. That's for sure. I think Chinese against Vikings on water, you're eventually going to lose to Vikings no matter what. Unless somehow you get to dragon ships in the Imperial Age, but that was a long way off. And even then, I'm not sure how well they do against longboats. So we're on game 4 of a best of 7. Tatau Liry should be starting soon, so we'll join that as soon as we're done here. And after that set, we will cast the Rex of a Viper versus a Doubt. And here we are. Sebastian will be the blue Lithuanians to the west. Yo, the red Wu to the north. The way the relics spawned, I think, definitely do favor Sebastian a bit. And we will see players going to dock the coastline as fast as they possibly can. We'll have a lumber camp here for Sebastian immediately as Yo tries to grab the goats in the middle. Lots of neutral goats here. Area placed, the map is based on an area in northeastern Brazil where it's not quite a desert because it gets too much rainfall, but in the wet season it gets filled with a bunch of ponds among the sand dunes. Get to be about 10 feet deep. And it's between the forest and the coastline. So Yo will scout Sebastian's lumber camp location. Usually players can get a good wall off between the lumber camp and the TC. The golds are both kind of forward for Sebastian, so maybe a rough map for him to play. He does have some gold access should he want to go to the back. Already sending his Vil forward to find a dock location. Yo, what is Yo doing? Yo going for the instant drush with the Wu. This is his home map. Sebastian walling up his wood line. What did Sebastian do? He scouted the barracks. So Yo, he's not docking immediately, he's going for the drush. He'll try to attack a house and try to steal as many goats as he can. Loom for Sebastian. And his Vil will freely be able to make the dock. And Yo running a bit into the TC. Yo, I'm sure will be happy to see that both of the golds for Sebastian are forward. He'll scout a bit with the capybaras. Didn't even find the lumber camp. But Sebastian will wisely have walled that off already. So he won't intercept the woodline Vils. A benefit of being the Lithuanians, you start with more food, so you often do the lumber camp earlier. And with the early lumber camp, Sebastian will avoid the militia. Yo did not have the timing he needed there to stop it. And with the barracks, he won't have the wood for a dock. He'll need to do a lumber camp. And these are shallows, you can walk on top of them. They have some shorefish there. Yo, simply looking for something else to hit with his militia. Sebastian not going to give him a target, though. Good job from Sebastian walling up the lumber camp. Might want to extend the walls a bit to make it a bit safer. Let him fit more Vils on it. And Yo, now Yo will just simply try to stop Sebastian from grabbing goats. Yo will go for the pond. And as happy as Yo will be with the way Sebastian's map spawned, won't have managed to do the early damage to the lumber camp he might have wanted to do. Instead, he's just going to steal all the goats. He'll steal all of the goats and stop Sebastian from getting the goats he wants. No loom for Yo. And he will see the scout and think about fighting it. A couple more goats on their way in. As the militia try to destroy the house. And Sebastian should be the first one up to the feudal age. Now, I think Yo still can go and dock. He could still go dock if he wanted to. He has the wood for it. Ooh, and he loses the militia to the TC fire. Sebastian debates him into the TC. But without getting much damage with the drush, and not getting a dock, and potentially losing the scout, everything just going wrong for Yo now. As the scout from Yo goes down, and the Vills will go back to finish that wall. Now the other week, both these players were at Red Bull, so it's not like one was having a practice advantage over the other. Both of them returning from their travels, suddenly playing this qualifier. Sebastian, I'm sure he would love to go to a land in South America, not have to travel all the way to London to play. And, oh, nice wall from Sebastian. He'll get some more hits on the militia. Wants to keep his scout alive as much as possible. But now he could struggle a bit for gold. No gold in the back. And I'll try to wall up towards the wood line, but be at the risk of not having gold. All your goats are belong to us. All that is, what do we have here is still, you can double click properly. Oh, it's a capybara. 4 more goats and a capybara for Yo. All of them 100 food each. And he's taking the shorefish in the middle. And he has docked. He has docked. So 5 fishing ships for Sebastian. And he's adding more fish. What he hasn't scouted is the dock from Yo. There's also a whale where he can go for gold. So he can fish from the whale for gold despite not having gold control at home. Yo, though, once he's up, if he can somehow go double dock and disrupt this... He hasn't scouted where the dock is, but he'll assume it's there. So Sebastian, his scouting could come back to bite him if he doesn't scout that Yo's on the water. He might be assuming, I've seen the mill, I've seen Yo's in the middle, I've seen the barracks, and he might just be assuming Yo isn't on the water. So Yo could surprise Sebastian now. Hard to do too much damage when the fishing ship's garrison these days. But I imagine this is double dock fires from Yo, and he goes immediately for Sebastian's dock. And 2 docks against 1, he might have an advantage on the water. And there's the archery range for Sebastian, which is kind of what Yo wants to see. If Sebastian's going for the range, he won't have the wood for warships. There's the Hulk. Double fires for Yo, men-at-arms for him too. Has to be careful not to run into the TC. He's still looking for a way to do damage, as Sebastian's only gold will be from that whale. He's putting all the fishing ships onto the whale. And double fires from Yo. More Hulks from Sebastian. But after the fires, Yo then can go for galleys. And should always have the ship numbers advantage. And the men-at-arms couldn't find a heal bonus somewhere. They will heal over time as the Woo. 10 HP per minute. And arson for extra attack against buildings from Yo. And he'll try to get right in through that palace. It has to be careful his men-at-arms are not downhill. And Sebastian will be able to wall and get an archer out. So Yo will turn and run from that. As, oh, forward dock. Another forward dock from Sebastian. So he'll try to get 2 docks going now. And he will have the fish advantage, so... Actually, res collected in favor of Yo so far from all the goats he had and was able to deny from Sebastian. By having the map control with the militia, even though he wasn't really hitting Vills, he was still denying Sebastian the ability to bring in more of those extra goats. And still taking goats himself. And as long as he's idling fish, he'll be happy. More Hulks. Yo with a couple of galleys ready to dance with the Hulks. And I imagine he might want another fire at some point soon to be able to take out the dock and do more damage to it. And there's the Hulk. And you'll have to get back from the dock now that it gets garrisoned, but he's happy to see the garrison and the idled fishing ships. And Hanake, or Hanakeki, thank you for the follow. And 3rd dock from Sebastian, who, holding the pressure on land, doesn't want to lose water. Yo is going to dive through the TC. Sebastian doesn't have Vills by the TC. And the men-at-arms will get in. Sebastian might not have noticed this yet. He's bringing his archers over. Yo is in. Yo is in while it also feels like he has more ship numbers on the water. Still trying to clear the Hulks. And sitting under that dock is rough. There's a fire. Feels like Yo has the better KD on the water. He'll have to make more fires himself. Wanting to go galley plus fire. And the men-at-arms get into the wood line. Kill a Vill, but... Or do they kill a Vill? No, it's an archer they killed. They do get cleaned up. So not much more pressure on land from Yo. He'll be moving off of that middle shorefish area as Sebastian has towered his gold. And Yo will try to take a gold in the side, maybe just do another dock or a shorefish mill. And Yo's getting some good pressure on the water. Still only 2 docks versus 3. If the fires can take out the dock, he'll be happy. This is where if Yo wants to push docks, he consistently needs fire galleys. They're the best against the docks. And fletching for Yo, where Sebastian still can't quite get numbers on the water. Finally, he's got 3 dock production going, but 1 dock will go down in just a moment before a fire pops out, so that gets it back to 2-2. Sebastian wanting again a 3rd dock. Yo still not investing into hulks, going fire galley. Or fire galleys and galleys. As he's doing another mill, grabbing more goats. And Res Collected is still neck and neck despite all the fish from Sebastian. Yo takes a score lead. And doing horse collar. He'll get back to his docks, but just have a reinforcement advantage. Doesn't really have the fishing ship numbers to garrison. Hulks going down. As long as the hulks go down, Yo can keep making fires. But 3rd dock again from Sebastian. A very weak forwardville, but he's still there for the docks. Yo can even think about repairing a bit with his forwardville. Like the Wu a lot here, being able to do a drush into men-at-arms while expanding on the water is such a good strat. The Wu, especially considering the regenerating infantry. That it is. I think that the Lithuanians, though, with the super early lumber camp, are something of a counter to this. You could also see the Lithuanians going for an early drush. We do see that from them sometimes, even on normal maps. Yo with a much better gold spawn, though. He'll have a back gold, even though he's still towered the front one. And all the fights on the water now. As Yo, not using all of his navy at once, needs to bring the hulks over, but they'll be right in position to attack the fires. That's right where they want to be. No hulks in here for Sebastian, but the hulks do go down for Yo. It feels like Sebastian's taking the better fight. And galleys from Yo not really numerous enough to destroy the fires quickly. And he's trying to add more galleys. Another galley from Sebastian. Does still make me wonder if ever a demo could be useful, but I think that they're just too weak these days. And all the fire galleys here going down to galleys. Oh, we have a brief pause. And who is it who paused? That will be... Oh, Sebastian had a bit of a lag. Like Spike. Yes. He dropped for a minute, but he's back. That's one of the downsides of the new client server architecture for the remaster versus the peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer would just stop for both players. Here Yo might have been playing for a couple seconds more than Sebastian. And for Byzantines or Armenians? Armenians I think are interesting for it, if they can take the middle with some churches. So Skirm's attacking the outpost. Fire pushing forward from Sebastian. Sebastian, you're floating a bit of gold, but he's able to go up to the castle age. Yo won't be too far behind, though. Still 4 fishing ships to 1. It feels like the fishing ships are doing more dock garrisoning than they are attacking, though. Or than they are fishing. Hopping in the docks to shoot arrows. There's castle age from Yo. As he'll be around 20 seconds behind Sebastian. So not that big of a difference. As Sebastian leaves the docks, Yo could think about fighting with the fires now. And Yo on land stole some skirms. And he will really want to scout that stable from Sebastian. And... well, he wants to go Gian Swordsman most likely. However, it's going to be up to Sebastian to try to collect the relics. Neither player really is scouting the relics, only 1 in vision for Sebastian. Or actually 2 in vision for him. But if he gets to 2 relics in the Castle Age with Knights, I think he has a good opportunity to stay heavily on Knights. Even against the Wu. It seems like time for another remaster. Seems like time for some 3D graphics. And maybe we'll finally be able to zoom in and out
什么？
properly in-game without needing capture age. So Yo still feels like Yo's pushing on the water. I select the HP of the ships, minus the fishing ship. It's just about neck and neck. Couple of hulks for him too. He's trying to stay away from those docks that shoot arrows. Bloodlines for Yo, so it does look like maybe scouts could be a play for him. You could also go woo cav archers. I see people boarding the ship when the Hulk attacks. There's bloodlines and medium warships for Yo. And Yo needs the timing on this. Sebastian, all of a sudden, investing into that triple dock production just as he's about to be up. Takes the fight. I think he has more ships than Yo does, and he's going for a castle drop at the same time. Sebastian doing a forward castle right on Yo's face. Yo trying to go cav archers, but not in time to stop the castle drop. He needs to react to that. He's adding another TC, where Sebastian's going full aggression with the Lithuanians. He wants to go for the late chai. I know Yo loves playing Lithuanians himself. There's no Heart in this qualifier. No, Heart, I believe, is still traveling after Red Bull, so he's going to play in next week's qualifier. So fires come forward, try to destroy these war galleys. As a couple of fire ships come forward too, they'll attack the fishing ships. And the castle is up. More late chai being queued from the castle. And we'll have a TC for Yo. Another TC, and Yo, well, maybe in a replica of that second game, will be booming while Sebastian's attacking. Now, crucially for Yo, only one fishing ship for Sebastian, so even if he loses the water, hasn't let Sebastian get a great fish boom. And great quick wall from Yo, seeing the knight going to the Vil and walling the Vil in. You'd think Yo would be used to the castle drops from his teammates. Fair enough, and Sebastian denied a relic for the moment. And cav archers from Yo are the attempt to deal with all the cav and out-micro them from Sebastian. And Sebastian's still trying to take relics with more monks. Yo finding Vils to pick. Focusing more on attacking the Lechai though. Picking off some Vils, and Yo getting a Vil lead again. And Sebastian has to have nightmares of that second game now, of having a huge military advantage but not being able to raid Yo. We hear a couple of archers trying to get through the house. Yo could just run through here. He could just run through the TC. He's thinking of it. He's really thinking of it. He's grouped up against the Scorpion though, and he will get back. Still looks like we'll have one relic collected for Sebastian. Huiguang Cav out here for Yo. Have any news about Nikov? He did play in the qualifier earlier. Sebastian won against him, but seems to be back to playing. Vil running away from the gold. And Sebastian going for a second TC, but already down in Vil 62 to 76. He'll be trying to fish to make up for the lack of TC, but the fish are already pretty far from the dock. And it might not be the most efficient eco for him. Trying to play now Scorpion plus Latus. Of the Lechai avoiding armor will be great for them against the Huiguang Cav. Scorpion down, Cav archers want to pick a monk. fishing lines in from Sebastian. And another house up for Sebastian, trying to re-wall. That forward castle, what is it actually accomplishing, though? It feels like Yo has a ton of map in the back, and he's going for ballistics. Yeah, the Silver Crown, the Hill Forts tech for +3 range for the TCs would be great to stop raids, especially against cav archers. But Yo, 11-1 eco KD for Yo. He did lose water, but so often I've seen the player who loses water still manages to win the game. The opponent has to invest more into winning water. Cav archers have to run from another Scorpion. Still think diving that TC would be a great play for Yo. You need to get to the back. But of course, it's a question mark for him. He might think Sebastian has a TC back there, and he doesn't know how much damage he'd do. From our point of view, would be lovely. There's a Hui Guang Cav attacking the Scorpion. Maybe he'll go for it. And as that Cav tries to absorb the TC fire, he goes for it. 2 Cav archers go down, but that's going to force a panic TC from Sebastian. Oh, Yo, he needs to keep going. He's maybe microing somewhere else, maybe worried about the castle. He needs to keep going. He's going to find Vills running to the back, and he's not going to get the damage he could have done. I'll pick a Vil on the farm. He has ballistics, so the Vil will die. But only 1 Vil. He could get a lot of idle time still. Force Sebastian to go garrison in the TC. Has to make sure he doesn't die to the TC fire. And this is where Hill Forts would keep these Vils extra safe. Some late check him back. And good thought from Yo, but he's also getting a raid at the front. That's now 24-1 Vil KD. 10 Vil advantage for Yo. Armor now for the Cav for Sebastian. This game is going to be crazy. Mangonel doesn't hit anything there, but will be crucial against the Scorpion. Scorpion takes a good hit. Morville's going down. Yo is getting a great raid. This is the type of game where I feel Yo thrives. He's made it past the super early game, into the mid game. And now he can boom. Now the low APM won't matter as much. It's a bit of a messier game. How many relics? He has 1. He's only managed to get 1 relic. That's it. Yo's done a great job with the map control, not letting Sebastian get relics. Of course, the relics did spawn more on Sebastian's side, so he can still get 3 more. But if you look at his scouting, he actually hasn't seen how good of a map he has as the Lithuanians. I think definitely an advantage for him, but that's not insurmountable, as it always depends on how the game plays out and how players prioritize their map presence. And converted Hui Guang Cav, Yo will now attempt to keep the Mangonels alive by blocking the Lei Chai. But he will win the fight. He'll win the fight even without a Mangonel. He'll do a castle. Sebastian tried for an anti-castle house, but didn't get it up in time. And that castle will be on his TC. So Sebastian booming, but still behind in Vils. And if he loses this TC, that puts him in a precarious situation in terms of gold control, because there isn't too much gold left for him. And he didn't... Oh, he's a tile away from scouting the gold in the corner. He might not scout that now. He needs to be like Lewis and outpost everywhere. Yo can even deny this gold from the hill. And if Sebastian doesn't scout this gold, then he's relying solely on the whales, which he's been taking for a while. And actually, there's only 1 more whale left. Has he scouted that whale? He has. He's scouted all the water. So he knows where the whales are. But these docks are very inefficient. Looks like Twitch is going to play an ad in about 3 minutes. And I'm out of snoozes, so apologies if you're on live stream and you see the ad. Remember, you can always hop over to the Onamaru stream. And try to... Or the YouTube streams. And try to avoid the ads. Cav archers taking more Vils. As the TC goes down, and a couple of barracks are up for Yo. Pikeman and Imp on the way for Yo. More barracks for Yo. He loses the TC, he still has more. This is where he really does need that Hill Forts tech. That would help him so much against the Cav Archers. They wouldn't be able to snipe the Vills if the TC had 3 more tiles of range. And he's doing TCs all the way up and down to the coast. It does feel like Yo has more map control, but Yo's getting raided too. Sebastian got a few Vill kills. And Leichai are difficult to deal with, but Yo is up to the Imperial Age, putting it in a safe TC. He might even want a castle somewhere in the middle of his eco to try to stop the latest raids. As he's sending Vills back to that TC. And I mean, a castle in a position somewhere around here where he could then use it as safety for a Trebor, I think, would be the key for him. He can treb from the forward castle. Well, oh no, never mind, he's the woo, he's the woo. Can't do trebs from the castle, he would need traction trebs. Yeah, right, the forward castle didn't do much damage, and Yo was already prepared to do Cav Archers against the Leichai. And looks like Sebastian will call the GG. Yeah, as Yo hits Imp, Sebastian calls the GG. And it looks like Yo ties it up 2-2. Well done with the opening Drush strat. Didn't prioritize the Drush or the Dock right away. Went for the Drush. 20 KD lead for Yo. And as he hits Imp, Sebastian will tap out. And that ties it up, turns another set into a best of 3. There's only one Mr. Yo. We're gonna get all the games. I will give you some spoilers. Sertão ACCM didn't go all the games. Maybe this set will. Well, he called the GG after resigning. Capture Age doesn't pick that up. Capture Age needs to pick that up, otherwise people are gonna think people aren't typing GG. Yeah, right in time I can avoid the ads by playing them myself. Ooh, so that turns it into a best of 3 now. You're winning his home map, and he still has Spanish for a land nomad map. And that's got to be very scary. So 3 entirely different styles of map. Coast Arena versus Sertão, very open, dry, Arabia with fewer trees, and then land nomad Pantanal. I'm casting the set only. I'm continuing with this one, then I'll jump in wherever they are. Yeah, so if you go to Tatau Liry, that'll be great, so someone covers it. And I think we'll just do the Rex of Viper Doubt at the end of Tatau Liry. Yeah, refusing to die is a fun theme. And Yo got a ton of value from the CA. And Coast Arena will be the next map. Malay, Portuguese, I have no idea which save to prefer. It'll be Sebastian's first home map pick. Had the castle on his face, basically lost absolutely nothing. Ready to do the draw after the last set? We've set it up. Oh boy, as long as you tell me what buttons to click, I'll do it. It's just on the website, right? I just need to click some buttons. I'm happy to do the draw. Once we get all the games decided. And of course, you can spoil yourself the Viper Doubt results. So right after Tatau Liry, you have it set up, and just give me the button to click, and then we'll do the draw. So this will be for the brackets for next week. Everyone, of course, who loses this week is eligible to play next week. And then the remaining Latin American players, Monday and Tuesday the week after. Insert Homer at work meme. So 30 seconds and we'll get going on Coast Arena. Hello there, Gabby. How you doing? And oh yeah, Tripta, you adding more Onamaru emotes? I heard you mention that earlier. Let me pour myself some more water as we're getting into game number 5. And here we are, Coast Arena, Yo as the red Portuguese, Sebastian as the blue Malay, our lovely diagonal gates. Hello, Maelstrom. And hello, Adrian. So, someone else can answer the Portuguese in the chat. I need my chatters to help me. But 2-2. Sebastian here, looking to go to a LAN that is much less travel than London. Yo had himself the Chinese LAN last year, the LY Cup. And he'll start by luring in the boar. Trip to testing the emotes. I saw Miguel sub to the stream earlier. And he'll take the boar. So this map, if you saw it in TTL, or maybe you're playing it yourself in the TTL Community League, essentially the same, but with a 9-vil start, and slightly readjusted the positioning of the resources in the middle. Should make the relics more consistently fair. Thank you, Oi, for the follow. And another dock up, or a first dock up for Sebastian. Curious that he's not putting the dock on an oyster directly, but he might do the second dock on an oyster. Yo doing the dock directly in the middle, which makes me think he might be doing only one dock. Should be able to take both a shorefish and an oyster. You can take the oysters both from fishing ships and from or both by fishing ships and by villagers and drop off at the dock. So you can skip a mining camp in this build. Important though to make sure you still do mill the berries, because you might find yourself in that nomad situation where you can't do the market for your castle age because you don't have a mill. I do suppose there is some viability for an arena-like build order where you go for a blacksmith and then barracks plus stable or archery range to control the middle. And don't do the market and skip both the mill and the mining camp, just focus on fishing, but haven't quite seen that yet. This is a nerd with 3D glasses on it. Now the players directly across from each other here. The golds and the stones are very far forward against the wall, so if someone goes for a castle drop, you can scout that. I haven't seen many trushes on the map, on this map, but freaking Andy in an earlier round. Against Young Panda, so it was a 1,000 or so elo difference. He did go for a tower rush, while going for a transport ship with men-at-arms, forcing Panda both to react to the tower rush and to the transport at the same time. Don't know if that would work at this high of an elo level, but was an interesting strat to be sure. Time to put on our red noses and clown out. Our all game is live, and I'm going to cast the other sets. I'm casting as many sets as I can. Tatau Liry right now is simultaneous with this one, so I'll join that set. They're just getting started when we're done here. And then the final set of the day will be a Viper Doubt, and we'll cast Rex from that set. So Tatau with the newly announced Onimaru player against Liry, the former Onimaru player. And both players just scouting the middle. Think you can get away without scouting too much. Let's go, Tatau. There you go, drama. Gonna be rooting for Tatau now. I have another dock up for Yo. Going to the outside for the dock. And both players just booming up. It's a wonderful 9-vil start Arena Dark Age, so we get a bit of time to relax. I'd love to see Arena in Empire Wars someday. Change up the Empire Wars meta. Get right to the middle of Arena. You can field 3 teams whenever Vitality gets around to doing the team game tournament. Well, we should have the league coming up this year, with the finals being played at the Garrison. So, Feudal Age for Yo. I'm sure the tournament organizers are going to hope for overlap between Garrison and 3v3 finalist performances to cut down on travel costs. But who knows, maybe we get Finland coming out of nowhere to win. That wouldn't be too bad, Finland to Germany at least. We'll have the Australia team rising up, with Soxy leading them to Hamburg. And so Feudal Age for Yo, and I wonder how heavily invested players are going to be in water pressure on the map now, because with what we've been seeing on water, with even on open water maps, fast castles being dominant. The ability to hide in the docks and garrison and shoot back with some arrows has been very strong. And especially with a bit of seawalling and the rush distance being so far, I don't know if there's much damage to be done in the feudal age. Going fast galleys, or even FC for the warships to head around, it's a long ways away, and medium warships can be a bit of a struggle. So Sebastian doing a ton of houses to wall his base. You need a lot of houses to support the fishing ship population. But the way he's basically cutting his base in half means even if he's landed from the sea, he'll be able to go to the gold. Or if he's pressured by land, he can go to the wood. It's kind of a two-way wall. Viper, Vinch, Doubt, Tatau, Jordan. I think they could go super old school, Tyrant, RVK themed and go Viper, Doubt, Tatau. Viper, Doubt, Jordan, Dagao. Double bit axe for Sebastian and for Yo. As Yo is up first, Sebastian will do a market and a blacksmith. A bit of a Malay delay in his uptiming. He'll be up right after he gets those buildings. And probably will be castle just a bit faster. How long is this Malay castle age? It's going to be close. Oh, it needs to use the market to go up, though. Actually has to sell stone. And doesn't have the gold. Ooh, not the best build order, then, from Sebastian. And there we go. Just about the same time. About 4 seconds difference there. Viper Jordan Doubt. That was Viper Jordan Doubt Cab Tyrant around 2015. Originally it was, I think, Viper Jordan Dagao on RVK. With a few other players would have been against Halen Grunt, Cab, and Doubt on Tyrant. Around WCL 7. You need more slam. Need slam, need some Riot. Oh my gosh, Fire and Doubt on a team. Yeah, Onomaro needs 2 more so they can field 4 3v3 teams or 3 4v4 teams. Yeah, there was the Viper clan with Doubt, Jordan, and Dagao all on it. So there's a forward castle from Yo. Loom on the way, doing Loom after sending the Vils forward. Risky, but trusting that Sebastian wouldn't have anything forward. And Sebastian doing medium warships. He's mining stone for a castle. Maybe he has an option to fish and then try to go fast imp with the Malay. Around here, he could do a castle outside, protect this gold. Maybe give up the main gold? Could also go for a castle over here as he loses his scout. Yo with 5 HP left will have won the scout fight. He'll see Sebastian on the stone. The castle here controls the middle of the map. And what it will do is if Yo gets to the Imperial Age first, we'll let him treb castles on either side wherever Sebastian goes for it. And then he does medium warship himself. It feels like it would be more defensive from him. A few war galleys forward from Sebastian. Only 1 dock, so he doesn't have as many fishing ships. So he did a second dock, but kind of farther away. Forward with 1 Warhulk. Won't really do too much damage here to the fish with 1 warship, but he will, with a fire, fend the war galleys off. Now Sebastian with a defensive castle. I don't know about that. Yo picking up relics. And the Portuguese are a civ that if they go fast imp, they can make Vitorias and suddenly get an economy. One thing that I do like on Coast Arena is the ability to add in the Vitorias. If you get pushed from the water or pushed on land, you can try to run and do Vitorias. Not much room on the outside for them, though. They're a 5x5 building, and they won't fit on the outside. So you do at least need some land control. So Organ Guns forward as Yo breaks down the gate, and he can maybe try to go through the houses and get to the right side of Sebastian's base. Sebastian very interested in defending that stone, maybe wants a second castle. And in the back, looks like Yo being pushed off of the fish. Some ships all sailing around. Oh, we're only 6.5 hours into the stream. We still got 2 more sets. This is a long one today. Oh, that's true. Goku and Nacho were there too. And Imp for Yo. So fast Imp with the Portuguese. He's losing some of the fish, but he's done the main thing he needed with the fish, gotten himself to the Imperial Age, and has the forward castle in a position to treb. And will Sebastian be able to match the Imp timing even as the Malay? That could be difficult for him. Yeah, I mean, look at that Onamaru roster. You could have the Spanish-speaking team of Nacho, Kingstone Tato, the Brazil team of Goku Miguel de Gal, the old Tyrant team of Viper Doubt Jordan, and the young team of Louis Vinchester Andy. You could form a bunch of different combos from those players. But Yo, basically off the water now. Basically off the water. Fishing ships have to avoid being killed by the fire, as that dock won't hold forever. It's still a nice spot to hold with the fishing ships inside of it. Have Imperial Age, Sanctity, and Boatstar all clicked for Yo. Fire ships going down. And the fishing ships on their way back. Yo doesn't have another dock to fall back to, although he could rebuild one. He's more focused on Imp. And what Yo's going to want is a Treb War. So walls here are going to prevent immediate organ gun raids. That worked out nicely for Sebastian. He'll be going for gill nets. He's going to hope that 20 fishing ships will power the eco enough that he can survive being Castle Age versus Imperial Age. Another castle for him, but at risk of being trebbed down. There's the Imp, there's the Trebuchet. And also, will there be another castle? Will there be a Fatoria? Castle right here or right here from Yo could be sick and deny wood, and then he's simply trebbing everything over here. So I actually love this castle positioning from Yo initially. Being right in the middle gives him extra range. He hits so much of the map. If he had maybe tried to go here for the initial castle, Sebastian would have a bit of safety over here. Now Yo hits everything. Even trebbing the mining camps could be a nice strategy, because then Sebastian can't drop off anything from out here. Do the Trebs get the ballistics? No. That castle I'm not as sure about. Does Yo see this? Ooh, Yo. Also a lack of outposts. Something he could take from Lewis. More outposts. Not giving him the vision out here. And Sebastian, lots of karambits, but double castle fire against karambits, especially with a couple organ guns, should be able to protect the Trebs. So, oh, karambits get in. Did they just run through an open gate? Karambits did get in, but now Yo can come to the outside and use the organ guns against the karambits. Yo with 5 relics in the monastery, he'll wall in the vills. I think Sebastian just ran through an open gate. There's no overchop or anything. But I think he's trapped now, unless he went all the way around the outside. But he is trapped and not able to do any damage. Yo has all the freedom to move about the middle. Sebastian's castle is crumbling. And next the market will go down to Trebs. As more karambits are around the outside, Yo will do a TC. Yo is 0 on food, but he's the Portuguese, he doesn't need food. He just needs Trebs and organ guns now. An attempted battering ram from Sebastian, as Yo can keep trebbing. A castle in the back for more karambits. There's block printing for Yo. Monk's not the best unit against karambits. Karambits are not that valuable to convert. But Yo with double castles should be able to protect the Trebs now. Takes out another house. And big ram push now. Ram push from Sebastian. Which makes me think Redemption Monks could be an option for Yo to try to convert the rams. Hard when there are karambits inside of them, though. Monks are in eco units, they can produce vills. And what's that? Siege Workshop in the back for Sebastian? Yo doesn't have anything in his base anymore. I guess just the relics. Does Yo need a monastery in the middle for the relics? He's gonna do a TC. Still doesn't see the TC here. Oh, he does see the TC. And those karambits. 7 karambits against 3 organ guns. What happens here? They may be debated by the presence of the Vils. More organ guns for Yo. I don't think Sebastian can fight this. The monks want conversions. And the ram push on the castle now. The ram push. 4 rams for Sebastian, but he can take out 1 castle. There'll still be a second. The treb doesn't even go down. The karambits will melt to the castle fire. And organ guns come over. They should be able to help out against the rams too. Yo with the scout attacking a ram. Might lose 1 castle. We'll send some Vils to repair as he's mining stone. His treb will take out the next castle for Sebastian. Sebastian says, the only place I have that's safe are these Vils I have in Yo's base doing the workshop. He will do his TC there in Yo's base. Still stuck in the castle age. I don't really see a way for him to win despite having double the Vils, 80 to 39. This map makes no sense. The map makes absolutely no sense, and that's why we love it. Yo's got 4 fishing ships idled in the corner. Sebastian's sending his Vils all the way around the outside. TC goes down. Monks want conversions on the karambits. Vils are overrated. Who needs Vils? And Treb the mining camp now. Yeah, Yo is scary to play long sets against. Another ram push from Sebastian. 4 rams. He wants to get karambits to surround the organ guns. Maybe ram the organ guns, actually. Alright, Ram's doing decently well there. Good mangonel shot on the organs. Sebastian, he's got 5 rams. He's speedy enough to chase mangonels. Oh, that mangonel almost goes down. Mangonel does go down. Could there be something cooking here with the ram push from Sebastian, though?
Yep.
Ram goes down. Karambits get slaughtered by castle fire. The karambits cannot be outside the rams now. It's just a ram push. It's ram karambit. It's literal karambit. Karambit's jumping out. They're destroying the organ guns. The castles are standing though. Remember when Sebastian had 80 Vils? He's down to 66. There's more Vils from Yo being killed though. The Vils coming in to fight the rams. I think Yo is winning. I think Yo's winning. He destroys all the rams. His Vils are fighting karambits. They're underneath the castle, though. Light cav swaps from Sebastian. Don't know if that's going to do anything. Sebastian's trying to TC rush Yo. Well, if Sebastian can TC everywhere, then where does Yo take resources? Sebastian just doing a TC. No one has noticed this. There's a ram push in Yo's base. Yo could lose the market. Yo doesn't have any Vittorias, but he also has his own karambits now. And with the karambits, he'll keep the market alive. And yeah, now we're having a late game douche where Yo has not noticed his woodline being slaughtered. His Vils are walled in. Yo will lose 9 Vils once this TC goes up. Sebastian could lose everything here. He could run the Vils around the outside though, maybe? Still trying to hold. He can't really push the Trebs, but he will get another TC here. He's stuck in the castle age. And he can't do much against Trebs. He doesn't have room for farms on this map, but he still has fish on the outside. Still has 27 fishing ships. And I don't think there's a way for Yo to stop that. Ram's still here. Monks want conversions on the mangonels. Sebastian trying to pump out karambits. These Vils maybe dying to some TC fire again. Sebastian needs to make sure he's hitting the Vils in the back. He wants to ram this TC maybe. He does. Do you have any gold? I don't think so. 2k relic gold now for Yo. You can guess what happened for this map position. So I guess Sebastian has Yo's base, and now we have a douche where there are more Vils for Yo, but some karambits could come over and hop in a ram again. And still fish for Sebastian. Yo, oh gosh, the fish in the Vil are going for a dance around these walls. Yo deletes the walls. And karambits, not enough karambits to jump the Trebs. Sebastian's gonna lose this castle. Won't be able to jump it with the light cav either. And that castle will fall. Where did the light cav go now? He can't get to the outside. He could run around this way, and well, Yo lost the Vil, won't get the dock up. Sebastian has the outside, but Yo has the score lead. Yo may be about to lose the relics. He has to repair the monastery. Karambit's inside the ram. Good thing Yo noticed this in time. Wait, Karambits are attacking the vills. Yo lost the other TC. Karambit's attacking the vills. Yo losing more vills. Yo down to 33 vills. It's 49 vills and 27 fishing ships, but Castle Age against Yo, who is in the Imperial Age and has a lot of organ guns. A bit of a lag spike as we can in slow motion watch the Karambits go down. They have to find another ram for protection. Treb's coming forward for Yo. Sebastian takes the score lead. Now, let me ask you a question. Is there some way Sebastian, with the score lead, could hide everything on a transport ship and just go out to sea and wait the score limit with more score? Hide in the corners? I guess maybe not in the Castle Age. You need cannon galleons for that. Maybe a risk to bring the organ so close to the workshop. But now it's Sebastian. He can't go to his base. He needs a siege tower to hop the vills into his base over Yo's walls. Which is a weird thing to say, but I think it's the best way to save the vills. I mean, you could also come this way and maybe run around. He still has some Karambits and light cav there. He's trying to ram the organ guns still. The rams are doing lots of damage against the organ guns. Alright, the ram plus Karambit has been very effective. Ooh, Yo could lose a Treb here. That's still expensive for him. Yo only has one vill on wood. And I think the ram needs to attack the Treb. And it will, what's that? 13 HP. It stays up. That is clutch to keep the Treb alive at 13 HP. Sebastian might need to cancel those rams. That workshop will go down. A few light cav for him, but the light cav can't fight the organ guns. Doesn't want the ram to be converted. Oh, the converted ram. Yeah, Sebastian can't take gold there. Sebastian's struggling for gold now. Yo has all the gold control. And Yo somehow still has some presence in his base. And I think Yo can treb that TC, and then I think Yo finally wins if he trebs the TC. The mistake is he's going through the gate. He realizes he goes outside the gate. Or no, he goes through the gate. Rams could actually hit the trebs now. Just showing what is happening. Coast Arena is happening. So it's still 50 vills to 31. Yo with 2 vills on food, 1 on wood. Yo trying to do another TC. There's no way Sebastian ever gets imp. And the Redemption Monks converting rams will be great. Although the organ guns are blocking the monks, so it can't reach the ram. You could get a triple ram conversion. There's one, there's a second. The ships save the third. I think Sebastian's dead now? I mean, he's had some vills over here. I don't think there's enough room on the outside to do a TC. Oh, wait. That's a lot of light cav. Sebastian has been waiting for the light cav. He has them on stand ground. He's getting one big fight against the organ guns, and he's killing all of the organ guns. Wait just a minute. Yo has lost his entire army. He has 500 gold left. He needs to buy wood. He's losing vills. Sebastian getting the last organ gun. He needs to get the rest of his forces away. He'll lose them to the castles. But, I mean, Sebastian has more eco. He can sustain those losses better than Yo can. Yo with 2 TCs. Sebastian with 0. Sebastian 0 TC gaming running around the outside. There are 12 more organ guns. With 28 fishing ships, maybe Sebastian can fish enough. He's adding in fish traps that he can spam light cav and go for the organs. He's going for a big villager push on the castle. Wait a minute. No ballistics on the castles. The vills are getting within range to repair the rams. Sebastian could take out the castles. Yo doesn't have anything to repair here. He has stone, so he could do more castles. Repairing the ram now. Yo trying to get the repair vills over. The castle almost down. Some elephants. Sebastian can afford elephants somehow. Light cav, and he clears a castle. Did Sebastian destroys a castle? Could he somehow destroy the other castle? Sebastian might not be dead. Sebastian might not be dead. He's going elephants against monks. That feels questionable at best. But Yo down to 35 vills. He's not garrisoning. The trebs are going right into the elephants, but the elephants are being converted. More elephants for Sebastian. How does Sebastian afford this? That's what the fishing eco is doing for him. He has to run away from the monks, though. And Sebastian has a second TC in Yo's base. He still has a TC. Yo, what does he have? 2 trebs left. He can afford more maybe if he buys wood. Letting the elephants get converted, though, might be a huge mistake, as Yo is Vils, he is stone, he can go for another castle drop. Is it a mistake to do the castle forward, though, and not protect the relics? I mean, envision this. Yo mines all the gold in his base, the Vils leave, and then Sebastian rams the monastery and takes the relics. He's doing a workshop at home. I mean, Yo, he needs gold for Fetorias, though. Finally, with elephants, though, gifting Yo the elephants gives Yo a unit with which to fight the rams. Sebastian was really hoping for the kill on the second castle, and now Light Cav cannot fight these elephants, especially not with monks healing them. Yo only has 34 Vils, those elephants have to pull back or be deleted. Sebastian has to delete them now. He can't risk the conversion. Maybe a transport to garrison and break conversions. Yo's still repairing organ guns with Vils. I mean, there are only 5 organ guns now. That's the level of organ that can be sniped by Light Cav. He needs to delete the elephant. Oh, he let a 3rd elephant get converted. But he's gonna snipe off the monks. He's gonna snipe off the monks. All the monks are down. Or 1 more monk left. Only 2 monks left for Yo, as he has a score lead, but Sebastian's still holding on. 34 to 48 Vils. The Vil count has not changed for the past 20 minutes. Yeah, no Fetorias yet. I mean, Yo could afford it. Maybe a good play for him to do a Fetoria in the middle of the map. And now that gold will run out for Yo. The gold will run out. And he's going to do a castle on Sebastian's TC. Sebastian could maybe TC the other wood line again. Oh, but there are rams there. He can ram push the castle if he sees the Vils. He could ram push this now from the safety of his TC. Doing more stables over here. Sebastian is fully swapped to Yo's base. If that castle is denied, that would be huge. The rams, I think they need to go for the castle, not the organ guns. Sebastian, he wants to ram organ guns here. Is that the play? He's gonna destroy 1 organ gun with a ram, but loses a ram in the process. More stables for him. He's not gonna deny the castle. And that castle is great because it protects the relics. But if that monastery goes down, there's nothing to grab the relics for Yo. Sebastian might get 5 relics at some point. Halfway done to the time limit, 90-minute time limit. 93 to 37 Vils because of 37 fishing ships and 11 more queued. Sebastian should have infinite food, and he can spam Light Cav forever. Oh, epic sea dragon. And organ guns attacking the TC. Sebastian can run Vils to the outside, get wood, and get more fish traps. He's stuck in the castle age. Yo doing another TC. Yo up to 39 Vils. Look at that economy he has. And what's over here? All the organ guns taking Sebastian's initial base. We'll be ramming the market. And a few Light Cav running around. There's still an elephant there. Light Cav can't deny the TC because the wall is still up. I don't think he can get out. The elephants are coming over. How many elephants does it take to stop that many Light Cav? Sebastian needed to ram that wall at some point, maybe. The trebuchet destroying docks will be horrible for all the fish traps. From the inside, Yo can deny the fishing with trebs. And yeah, Yo, if he has gold, can start the Fetorias. He might want to save the stone for castles, but then he gets stone from Fetorias. We'll have how many Light Cav? We do 19 Light Cav. And Sebastian's just saying, where do I go with the Light Cav now? You can't actually go in and out of this base because Yo is fully walled. Onager cut the trees for Yo? I don't think Yo's ever going to afford Onager on 41 Vils. Is this enough Light Cav? 16, oh my gosh, we're at 25 Light Cav. I think Sebastian, with the fish traps, can get enough Light Cav to win the game. I think the play for Sebastian might be to run back around to his own base and clear Yo's army that's forward. And then go to the middle, but he's going for another ram push. Those elephants are so devastating, though. Sebastian, 1 TC, he has enough room on the outside for a TC, but is being trebbed. He'll be 0 TC gaming soon. There are 13 organ guns. Are there enough Light Cav here? Yo trying to micro. The Rams going for the castle. Maybe they should go for the trebs. The monk is down. The elephants are brutal here. All the light cav are dying, but the rams are going for the treb. The organ guns are somewhat being cleared, but the light cav have all died. Does that matter? Sebastian has 46 bills on food. He can keep spamming light cav. Those elephants are insane. Oh man, Sebastian gifting those elephants has come back to haunt him. And yeah, he needs to destroy the walls with a ram so he can raid Yo's eco in the middle. The organ gun's now chasing Sebastian into the stables. He's got 9 stables though, and he has food to pump light cav. He also has wood, and the organ guns might be chasing a bit too far. They're going right into the production from the stables. Sebastian doesn't care about losing light cav. He has the eco for this. Sebastian has eco. He's down by 2k score. Is it crazy to say that if Yo can feast on light cav, he might get a score victory at 90 minutes? Vils doing houses. Yo up to 52 Vils. He might have an eco soon. I would love to see Fertorius from him now. Yeah, I think it was a mistake for Sebastian. I think he needed to clear the army over here. He has light cav there now. Maybe he could attack the outpost. Maybe he needs a couple of stables on the outside out here. I don't even know what Sebastian needs to do now. Yo can afford some organ gun production, and he can afford another castle. So Yo will drop a castle over here, but maybe that just means Sebastian needs to run back here. And it would have been so much easier to clean 8 organ guns on this side. This map is crazy. Yo with 1 trebuchet. Imagine he had rammed the wall and could have cleared that treb, because Yo has 2 trebuchets now. I don't know where the second one is. Let's find the second one. The second one's still down here. How many light cav? You still need maybe 20 light cav to push 8 organ guns. The light cav are going to try to stop Yo from building the castle. Yo will sacrifice Vils for this, but he's converting light cav now, and with that, Sebastian will call the GG. I don't know if Sebastian could have still won that game at some point, but Yo goes up 3-2. That was absolutely crazy. And once again, I think Costa Arena, whoever looks like they're winning might not actually be winning. I don't know what that was. And Garanol, thank you for the follow. That was absolutely crazy. The Treb's destroying the fish traps from the inside to the outside. Sebastian almost had enough light cav. The downside of the melee, he can't do the second armor. Never did the attack upgrade. Maybe he needed the attack upgrade, no iron casting. I think he needed to open Yo's walls with the rams at some point and be able to run light cav in and out. He had destroyed one of those castles somehow with rams. Karambits against organ guns. Rams with karambits inside. Emphasis on the rams. Doing a bit of damage here and there. Yo didn't do any Fertorias. Maybe that could have helped him. I don't know what that game was, chat. I don't know what that was, but Yo wins. Yo wins. What the... YouTube asking... Just came here. What happened to end in this game state? Also, who is winning? I don't know if Sebastian still could have won. He had 58 fishing ships. Maybe he needed more docks spread out across the map so that they couldn't be trebbed. I don't know. Oh, you think Sebastian resigned early there? Oh man, that was absolutely insane. So he loses Coast Arena, and there's still a Nomad map for Yo. Oof. Alright, let's see. They're in the lobby for the next game. Oh, the dashboard breaking on me. And we'll be Sertão. I think he took a couple bad fights with the cat, though. I think he needed larger numbers. I think he wasn't patient enough. I actually think he still had it. Yeah, destroy the wall. Anyway, I'm going to take a very quick break between these games. We'll be right back for Game 6. Alright, back in time for game number 6. We'll have the map Sertão with Sebastian to the south as the blue Jurchens, and Yo is sending his scout forward to lame. Yo is the red Romans to the northeast. And Javelina's pushed in. Rhea's lured in. This is a very open map, a very aggressive map. And third wood line for Sebastian, kind of far away, but also gives him a nice wood spot by the gold. Yo is forward immediately. Kind of like the gen. Yo forward with the scout immediately, and he's going forward with a Vil to lame. Going for the barracks too. So right off the start, Yo going aggressively forward. And he'll be right on top of the pineapple bushes. Yeah, we'll have a forward lumber camp too. So this is a Mr. Yo strat. He's doing loom, and he's going to look to fight the pineapple bushes. He sees how far forward they are, and he wants to do some Dark Age shenanigans with the Romans. Maybe just go for a very forward men-at-arms opening. And loom for Sebastian. Rhea pushed in. And feudal timing for both. He's laming. He's laming the berries. Sebastian turns to fight. He'll bring the scout over. So here come the militia, forcing the pineapple bush villagers to run away, maybe. Yeah, 1 entire second of TC idle time. Oh, he's trying to wall the militia in. Almost got it. Almost got it. We'll fight the militia. Not gonna save the Vil, though. That Vil may be overstaying his welcome. No, gets back. Gets back with the Vil. We'll do a barracks at the front of the TC. But Yo very far forward on this map. The Jurchens might have wanted to be going for a scout rush here. They do have the faster attacking scouts, and Yo deciding let's go forward. Let's use the militia. They're cheaper now, only 50 food instead of 60. And do what we can to pressure the wood line. With the Romans, they will get double the blacksmith armor. Unlike Empire Wars, though, you don't start with the blacksmith, so it is kind of expensive to get to. And Yo with a forward Vil could even think about going for a tower on the back of this wood line. So his strat's going to be men-at-arms plus Trush, and try to force Sebastian off of the wood line. Sebastian also has to be careful not to overchop. Yeah, Yo saw the chop tree. I think that Vil was thinking of chopping, but too much wood on the acacia trees. So to Sebastian, he doesn't have the wood for a range, needing to repair the house. Diagonal attack on the Vil. And he just affords the range. He wouldn't be able to afford a defensive tower now, because of the lack of wood. Oh, this strat's so aggressive from Yo, and it's working perfectly. And men-at-arms from Yo. Yo saying those are his pineapples. And Scout goes down, but not enough HP on Sebastian's Scout to fight Yo's Vil. Especially with the militia there. Spear now, and Sebastian gonna send Vils, does not want that tower on his wood line. And he went out to the gold, so he could do a lumber camp over there on the side. And he's trying to free his pineapples as he re-walls the wood line. And he'll have to do a defensive tower, and he needs the tower to go up first so he can kill this villager and stop the tower. And it will, so Yo will run. The admin channel. Yeah, we'll do the final Rex after Tatau Liry, our race. So Sebastian has gotten back to the pineapple bushes. Men-at-arms are chased away. Yeah, the perfect, oh my gosh, the perfect delete at 125 stone. And then we'll do the draw after that. Perfect. And Vil here chased away by that archer. And the scout survives the perfect 2 HP. Yeah, remember, capture age I think rounds up. Might also be 125.5. It doesn't truncate like the in-game does. So, if he perfectly... Let me check his resources in-game. I can check that too. Now, in-game he is 125 too, so he's good. He's good. He can do another tower. So that's also the classic strat of you do the tower, you force your opponent to do the counter tower, but you make them spend enough resources that when you delete the foundation, you have 125 stone left and they have less than it. And that'll be a defensive tower for Yo on his wood line. Nice wood and gold composition there. And ooh, scout goes down to a villager. As a spear and archers all come forward, they'll try to hit a skirmisher. And the skirm will go down. No gate up there for Yo. TC snipes a spear. Archers pick a Vil though, and Sebastian with the counterattack now. Sebastian able to amass just enough archers from that range, hold on to his wood line, and sneak over to a gold that he can counterattack, but now he's off of gold, as Yo's coming back, and Sebastian has to go down to this pit for gold. Downhill, so extra vulnerable. He hasn't cleaned up that forward barracks yet. Vil's still on the lumber camp, running around, and the archers have to get away from the tower, but they could hit the gold. They could hit the gold. Is the winner get a spot in the Onomara roster as well? So Sebastian trying to hit the gold. Skirms come over, will hit the archers. Archers have to dodge the skirms. And Vil's on the back of the wood line, but extra close to the tower. With skirms, I don't think they'll be able to avoid that. Yeah, and the archers can't really engage there. So armor now for Yo for his skirms. Still, it's just a stone wall in the back, not actually a tower. And scout transition with a stable from Sebastian, who at the front of the base is trying to defend the hill with archers. Oh, this map is crazy.
Salve. Tibi Serbio. Impera.
And Sebastian will come forward with a scout. Try to destroy the house.
Salve.
And men-at-arms archers around the side will have forging for Sebastian. And scout going to attack the skirms. Archers are killing another skirm. Another archer pops out of the range. Vil's going down. Archers go down. And Sebastian getting good progress into Yo's base, wanting to force game 7. Forging for Sebastian. Scouts chase the skirms away. And Yo has to camp the TC now. But with the tower by the wood and the gold, good spot for Yo to camp, but that wood line won't last forever. Neither player close to the castle age, and both extremely open. Yo with that forward with the men-at-arm positioning from the barracks can keep adding them in if he wants to and be very annoying. And Sebastian has to get back, but if he gets back he can converge on and clean this military. Yo doesn't have everything else in position to defend. And that's a good mass of archers from Sebastian. Faster attacking Jurchen scouts too, and everything from Yo melts at the foot of Sebastian's base on that hill. And now Yo with a bunch of skirms doesn't have any spears mixed in. So those scouts will be extra deadly. Scout plus archer the composition for Sebastian. Trying to add in more of both. Can't quite take the fight there. This is where with Yo so spread out, tower defense. The tower keeps the archers away, but doesn't keep the scouts away. Even the casters, yeah, as chat writes, nachos already, Onamaru. Another market for Sebastian,
准备就绪，
who's in the market for some Vil kills. Town watch for Sebastian, too, for the vision. Nothing else from that barracks from Yo. That red dot's still just a stone wall. And if he can jump the skirms with scouts away from everything else, could maybe take a fight. It's a big risk from Sebastian to think about the castle age, though. Instead of more scouts, he had cancelled some scouts. Here's Town Watch. And food for Yo almost there. Sebastian looks like he'll use the market and beat him up. He'll beat him up to the next stage. Stone for Yo is the Romans. Is he thinking about Centurions? A unit I don't think I've ever actually seen. It might just be for more towers. Sebastian's up. Sebastian will be up first. As the Jurchens, he can go Step Lancers. The more skirms that Yo has to make, the better it is for the Step Lancers versus archers. And here's Castle Age for Yo. He'll be 30 seconds behind. And there's a range, actually. It'll be Cav Archers. Okay. Cav Archers from Sebastian. On this map, I was thinking you can go Step Lancers. You just get under the tower and kill all the Vils. All those times you see 10 Vils on a gold mine and 7 make it back to the TC, I don't think that happens with Jurchen Step Lancers.
何种命令？
Enough archers for Yo that Sebastian can't quite take the fight with the scouts. He needs to decide, does he save the scouts or save the archers? And he'll find a hill to die on, maybe. As he'll try to dodge, but can't quite take the fight. Doesn't want to go down to the pit. And he'll just send everything. He'll try to focus archers on the archers, but Yo pulls them back as he engages with the skirms. Sebastian trying to stay within the min-range of the skirms. And he'll pick off quite a few of the archers, actually. Taking the best fight he can. And get some more archers for himself. We'd love to have a good crossbow timing, so I think he'll try. He needs to stay out of the line of sight of the barracks and the house, which is pretty large with Town Watch, and not going to succeed there.
何种命令？
Yeah, Yo will see that, and he'll see the archers running forward. That might mess with the timing that Sebastian will have in the next stage.
准备就绪，
Phil's still chopping trees. And crossbow on the way for Sebastian.
准备就绪，
Now, if Yo noticed this, he should be prepared. Yo actually has nothing on the western side of his base. And towers everywhere else. Sebastian would have to get really far to the back to do damage. And Yo will have a TC up by the time that happens.
什么？
No ballistics for Sebastian. He'll go for a second TC of his own too in the back. Yo somehow has a score lead here. Roman's economy is crazy. And he has line of sight of those crossbows. Yo might want to send more Vils to that TC. Crossbows heading straight towards it. They'll see it 85%. And can he kill Vils? No, doesn't get a single Vil on the TC. Goes up just in time for Yo. And with 2 towers and 2 TCs, the crossbows won't find any damage. They'll get some idle time, but they won't get any kills. I think Yo will be content to force this army away. Bowsaw for Yo, Horse Collar just now coming in for Sebastian. Yo's had that. Sebastian, however, will get a 3rd TC up. 2 Vils on the TC, but it will be safe.
Salve. Impera.
Salve.
Tibi Servio.
And there is Bowsaw. A rocket cart for Sebastian, so deciding to go a rocket cart along with the 2 TCs. Slightly more res collected for him. Didn't have enough rams last game. We'll go for another ram here. Try to take down the barracks. And wheelbarrow for Yo too.
什么？
Impera. Salve. Eus.
Crossbows hit Vils.
Salve.
And the crossbows have to get back. Wheelbarrow and ballistics both on the way for Yo. Rocket car at the front will be a problem. We've seen Yo boom and defend so well so many times. At this point, at least, Sebastian does have the TC advantage. Cleans the forward buildings. Still has one house there. 1 or 2 dots on the minimap I'm going to be looking at for the rest of the game, trying to figure out what they are. And these couple of crossbows almost cleaned. Yo with ballistics, Sebastian without. Creates an awkward micro situation where Sebastian has the larger army. But went for the eco rather than ballistics and keeps up the pressure on the front. Yo decides he can't fight that army, but can come around the front and look for any Vil kills anywhere he can find them. Town Watch is in for Sebastian, so he should be able to see the crossbows as they come forward. And he needs to garrison. He needs to garrison and he reacts properly. At the same time, he's still pushing at the front, trying to force game number 7. Looks like we decided to cast the long sets today. Over 7 hours into the stream, this is only set number 2. I'm sure Doubt won't need 7 games to beat Viper, though, in our final set. Crossbowman from Sebastian. Double ranges, more crossbows. And he's going to lose them to ballistics as they ungarrison. Are they playing after it? Next, we're going to have the rest of Tatau Liry. And then the Rex of Viper Doubt after that. They played earlier today. Hopefully they did, as Doubt was having internet problems, but hopefully that all worked out. And Yo will go for a defensive castle. There's the castle from him, but he probably loses the TC in the process. Mangonels from that workshop. And rocket cart's going down. Is this live? This is live. And Yo getting in around the back of Sebastian's base. Scores are still neck and neck. Feels like Sebastian losing the rocket cart battle there. Ballistics for Sebastian. Roman's worst civ? I don't know about that. I think Romans are pretty good. I think they have a pretty good eco bonus. Sebastian held on against Yo's opening, and he'll hold on with a rocket cart to keep Yo away. And get ballistics. Might be able to get another shot if Yo is paying attention to the front. There is ballistics. Vil goes down. It does look good for getting a game 7. First 2 Tatau Liry were good. Well, maybe the rest of them will be good too. To be fair, we did get an amazing Coast Arena game. And Rocket Cart splashing the Mangonel. Crossbows, nice micro to stay on the hill, destroy the Mangonel. And it's a Centurion in an attempted counterattack with crossbows from Yo. As he's hoping that Sebastian doesn't have anything at home to defend this, and Sebastian right now not noticing. Crossbows getting it on the farms. Vils go down. And the Mangonel chases the crossbows away. Vil has to go and repair. Mangonel down. Centurions from Yo. Yo likes his unique units. Is this a good unique unit? I've never seen it before. By itself, it clears the Mangonels. It has 130 hit points. It's more than a knight. Crossbows will try to micro on the hill, foraging for Yo to give them more attack. Does this clear all of Sebastian's army? Does this suddenly clear everything Sebastian was used to pressure Yo? Yo is within 3 Vils now. Yo is within 3 Vils. And I think it does. I think it does clear everything. The Jaguar will do the rest. All the crossbows down. And there is husbandry from Yo. As he will find another rocket card he can pick off with the Centurions. Yo taking a score lead. Res collected, Yo actually has the lead. He actually has 15-4 Eco KD despite all the pressure Sebastian's applied to his base. Yo is somehow holding on. Yo able to boom. And Sebastian needing to defend with a castle. Felt like Sebastian had a good early lead and a Vil advantage, but just can't quite pull away from Yo. Yo doing light cav too, wanting more cav raids. Is he gonna win the game with Centurions? Conversion for that Centurion. And Centurion goes down. I'll have Devotion and Light Cav on the way for Yo. I'm going for the house. Monk wants a conversion. Ram takes down the house. I'll take some vision away, since he had Town Watch. Converted Centurion now, along with an Iron Pagoda. Okay, Iron Pagoda versus Centurion. What wins that? Crossbows pick off the Monk before it garrisons. I think the Iron Pagodas win that. Less HP, but they also have that Travamp's melee magic shield for the first attack. And some more Centurions here. Yo trying to go light cav against the Monks. And Sebastian now has to hope that Iron Pagodas are enough against the Centurions that he can win and take good fights. Maybe they are. Yo's eco feels a bit more balanced, and he feels like he's maybe working his way towards Imp. However, crossbows from Sebastian, whatever crossbows remained, have found their way onto the gold. They have ballistics, and Yo hasn't noticed. Yo only has wheelbarrow, no handcart, so if he needs to run, he won't be able to. And all of a sudden, Sebastian is killing every single villager on this woodline and on this gold mine and taking a Vil lead. Yo finally notices he's been raiding Sebastian's farms at the same time, but fighting under a TC. Monks are coming over. Sebastian trying to keep the farms working, get the Iron Pagodas over. He needs to garrison too. Both players losing tons of Vils there. Wheelbarrow and Bowsaw now in for Sebastian doing his eco upgrades. Yo climbing to about 1k res ahead though, as he got a good counter raid while he was dying, and still defending with Monks. So Yo will head back to that gold. Centurion's able to clean up some of those crossbows, and he clicks Imp. This might be it for Yo. All depends on the Iron Pagodas though and their success late game. They are a scary, scary unit. And handcart now for Sebastian. He's stone-walled himself on the right. And if on this map, it is really hard to find places to wall yourself. If you can wall yourself, you stop raids. Another for a castle from Yo. Can he stay on Centurions though? Can he make a swap to another unit? There he is, Imperial Age for Yo. Yeah, I don't think this is GG at all. Sebastian's still a Vil lead. The Monk decides the Iron Pagoda is a more valuable conversion than the Centurion. Oh, and Sebastian deletes the Centurion, thinking that that was what Yo was converting, but nope, he gets an Iron Pagoda. So 2-for-1 conversion. And don't think he can raid another. No armor upgrades for Sebastian, so he can't actually raid. Yo's getting into the eco with more Centurions. Sebastian with the score lead, but that's because he's still castle and Yo spent res on Imp. Sebastian garrisoning the TC. Feels like Yo has found something here with these raids. Sebastian has to wall. He's still open. Acacia trees make you think you're walled when you're not. He can't get to those farms. He wants to be walled. He doesn't want Yo raiding here. Castle on one side, walls on the other, but a tiny gap in the walls means that Yo can go in and out. He's trying to grab more of these neutral resources. And Sebastian nowhere near Imp. And lower in military numbers too. So Yo may be finding the right time to click up. And there is husbandry for Sebastian. As Yo now takes the score lead as he hits Imp. Sebastian using the market, so is Yo. But Yo has so much food in the bank. A little over 1,000 more res collected ahead. Sebastian not walled over here, trying to wall immediately. Stone walls and a house. There's a gap between the house and the gate. And the Centurions do manage to escape. Would have been sick had he caught them. But trying to do a castle in the rear on those farms to stop raids.
Tibi Serbio. Salve. Impera. Salve. Tibi Serbio.
Castle taking out the pikemen. Iron Pagoda over here fighting the Treb in the barracks. And Sebastian trying to fight. Gotta find the right patrol micro to take the fight properly there. And Treb going for the castle. Sebastian desperately repairing as Yo gets more castles up. And with Halbs now from Yo, he probably defends the Trebs, but might lose some vills going for this castle. Oh, bloodlines. Sebastian hasn't had bloodlines this whole time. Oh, and that is rough for him. No bloodlines, no armor. He's been losing units to raids. Yo actually has the KD lead. Or he's been losing units while raiding. There we go. Okay, this could be a good raid against Yo's eco. Sebastian trying to shore things up. He'll be losing a castle on the front and then maybe losing gold control. As the Treb will take out his castle. Trying to take the gold on the front. And the Halbs defending their eco. Oh, those vills are so exposed, but not with the Halbs there. The Halbs chasing the Iron Pagodas around and they can't find vills. There's a TC for Sebastian. We'll have heavy plow for Yo. Stable for Yo. And Treb's taking down the castle. In the back, Monk needs a conversion on the Iron Pagodas. Gets one. Castle taking the rest down. Sebastian somehow manages to click up to Imp. And he will make it. He has 148 vills, so his eco is okay. He's trying to make a swap to Cav Archers to deal with all of the Halbs. So Cav Archer Iron Pagoda, I feel like that should be a better composition than anything the Romans can do. And on the map where mobility is so important, it'll be hard for the Romans to do Scorpions. There's a TC denied on the right from Sebastian. Halbs on the wood line to the right, and Yo taking more stone. Does he need Imp? Will he? I mean, he will benefit from Bracer for the Cav Archers, surely. I don't think he can afford all the upgrades, though. Grenadiers could be interesting against the Halbs. Cav Archers maybe a bit more raiding potential, but Yo nicely defended with 3 castles. Sebastian has been losing castles. Finally, maybe we could defend the farms. Which TC is the Imp TC? This one. Okay, Imp is not this TC, at least. And he's rushing up another TC on the stone. And trying to fight Cav Archer. Cav Archer should be good against both the Halbs and Centurions. Yo wants a castle. Does Yo get that castle with all the Cav Archers here? Well, he's sending an entire village. 26 vills, okay. And the thing is, if he commits to this fight, he'll lose the fight. But he'll have the timing for the castle. And Sebastian has to pull the Cav Archers back. That'll give him Treb presence. And also take a gold. Sebastian has to worry about gold now. I mean, he has 133 Roman vills. He's starting to run out of wood, though. Trying to do the final Cav armor. And Yo still on the right. Sebastian doing what he can to destroy an outpost. Needs to raid the vills. He's on stone. Should be able to do another castle with the stone. He's Imp. Bracer and Chemistry on the way, trying to go full Cav Archer. Sebastian needs more vills. 165 vills aren't enough. He still has more queued. Heavy Cav Archer and Chemistry are queued. Heavy Cav Archer queued for him. Needs to find a way to get gold to make more Cav Archers, but that'll be great against all the Halbs. He doesn't have Parthian Tactics or Thumb Ring. They do shoot faster naturally. Sebastian losing TCs, but he's got enough vills. He doesn't need more TCs. He needs to lose the TCs so he stops queuing vills. There's Chemistry, there's Plate Barding Armor, so he'd be ready to go Cav Archer, Hussar, and Raid. Yo's 4 castles right in the middle of the map give him such a nice defense, though.
Impera.
Simvil's garrisoned in the TC. There's a workshop from Yo. Sebastian has to worry about gold control now. Hussar for Sebastian, who can afford it. And he's got 78 farms. He's got 96 farms. He's ready to go Hussars. Faster attacking Hussars. And no unique text for him. We have text for Yo. Nope, no unique text. He does at least have conscription. We have conscription. No conscription for Sebastian. He really does need that if he wants to spam Hussars. Back of his base is exposed, but 77 farmers still. Can Sebastian do this? Can he get enough Hussars to keep raids up against all the Halbs? He'll use Vills to destroy the Ram. He's got Vills to spare. Force of game 7. Ram goes down. I think that's Elite Centurion. Yeah, look how golden they are. But Hussar spam now. 16 Hussars queued. If Sebastian with all those stables suddenly can take a fight against the Trebs, heavy Cav Archers should deal with Centurion plus Halb, 7 Pierce armor, but I think the Cav Archers are still okay. Now Halb's starting to melt to the Cav Archers. Hussars won't be enough to snipe the Treb. TC goes down. And he gets back. We'll draw the Halbs into some Cav Archer fire. Sebastian at 200 pop. Still 154 Vills, maybe too many. Treb's killing Cav Archers. That's something that Sebastian can't afford, losing gold units. Lots of Hussars for him, but they're in a pitched fight against the Halbs. He needs them against the Centurions, or he needs them raiding somewhere. And right now, no siege for Sebastian. He doesn't have a way of stopping Yo's castles, or opening Yo up for raids. Yo keeps pushing forward with the Halbs, taking a great fight against the Hussars. Sebastian lost a lot there. He doesn't have the pop space for the Hussar. And Yo wants another castle. Yo has the ability to do one more castle. Sebastian can't take that stone. He's constantly raided. With all the other resource pits, Yo has secured the middle. He's secured the 2 golds. And he is pushing. Sebastian trying to take down Trebs, sacrificing Hussars, but he's running them into the meat grinder of Halbs. He's running them into castle fire. I don't think he can deny this castle. And if this castle goes up, Yo is getting closer and closer to getting to the land. And Sebastian will call it. Yo is victorious. And after getting off to a nice start in 6 games, Sebastian will fall to Yo. And Yo will make it in. What a crazy game number 6. What a 2 crazy games. 251 to 244 KD for Yo. Sebastian had a huge military advantage in mid-castle. Couldn't pressure Yo, though. And as the theme of all these games has gone, Yo will outboom when you have more eco, or when you have more military, and won't take damage. Yeah, GG with 170 pop. He had lost all the map control, though. He didn't have any gold. And he will do it. Wow. Whew, Yo. Absolutely crazy. That is crazy. I don't even know what to say. Yo holds on. Disney music, this is AoE 1. Hera has qualified yet. Liry we're gonna cast next. So, Sebastian, though, he has another set next week for the qualifiers, and he's also eligible for the Latin American qualifier. Let me just check off this scoreboard here. That'll be a loss on Sertão for Sebastian. And for Civ, his very first pick, Jurchens, losing to the Romans. So, Liry Tatau is crazy, and I think we jump right into that. It's probably super late for Yo. I don't want to keep him up. me try to find where we're at. I think we're in game 5 of Tatau Liry. So we'll head right into that. See Liry posting a lobby code. Try to get up to date with the score there. And thank you, Sophie and Beast. And remember, if you're enjoying this, make sure to follow the Onamaru channel, as they are the hosts of the event. And we appreciate the follows on the Team Onamaru Twitch channel. As what do we have there? We're at 1,444 followers. We're getting very close to 1,500 followers. So thank you all so much. We started at around 900. We've at least increased followers by about 50% so far on the channel. Hope you're enjoying the qualifier. And let's head over to Tatau versus Liry. If the spectator dashboard would load. There we go. And looks like they are in Coast Arena. So we'll head there. It looks like Tatau's actually up 2-1 over Liry. And for the colors, I'll put Tatau in red and Liry in blue. And give me a moment. Let me just save this overlay. I'll update our stream title. And just do a quick ad before we load into the game. Am I going to be there? Yes, yes I will. Here you go for Coast Arena. And get the drafts. Set up, there we go. And immediately, we'll check that off in between the games, hop into Coast Arena, where it will be Portuguese against Wu. Get back to our Onamaru players. And get the colors right. Alright, Coast Arena, who's ready for another crazy game? We'll have Portuguese for Liry, Wu for Tatau. Feels like more of a water focus for Tatau with the Wu. Wasn't expecting Wu on a water map. And Tatau going for the castle drop. Forward on Liry's stone. Liry mining gold. Siege workshop for Liry. And a monastery for Tatau 2 in the middle of the map, trying to get 5 relics. In the back, fire ships fighting. And welcome in everyone to, let me get this score on my side so I can see it. What is a 2-1 lead for Tatau. Perhaps surprisingly with how dominant Liry's been so far. But Liry winning the water here, however he's being pushed up the middle from Tatau. Tatau going fire archers, trying to control the middle of the map with the Wu fire archers. He needs to micro against Liry's mangonels though. Needs to find a way to get imp, which Liry himself is doing. Another castle from Tatau. But if Liry gets up, he can do Bombard Cannon as the Portuguese. And I think we're back to live time now. As Liry has won the water, we'll have the score lead from having won the water. Oh, this is the Imp TC on the front, attacked by the Fire Archers and the castle. I think he finishes Imp. Why is Imp not here? Liry, you gotta put your Imp in the right TC. And he gets it. He will repair. And he gets Imp. Oh, Liry. There's a watchtower for Liry. And the TC crumbles. Does Liry have the ability to get the Bombard Cannon and then fight this off? He doesn't have a castle, he doesn't have Trebs, but he does have water control. And wait, Tatau? What? Tatau? Why is Tatau calling GG? What? I thought Tatau was winning. What? Yeah, he lost a couple of fire archers, but... Does he think crossbow with more range just wins that easily? I mean, what Tatau's thinking is Liry gets bombard cannon and pushes the castle, but I don't know about that.
Ao seu dispor.
I mean, Liry certainly has more vills, but he has no map control, no castle. Playing fast him to 9 TC and it failed. I mean, it all depends on how effective the fire archers actually are in taking out buildings, right? If he takes that tower, then Liry has to play crossbow against fire archer. I guess it just depends on the bracer effectiveness of crossbow. It's only one more range against a unique
Ao
unit.
seu dispor.
Same HP. Fire archers are terrible? It might just be fire archers are terrible. I mean, Liry does have all the water control there, right? He does have all the water control. Tatau doesn't have any backwater. But he still has all the middle resources, all the gold. And Liry's gonna have to play... He has oysters now? You'll have to play without gold. I mean, even a possibility Tatau just to go elite skirm at this point. He has 5 relics. He has both of the castles. I mean, I could understand someone preferring Liry's position. I don't think that was over. I don't know. Well, that ties it up at least. That ties it up. So, Tatau won game 1. And I think it was Liry lost, Tatau won, or Tatau lost, Tatau lost. There, everyone losing their home maps. Let me grab civs. It'll be Pantanal as the next map. So let's check off civs. Game 1 was Khmer over Britons. Game 2 was Teutons over Georgians. And game 3 was Vikings over Chinese. The Chinese that high for a water map? Really? That surprises me. And then Portuguese over Wu. So, Pantanal, the next map. Huns for Tatau, Wei for Liry. I need to leave the previous game. And join. Here we go. Dragon ships and neutrons. You have to get there though. And swap the scoreboard sides. And here we are. Tatau will be the blue Huns to the west, Liry the red Wei to the east. The map is Pantanal. And Liry already collecting all the capybaras he can with that Hunnic horse. Tatau sadly doesn't have any. Or actually, no, never mind. It's Tatau with the Hunnic horse. Liry just sent his vills to spread them out and take the capybaras. Liry actually spread the vills out and did a much better job heading to the TC to grab them. Played in one with Teutons? He did play and win with Teutons on Sertão. Oh my gosh. Alright, so Tatau needs to find a way to steal some capybaras here. He doesn't want to head into the TC, and he's assuming that Liry's TCing the middle. Now, what are these games? Oh, we'll have vills heading to the outside for Liry. There is a lumber camp. And Tatau will try to scout and see if there are any more herdables he can hoover on up as the Huns. Neither player opened with a camp on the outside. Both of them just TC'd the middle with all the vills. So usually I like the Huns on this map because of the start, but Liry may be nullifying that simply by spreading the vills out and taking the capybaras. Yeah, Tatau was waiting until after the TCs went up to grab them. Liry just grabbed them all from the start. See, lures in the Javelina. Still is scouting for even more. And if it goes mid-game, Tiger Cav should be insanely good for the way against the Huns. I don't think the Huns have a counter to that. Tatau up to the feudal age. Looks like he'll play this fast feudal. Has the barracks already. And the question is, does he go archers or does he go scouts? If he could ever steal some capybaras, he'd be great. They would also die if they choose Shinbei Raiders. I don't know if they can get enough cav archers out to win a fight against them. It might be a situation where Huns have the numbers advantage and can do it. So Tatau will see this from Liry. How long will Liry stay Dark Age before going up? That's the question, and can Tatau do an archery range to pressure the lumber camp in the mill? As he sees that Liry is out there and will likely do a tower immediately. Tatau could also go scouts, but that would require more food and more capybaras. An archer to kill all the capybaras. He's like, how did Liry get all of them so fast? He has one more he could bring in. Also more javelinas and food options. Oh, the javelina walks back. That's awful for Tatau, who needed it for food. And by the looks of the build, I think he's going for scouts. I'm worried Tatau might resign super early because he doesn't have enough food under the TC. And he's going to go to the hunt. Nice mill and hunt location for him. And is it a stable? Is it nothing? Tatau really doesn't have food. Oh, it's down here. It's down here. There is the stable. Forward stable. You can even do a mill after that and grab food here. So maybe he's okay on food still. Or maybe he wants to tower rush with the Vills, because Liry still is in the Dark Age. And scouts are on the way. Tatau, the horse, runs into the TC. He finds where the TC is. There's the barracks. And where are the scouts going to go? Does he try to pull off a heist? I don't think he can with the Vills there. Does Liry have Loom? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He didn't go without Loom. So if Liry's scouted properly... Nope, he didn't see the outside. So he doesn't know that the Reyes are running in the darkness. So Spear, 2 scouts with a 3rd on the way. Just about time for Tatau to push the lumber camp. Only 4 Vills out here, though, for Liry. Everything else under the TC, so not much that Tatau actually can hit. And not going for the lumber camp. Instead, he's going for the hunt. Trying to use... Oh, Liry, he's running. He is running? I don't think he needed to run there. Let's see, how many Vills will Tatau kill here? Can he get a second? Should get 1. He can't block that properly. Oh, yes, he can. They surrounded it fully. So 2 Vills down. Liry with a range. He's about ready to click up, though, and he's going to go Shinbei Raiders. He's all the capybaras. Tatau will see that now, maybe? Did he just lose a Vill to a boar? Oh, yes, he did. Yes, he did. 3 Vills down. But he's up to the castle age. And he doesn't have eco anywhere else. The TC in the middle on the gold. Tatau will tower rush the gold. And Liry won't be able to stop that. If he goes Shinbei Raiders, that doesn't give him anything to fight the tower. And if Tatau has scouts, he still has some more capybaras of his own. Still going for the outside. He will be on stone. Could go tower defense against the Shinbei Raiders. Second range for Liry. Liry now still doesn't see the tower, and the range could actually be denied. Oh, the tower could kill some capybaras, maybe? Ooh, not quite. Almost gets a Vill. With fletching, Liry will just keep them in the back. Tower on the other side to kill capybaras now? Now we're hitting Vills under the TC. Fletching here, extra valuable for Tatau. And Emu Warrior, thank you very much for the raid. Lons, welcome everyone. Thank you, Emu. And, oh, Tatau will find the Vills. 1 spear for Liry. 2 spears for Liry. If Tatau fights the spear, he's gonna run into both spears, so won't be able to fight. It's the double spear that help Liry there. And there's a TC for Liry. Tatau coming around. He can go for another tower. That tower does nothing. The tower would need to be here. What is that tower? Is Tatau okay? He doesn't have much food. When this game is over, I'm gonna go rewatch the rec right from the start and see how Liry moved the Vills to grab capybaras at the start. I think that's gonna be the key to this game. I don't know what that tower is. I don't know what that tower is. I think that tower here, I could get that. But not there. Well, there are the Shinbei Raiders. Tatau with only 7 scouts. Where does the TC hit? Out here. I don't understand that tower. Not at all. He's gonna lose the Vills. Okay, at least there's no fletching for Liry. Nope, no dock here. No dock on this map. Just shallows that they can walk across, but not dock. Armor for the scouts. Oh, he can find the Shinbei Raiders. He will get 1 at least. 1 goes down. The scouts are faster. He'll get a good hit there. And he wants another tower. You can build the tower on that terrain. I guess that's right on the corner. He'll be just covered by the other tower. And that would be a nasty tower on another one of Liry's gold if it does go up. Well, he will fight the spears and take down the spears. I think the tower does go up. Liry could lose another Shinbei Raider there. More Vills from Tatau. He's getting the tower. He's getting the tower. Then Liry off a gold again. Liry has to go to a 3rd gold now. Tatau might need another tower. So Tatau going for the full tower rush. This one's walled in. Liry also maybe starved of wood. Not going back to that lumber camp on the outside. Tatau doing an outpost in Town Watch, and he's actually kind of close to the Castle Age himself. Look at his vision when that goes up, and then when Town Watch comes in. He should bring the capybaras back to his own TC. They barely range each other, they'll be better when Bodkin comes in. Tatau doing another tower, trying to keep Liry in the middle. This is a very Tatau type of game. Up slightly in res collected, he'll be down in total Vills. But actually up in Vills so far because he hasn't gone up to the Castle Age. That'll swap around very quickly as he goes up though. With 2 TCs versus 0 producing during the Castle Age advancement. Part of me wonders if the play would have been, instead of Castle Age, full double stable scouts from Tatau. Imagine he had fully upgraded scouts, maybe 10 more. Just diving under TCs right now with how open Liry is. He wants another tower. I don't think he can get it though. How do Tarkans do against these things with their Pierce armor? Maybe okay. I mean, there you go. He needs to go back to that tower though. They do cover each other, but can't really fight against the Shinbei Raiders. So he'll bring the... Actually, he'll just kind of bait the Shinbei Raiders into attacking the Vills. And then bring his scouts around where Liry doesn't have anything else. Head back down to this lumber camp. Sees Liry there with his outpost. Liry will have to wall, but Tatau has a Vill to stop walling. Could be another 2 dead Vills. Liry will try to go for bigger walls. Tatau tries to block. And Liry will save 1 Vill. He'll save 1 Vill. Goodbye, his friend. And Shinbei Raiders still have not gotten a chance to attack Tatau, and Liry, while he was quick walling the Vill, lost Shinbei Raiders under the tower, got one of Tatau's Vills, but lost them all. Is Tatau winning this? He's got a tower rush here. This is Tatau. This is peak Tatau gameplay right here. More scouts. Felt like Liry did everything right at the start, getting all of the capybaras before Tatau could scout them. Here's a Mangonel. Is it Mangonel the strat with all the scouts? Liry has Bodkin for the Shinbei Raiders and the TC. Tatau, this is a big dive from Tatau. He's gonna lose all the scouts. Oh, lag spike while that happens. Liry is repairing. I don't like this from Tatau. He's gonna lose everything. That was not the right decision. That was not the right decision. Right before Castle Age, right before Bloodlines. Oh, that was not the right decision from Tatau, and because of that, he can't get the tower up. Disaster from Tatau. He needed to sacrifice that tower, get the second one, wait for the upgrades. But now, what does he do? Double, triple range Cav Archers? He is Huns. He's Huns. Huns are Huns. Yep, and you'll see the next range from Liry. So double range for Liry. Hunnic Cav Archers, they do have that discount. He does have Bloodlines for the Cav Archers, that's good. He didn't have double bit axe this whole time, but he will need... Oh, he's still trying to do more towers. Civs are up at the top.
准备就绪。什么？何主命令？什么？
You doing slow-mo cinema? Oh, there's the university for Liry. That could be denied. That would be no ballistics. I don't think Tatau denies that. He's still trying to find raids with cav archers. He doesn't have the numbers yet, but he'll get there soon enough. It's only a 5 vil difference. And he can get 3 on this wood line. Liry not patrolling in. He's worried about getting the university up and fighting the tower. Tatau trying to keep the tower alive as best he can against the mangonel. Still not a guard tower. All the vills on the wood line dead. Liry not paying attention. Liry doing ballistics. Huns don't have guard tower, so they have to stay with watchtower. Liry only realizes after he loses the vills. Tatau might lose some cav archers, but gets a Shinbei raider in the process. Tatau can dodge the charge attacks. Then he can dance a bit. Gold mining padded archer armor for Tatau. Remember, Tatau was probably practicing last week while Liry was at Red Bull. And Tatau could get a nice fight here. Still no ballistics. He has Bodkin now. He'll pick another Vil. And Liry's still 2 TCs versus 1 TC. Tatau's selling the stone, so he is staying 1 TC. He's just pumping cav archers. No university even. Liry 500 more resources collected, but he needs to get the numbers to fight the Shinbei raiders. If he takes one good fight and stops the numbers, then he's okay. His outposts all over here, but Liry isn't moving to the outside. Liry just taking the middle. Tatau trying to trap Liry in the middle so he runs out of wood. Husbandry now, that's a crucial upgrade for Tatau. Tatau, he has to see these Shinbei raiders going for the wood line, and he'll try to split his vills and run them to different sides as he chases from behind. Oh, he'll try to just hide. I don't think that'll succeed. But husbandry is there. Cav archers dancing away, and he's also no ballistics against Liry, who has ballistics. At the same time, he's diving. I don't think that was a good dive for Tatau. He wasn't paying attention there. He was trying to micro on 2 sides. He's in with the knight versus mangonels, but he loses a cav archer, and he'll probably lose the knight to ballistics. Trying to kill another Vil. He doesn't have the numbers advantage he wants with the Huns. Still trying to fight. That charge attack is brutal. Liry trying to do armor, and he's trying to run away and recharge the charge attack. The micro now comes down to can Tatau dodge the charge attack. Can he move 2 groups of cav archers on different sides of the map at once? He might lose some vills here. Now, Liry running into a corner. Tatau still no ballistics. I need to get a university in ballistics soon, or a second TC. He's getting as many kills as he can. The charge attack should be back now. He has numbers here. And he might clear this army now. He's doing ballistics. Doing ballistics. And he's clearing this. At the same time, he's losing some cav archers at the front. Liry's still restricted by the towers. Has to spend time mangonelling them. And Tatau has a great map vision everywhere. Once he gets ballistics, he's taking another good fight. Clears the army. Now military 12 to 15. Tatau's still trying to close the distance as the Huns. Cheaper cav archers. And who wins in this fight? He dodges the first attack. Being able to dodge initial charge attacks is key for Tatau here. And ballistics is now finished. He's doing what he can to dodge. Don't know if this is the fight Tatau wants, though. Feels like he's already down in numbers, and that might just snowball. He has reinforcements on the way. Liry getting back. 12 to 16 military. This fight is still very close. Liry ahead in res collected. And Tatau has the stronger unit. 70 HP to 56. They both have bloodlines. Neither with the second armor. But I think Tatau needs to pull back and hope that he can get more numbers. Scorpion for Liry, but Tatau's still 3 ranges against 2. He should, as the Huns, be able to pump these cav archers a bit more quickly than Liry. That takes a bat. I don't like that fight for Tatau. He feels under pressure that he needs to fight because of the Vil difference. Liry doing a third TC. Tatau's Civ advantage would be getting more numbers on the military. Still so tricky for these fights. Liry losing a Cav Archer. Tatau maybe winning the fight there, but here come a couple of Scorpions. Scorpions will be hard to deal with. As Liry goes for another TC, but Tatau has a Knight there. Tatau prepared for that at least. He'll kill a couple of Vils while the TC is going up. And it's only a 6 Vil advantage despite the second TC for Liry. Does Tatau realize it's a weak Vil? Yes, he does. That's 3 Vils dead on the TC at least. Tatau, oh, the Scorpions. Remember, Ballistics applies to the Scorpions now. And Tatau's towers are being cleaned. That's a very Ford University. Yeah, and only 7 on food for Liry, so he's not going to keep all the TCs running. And it's only a 4 Vil difference. This is where Tatau could maybe sneak in a second TC, but he has to be careful of the numbers. Numbers are still pretty similar, but the siege is the big difference. That's going to stop Tatau from attacking, and he will sneak in a second TC of his own. This is a very scrappy game, yes. Tatau losing some Vils at the front. Liry with his army all together. Tatau needs to group up again. Liry diving the TC a bit. Wheelbarrow from Tatau. Oh, Liry gonna lose a few more Vils. Out of position for just a moment, and that's what Tatau will do to you. Wheelbarrow for Tatau. Clutch for being able to run away faster. Liry's still up by 5 Vils, 500 res collected. And this is such a stressful game, microing the army. Third range now for Liry. Scorpion goes down. Nice job from Tatau, has with a Stray Knight every so often to pick off Scorpions. Very low, gets 2 Scorpions. But at the same time he was microing the Knight and he had a disaster with his Cav Archers. Disaster against the Shinbei Raiders, one good fight for Liry and suddenly has a huge military advantage. And Tatau, he's going skirms, he's struggling now for resources, he can't keep up with this production. The way with all their extra Vils suiting Liry too. With Bowsaw, a couple of extra Vils added in. Yeah, both have ballistics. And there's Elite Skirm for Tatau. And Shinbei Raider picked off by the TC. And more Cav Archers need to dance. I think Liry has this now. Tatau has to hope the skirms are enough for him. Liry himself hasn't gone skirm yet. He'll adding the workshop now. But Liry pulling ahead in Vils with the third TC. Tatau trying to destroy a Mangonel with a split, but loses a Cav Archer, and Liry repairs. Need outposts Lewis could teach them. Tatau's got some outposts up. He's got some outposts. And a capybara serving as an outpost. His university is basically an outpost. Skirm's coming forward for Tatau. How does Liry fight skirms now? Does Tatau have an avenue for going skirm plus knight? Liry's still struggling for woods. Oh my gosh, another great fight for Liry. The Shinbei Raiders winning. Liry losing some Vils though. Tatau doing what he can to keep the Vil count the same and picks another Vil. He has to take a good fight with the skirms. With a ram forward for Tatau, that's rough against the Mangonels though. And Liry has so many Shinbei Raiders, up to 23. And I don't see how Tatau can take a fight now. He's still consistently down in Vils. He's keeping the res collected similar. But there's so many Shinbei Raiders, I don't think those 1 or 2 knights can pick off the Mangonels anymore. And the Mangonels can pick skirms. Skirms need to kill Shinbei Raiders, need to kill them fast. Tatau doesn't have any defense at the front of his gold, and he'll lose some Vils there. So 20 to 14 Eco KD, Tatau trying for a third TC, but that'll be a third TC when he's already behind. And Liry back to the wood line. Tatau with the knight can see it. Liry has to wall everything in. If the outpost sees it. Horse collar for Tatau. to do his own mangonel. What does he clear first? Shenbei Raiders or mangonels? Liry has 4 mangonels. That is not a good spot to be in. I guess Liry with 5 mangonels. Or 4 mangonels and probably a 5th on the way. Yeah, 5th on the way. And Liry not on stone yet, but the knight attacking the wood line. Second armor finally for Tatau, but he needed that a while ago. He needed Thumb Ring a while ago. And he won't take the fight against the army, but will try to raid. See if he can kill a few more Vills. But Liry now with 3 TCs pulling super far ahead in Vills. Tatau with 20 on food. Can he actually keep TCs running? Liry needs to notice this. Only has 2 Shenbei Raiders there. Tatau needs to take the right fight, kill the units, and then the Vills. And he will. He will. These units feel extra tanky for some reason. There's Husbandry and Scale Barding Armor. Tatau will get a few more Vil picks, but now has to stop the Mangonel push. Needing another workshop for more Mangonels. But Liry now up to 6 Mangonels, and I don't think there's much for Tatau to do to hold this. They can try to amass Knights, but they'll die quickly to Shenbei Raiders. And I mean, the Vil count still, Tatau only down 8 Vils. And the res collected is still super close. Tatau's still in this. Now, where are these Vils going for Liry? Liry's starting to run out of wood soon. There's a bit more wood in the middle he can go to. I don't think you hold the TC against 6 Mangonels. That's way too much wood to repair. Tatau's going to need some extreme Mangonel micro here. He doesn't even get one. And that is the opposite of what Tatau needed. He needed a shot, and then he needed Knights to kill 2 Mangonels. Knights get 1, they get 2. They can't get a 3rd. If that shot had landed, then Tatau would be okay. That one lands. Liry losing some Mangonels now. Tatau can do the same thing, amass 3 Knights and try to snipe again. Now, where are his Cav archers? They're fighting some Huiguang Cav. They have 5 Pierce Armor, but low HP. So Tatau will run from that. Everything the Wei does is high Pierce Armor. Nice Mangonel shot from Liry, who still has too many Mangonels for Tatau to deal with. And the Shenbei Raiders are so numerous, a Mangonel shot here or there doesn't even clear them, even if it connects. Tatau's still trying to raid, handcart for Liry, but Tatau losing everything to the TC again, and he could never get the army numbers that he needed. Liry doing another TC to the south, Tatau with the stable there, will see that, but can't stop it. And Liry now up by 15 Vils. And he is indeed doing that 4th TC, this time on the wood. There's the GG, and Liry will win an absolutely crazy game. And I want to go just real quick rewatch the start of that wreck. Better military, better eco. Better castle timing by a long shot. I feel like Tatau also diving that Mangonel with the scouts in early castle put him pretty far behind. Had he kept those scouts alive, maybe he'd get a different outcome. Sniping more Mangonels. Let me just see the very beginning of that real quick. I want to see what Liry did with his Vils. So he had Vils from this side. I think he needs to spread them out. As he gets all the Capybaras here. And Tatau goes to the outside. Yeah, so what happens here is Liry, since he sent all the Vils to the TC, he gets extra Capybaras. And since Tatau went for Hunt on the outside, he doesn't. And yeah, Liry spreads the Vils out, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Capybaras he'll get from spreading the Vils out that Tatau doesn't get because he goes for the Hunt on the outside. So even though the Hunt might be faster, Tatau's losing all the benefit he would have gotten from the Hunted Horse. And a house there. So Liry doing a better job of sending Vils to the TC, I think. And yeah, I think that's the difference. And Tatau, change that by 4 Capybaras, give them to Tatau, and Liry probably can't pull off the FC as easily. Tatau has a better start. But yeah, he yoinked all the Capybaras before the Hunting Horse came out. But well done for Liry. That's how Land Nomad works. Okay, so Arbe's telling me to check admin chat. Let me check that. Yeah, it's fine, our base. And that was one of Liry's home maps, too. I imagine we'll see Monte Pascoal next. What is game number 6? It will be... Oh, actually, it won't be Monte Pascoal. That would be a potential game 7 if we get there. It'll be Seas dos Corajas. I misspelled Huns last game, too. Ooh, a civ we haven't seen yet. Poles for Tatau against the Maya for Liry. I got 15 seconds to get a drink of water before this. Viper and Doubt will be Rex at the end of the day. We'll cast them next. Oop, I never left the previous game. Let me do that, and now we'll join the next game. Liry needs to be red again. And here we are, so Tatau with the poles. I've not seen the poles used yet. He'll do a Folvark on the berries. Lumber camp in the back. Liry will be the Maya. So poles to the west, Maya to the east. What do we think of the poles here? Does he try to play super late game into Winged Hussar with Folvark farm spam? Does he try to be aggressive with towers? I mean, Tatau would be a tower rusher, and the poles with healing vills. And the gold plus stone mining bonus. Could be a great tower rush civ. Looks like a magnet field. And again, this map originally was called Terrace by the Mad Catter. We edited it a bit. No more unbuildable rock terrain between each level. And we think it's still aggressive enough the way it is. Is there only one extra gold spawn? There's one up there. And then one up there. There's 2 extra golds. And then another extra gold there. There's 3 extra golds. There's a gold there. Looks like all the gold spawned. The 3 tile gold. I think we're good. None of the 4 tile extra golds. There's a 4 tile one. We can check up on that. Our pulls with scouts in feudal? Very good. But that also depends on getting the Folvark protected. So the poles will have +1 attack versus ranged soldiers for their scout line, which means if the Maya player goes archers, scouts will be able to take better fights. And thank you, Skull AoE, for the follow. Also, everyone make sure to follow the Onamaru channel too. Give them some follows. Appreciate them hosting everything. Have I had to make map changes? I have not had time to make map changes, but I do have a list of bugs to address over the next day or two. And Atom B7, thank you for the follow. And Barracks for Tatau on the way up, not taking gold, so looks like a standard scouts opening from him. As Liry will wall everything. Liry's map is actually insane. 2 golds and a stone and the berries all generating towards the back where he has 2 wood lines. It's a really nice map. And he'll go for a barracks at the front. Poles, I do kind of like them against the American civs if you get to the mid-game and you get to Schlachter privileges. Tatau seeing the barracks. There is a time limit. Did the players set the time limit? Yes, they did. 90 minutes, though. 90-minute time limit. So, 15 minutes longer than the Red Bull time limit. Yeah, this is also almost a double mining camp between the gold and the stone. Liry needed to go one tile back. He is getting the dream map generation. Archery range and stable for Tatau. But if Liry plays this very defensively, I think that also plays into Tatau's hands where he can do more Folvark farms. Nope, you can wall it. That's a change we made to the map so that this is wallable. Players, some of the feedback we got was they couldn't build lumber camps properly, but maybe we get to the main event and then decide, you know what, we're gonna punish you even more. We'll make it rocky again. Still like that, we might see a forward castle. I don't know, will we see plumed archers? So spear, luring a jaguar to the TC. Low TC, save the spear. And eagle plus range. Tatau with the scout will try to fight the eagle as best he can, or just get a hit on it. Scout will beat the eagle in feudal. A couple of jaguars all in the middle. Did Liry just bring all the jaguars together? And close to the edge. I mean, it's only around an extra 5 tiles or so. I don't think it's that much of an advantage. I think it just looks that way because maybe like 3 tiles of hill spawned over here. That didn't spawn over here. And Fork, thanks again for raiding Onamaru's channel. Welcome in, everyone. We're here in... This is the 4th set played today, with Tatau, the newest member of Onamaru, going up against Liry. With some crazy games so far. Our scouts from Tatau. And a Folvark in the back. Now, you can build farms atop this terrain. So, Tatau will probably want to dance a bit with the scouts to ensure he's walled here. And looks like Liry's not going to wall or rush around. And with an extremely passive game, I would think maybe Tatau has the better eco. That's a lot of scouts where he can simply close around on this army. And he might also just go forward. Might just go forward with these scouts and try to get through the TC. Thank you, Gibson, for using your Prime sub.
Venison.
Or no, he's not. He's gonna go back. He was a bit indecisive there, but deciding to clean this up. He'll just fight it, try to focus the spears if he can. And this is all about how effective the spears are in the fight. Once the spears go down, Liry has nothing left. But one spear surviving to the end was pretty darn effective. And Tatau will lose 2 or 3 scouts in that fight. That was about as good of a fight as Liry could have taken. Dang, that was a really good protection of the spears inside that crowd of units. And now Liry, once again, we've seen this so many times, he's walled to the TC, but not a complete wall off so the scouts can get in. If Arbase or Armada is still around, I don't know if you have any more snoozes for the ads. Maybe it'll just be a 30-second ad. Twitch does that sometimes. Scouts will get in. Liry can't really wall this off, but Tatau not gonna dive. And maybe find a house or a palisade to try to push through. Another watchtower for Tatau, as you have a blacksmith forward for Tatau as well. That's a neat base. That is a perfect base for Liry. Longer lasting resources too, so he can hide behind the walls more quickly. Quick gate meta? Not the way he's placed the farms though. It is risky. I think if Tatau had taken a better fight and had 6 scouts left, he dives. But since he has 4 scouts kind of low HP, he's not. Because with only 3 scouts, then 1 or 2 spears in the back means he can't kill Vils. So he's not going to take the risk. Part of me would have thought Tatau could have done a second layer of walls in the back, taken all 7 scouts, done forging, and dived. But I guess he doesn't know exactly the walled state of the TC. Who picks poles? Tatau does. Res collected are pretty similar so far, but the Maya have used their longer lasting food. So getting to a state where Tatau should be okay. Liry with a few crossbows, he's gonna do 10 crossbows and go forward. Tatau not doing any more scouts. And with towers everywhere and stone walls, Tatau's stone wall into the edge. Needs to maybe wall around the gold a bit more to stop crossbows, but he'll be pretty safe. And he just wants to make sure he scouts what Liry's doing. Liry coming forward. Balls have nothing against plumes? I mean, Tatau gets the Schlachter privileges, and he should be okay. I don't think Maya have anything against Schlachter privileges, but that's maybe a long ways off. Oh, and Liry's still with 1 archer in the range, so Tatau might be mistaken and think Liry hasn't moved forward yet when he actually has. So that could be a disaster for Tatau if he doesn't get this mining camp walled. And does he have Town Watch? He does not. There's the spear. And what is Liry doing with his archers? He's not moving in just yet. Tatau with the scouts. Will he find that? Another scout for him. He will find the archers. He can't fight that yet. He can't fight that. Doesn't have the numbers. And he's on stone. So I think Tatau's okay. He is fully house-walled everywhere. Has another tower by the berries. So we'll get some nice shots with the tower. Bloodlines for Tatau. Armor for Tatau. He can add more scouts with a second stable. And Wouchers. Thanks for the sub.
It's Genghis Khan. We must flee.
Thank you very much for the support. And we'll have Scalebarding and Bloodlines on the way for Tatau. Bowsaw for Liry. Tatau, I don't think he can fight this yet. He's getting to the point he can fight. He needs to be watching for reinforcements, maybe? We'll do another tower, and with the TC, this should be fine. Has to be careful, though, as the pulls. He doesn't have Vils in the TC. And maybe a mistake from him to let Liry come forward with reinforcements. Viper Doubt. Nope, we're going to do those as Rex after this set. They played their games earlier today because Viper can't stay up late past his bedtime anymore. But we will cast them after this. We'll have Wheelbarrow for Liry. And Light Cav for Tatau. So once Light Cav comes in, 12 crossbows. I don't think Tatau has numbers yet, even with the Pull's attack bonus. Not with the spears there still. Liry with a second TC. Doing University too. And Liry just wants enough army that Tatau can't fight. And Tatau needs maybe a bit more stone for more TCs. I'm still thinking 3 TC, quick boom into her castle, and Schlachter privileges might be the play. You can defend with a Scorpion for now. And now, wait, now Tatau, he has 5 Light Cav. If he can group all 8 of his Light Cav together, he doesn't want to fight. Can he get in? Liry, again, not fully walled inside of the TC. Doing more farms. This is, I think, Tatau's opportunity to run. He has 5 crossbow in the back. Ballistics will make this a bit awkward. Yeah, maybe Liry is defended enough. Maybe he has enough crossbows. He's bringing the army back now. Giving up some map control, but hoping he has a better boom. And Tatau can add a TC now. I mean, Tatau, I don't think you can do 1 TC Schlachter privileges. Is Tatau going to go 1 TC Light Cav Husbandry and just try to raid? Liry's slowly but surely building up that crossbow count. And Liry only 500 res ahead. The Vil counts are still very similar. Second TC for Tatau. And I think the pull eco will be stronger over time. With ballistics, though, Tatau has to be careful. He might lose all 5 Light Cav. Ooh, and I think that's going to be ugly for him. Mounted Arson. Tatau needs that. Liry's splitting the crossbows up to ensure he can get the best fight. Tatau trying to dodge ballistics. He'll just try to get out. Might save 2 Light Cav. Oh, nice micro. Saves 3. But that's about the best you could have hoped for there. At the front, there were a few scorpions. Now, from my point of view, this is where Tatau would want to dive. The crossbows are a bit out of position. Even with the scorpions, I don't think he can fight without ballistics. I think I still prefer Tatau's position. He's adding a third TC. I think as long as he can do Schlachta privileges, he'll be fine. Feels weird to see Tatau taking games off. I didn't see the first 2 games that Tatau won. We were casting Yo Sebastian, so I can't really comment on them. Tatau did win a game with the Teutons. So, I don't know, I think Ornlu casted that. I don't know if Dave or Mem casted that. You might want to go check that one out. Now Liry sees the scorpions, and remember, pulls, still that +1 attack against archers. Liry going for another TC. Crossbows to defend. Defensive workshop. Teutons are OP. No one picks them, though. Teuton scout all in with the cheap farms. Sounds very Tatau. So there's the university. Okay, that's a bit strange. Now, here's the question. Does Tatau do the castle for Schlachta privileges as the pulls in the Castle Age, or does he go Imp? Part of me worries going Imp would ruin the timing window that he has. Once ballistics for the Scorps. Let's see, +2 armor. Forward workshop. What is Tatau doing? Always a good question to ask. What is Tatau doing? He does have Town Watch, so the house is a mini outpost. Look, he'd be Winged Hussar. I think you have enough gold on the map to open Cavalier. In almost all situations, Cavalier is preferable to Winged Hussar, but you just need the gold for it. And Liry not being aggressive, simply camping his base. Knows what composition Tatau will go for. Ballistics on the way for the Scorpions. Defensive Mangonel. Tatau needs to make sure he doesn't lose all the Scorps to 1 Mangonel. He has the map control. He needs to make sure he scouts and keeps the map control. Maybe Imp is the play then for Cavalier. And I like how he's starting to spread the scouts around. Oh, I like the outpost. Learning from his teammate Lewis, do the outposts. He's a Scorpion behind the wood line. That'll be annoying for the Mangonel to try to defend when it's that far behind the wood line. So Liry ahead by 10 Vils, but res collected still pretty close, and I still feel like the Folvark farms in the long run are going to be a much better eco bonus. It'll be hard for the Maya to deal with. Unlike the Aztecs, the Maya do have halbs. But now it's all about how does Liry deal with all this pressure. He's opening the walls, and with Liry's micro, well, maybe Tatau has to fear the Mangonels. That's 3 Mangonels, and Tatau doesn't lose his Mangonel. That was... somehow he dodged that. Doesn't dodge that, though. But trades the Mangonels. Mangonel trades probably are okay with Tatau, but Liry's up to Imp. Now that's why I was worried about the pulls. They lack that second armor, and if the Maya can get enough archers, then they can deal with lots of cav spam, because the pulls lack the final armor. But will the numbers be enough for Tatau? He is going now. He wants to dive the Mangonels. That's 1 Mangonel down. There go the Scorpions. And this has to be a good fight for Tatau. Liry deleting the houses. He doesn't want to fight the Scorpions. Tatau pushing in. Tatau pushing in. Liry is bunched up against the Scorpions. Can Tatau pathfind? Here's a Mangonel for Liry. The Mangonel goes down. But Liry's buying his way up to the Castle Age. That was a good fight for Liry, I think. That was so close to Tatau. He had a couple Scorpion bolts in there, but couldn't quite finish the fight. Will Liry try to micro down the Scorpions? Tatau about to click Imp. And it's going to have to be a very quick Cavalier spam once he gets Imp. Liry's looking for a forward castle, or maybe just a high ground castle near all the extra res. Tatau picking another Mangonel, almost dodging ballistics. Liry looking at what it's like to fight someone who can dodge ballistics. So Liry off of that wood line, but downside for Tatau is he didn't scout this side of the map at all. And Liry is forward now with a bunch of villagers. Tatau's up to Imp. Doesn't have his own castle yet. Doesn't have enough stone for a castle. And Liry might end it with this castle if he gets Imp. Tatau taking that fight, lost all the map control, and now Liry, immediate bracer chemistry. He'll have Arb behind that with a forward castle. Ooh, I don't like that castle from Tatau. I think he's going to lose a Treb fight. I think it might need to be a tiny bit further back, and he does too. I had to get the stone for it again. I think that's his shot, if he can get Schlachta privileges, and then overwhelm in numbers. It has to be a numbers thing. But he doesn't have much gold access. Tatau has tons of gold in the south of the map. He'll scout that with Light Cav now. But not having outposts earlier, let Liry get the forward castle. Tatau has to fall back off of his gold. And now, they do need some gold. The Poles need some gold for Cavalier. And Liry might catch those vills with the crossbows. And the winged hussars arrived, coming down the mountainside. Does Tatau even have the gold for those upgrades now? He has no gold income. He has 1 vill on gold. And thankfully, though, he will find some refuge in the hills with some extra golds. And, well, how expensive is Schlachta privileges? 300 gold. Yeah, and Viper Doubt will be coming up after this set. For everyone asking. Ooh, Liry missed an opportunity to kill Light Cav there. Tatau ran through. And remember, no final armor for the Poles. This would have to be Winged Hussar, though. Can Tatau even afford that? I need to use the market with the wood. Tatau still with a score lead. Still with more res collected, the Poles will have a better eco. So will the Winged Hussars arrive? How expensive is that tech now? Tatau, only 4 stables? I don't know if that's enough for him. Well, the Chittick Legacy, even in preference to Winged Hussar. So the Winged Hussars won't arrive, but Halb is clicked for Liry. He's pulling back from the Trebs. Well, Tatau has some gold to the north. He needed to sneak maybe more vills out there. Oh, he was trying to sneak vills. Liry found him. Liry up in vills. Tatau still needs attack upgrades. He has a ton of hussars. He's trying to secure gold. He's doing crop rotation. He'll get a dump of food from the existing farms once he does that. Has to be careful he's losing the market. Needs another market in the corner, maybe. Is he gonna try to raid Liry's base? Like, what's the goal for Tatau here? He's now down by 15 vills. He's got iron casting. Now, Liry simply was able to camp with the crossbows and move out. Didn't need to fight all game. And maybe Tatau diving with his Light Cav earlier might have been a mistake. Let's see, Liry's still taking more forward map control. No Winged Hussar for Tatau. That is an expensive upgrade. He still can't afford Cavaliers. That's why I was thinking the Castle Age timing for the Knight spam would have been the better play than waiting for Imp, because now the Maya have all their upgrades and they're cheaper. It's easier for the Maya to get their upgrades, and Liry going to Quick Wall. Look at those Quick Walls from Liry, not letting Tatau in. Might still be a hole somewhere. But Tatau can't raid, and he can't do Hussar. Can't do Winged Hussar. He's gonna have a lot of Light Cav regardless. I'll try to pick off a few Halbs here and there, try to pick off the reinforcements. Liry doing a defensive castle. Tatau still might not have a way in. And his castle goes down. And he's still... That's going to be a lot of dead vills for Tatau. He's trying to wait for the fight. But as he's waiting, Liry's also getting stronger. Tatau's army is in 2 spots. He can't take one good fight. And these Light Cav are going to die to the Imp crossbowmen. Yeah, Thumb Ring on the way for Liry. He cleans some of the halves. Maybe he buys himself some time. He's got 14 Light Cav queued. He's getting a raid, but that raid is underneath castles. He does not have the final Pierce armor. And that was a situation I think Tatau needed all of his Light Cav together. He's got a raid with 3 Light Cav. As Liry finally opened the walls, but crossbows even are there at home. And another forward castle for Liry. Tatau still... How does he get Winged Hussar? I think he has the resources for it now. It's 800 food, 500 gold, if I recall. There it is. There's Winged Hussar. And he's going to have to hope that the Winged Hussars arriving, coming down the mountainside will save him. That's his last hope. This is taking him way too long to get to the eco he needs for this fight. Still 30 seconds away. It's a long tech. And Liry has gotten the res collected lead now as Tatau's had to fall back with his Vils. 10 seconds away. He's got no more army at the front. He threw all that army away trying to raid. And here it is. Here is the fight. Tatau, 50 Vils on food still, will be spamming reinforcements. Is this enough for him? If he can clear this army, maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to keep fighting. He's sending Vils Mr. Yo style to kill the Trebs. And he's somewhat clearing this. He'll take out the Trebs. He'll buy some time for himself. He's not going to resign early in the final game. He's still down by 20 Vils, but he took about as decent of a fight as he could have hoped for. And will have reinforcements, but he will call it after that. Not good enough of a fight. And Liry will win. Liry will win the matchup 4-2. GG. Tatau won those first 2 games, which apparently were crazy. This is a tough matchup to figure out. In the middle of the game is maybe when the pulls could somehow overwhelm the Maya, but Liry with a great map. Good job defending. Kept the crossbows alive, didn't overextend. And you can see how cheap the Maya military is, where Liry never felt like he needed to move out. And even with Tatau having a very good boom, very far ahead of Liry, didn't have the timing on his unit upgrades, or at least the unit numbers, to fight Liry when he went for the forward castle, and things just fell apart from there. Lino Arbalest, just more important upgrades. You get Bracer and Chemistry. Those are the important ones. They're a bit cheaper. And would have been fun to see Tatau on Monte Pascoal. I think that would have been a great map for him. Maybe he could have gone Celts. Could he have gone Siege Onager on that map? Probably not. Byzantines actually would have been interesting. I mean, that probably would have been a better pick against the Maya. Maybe he was anticipating Khitans, wanted to go Folvark against Pastures. I don't know what Liry would have played on the final map. I guess Malay. Yep, Tatau can sign up next week. There is another qualifier next week. But for now, it's time. It is just about time to go for the Viper versus Doubt. So we have Rex for this. Just get ads out of the way. Then we'll go Viper Doubt. Everyone wants to see. Doubt making it to the land. So let me grab their drafts. And let me find where our base has posted this. There we go. There we go. Viper versus Doubt. Viper picking the Britons very early on. And let me grab recorded games. Viper versus Doubt. And yes, we will watch this right from the beginning. All 4 of Doubt's victories over the Viper in a row, right? Alright, I'll set up here. So game 1 for Fernando de Noronha. What do we think we get here? Koreans for Viper, Persians for... Why did Doubt random Sicilians? Yeah, Doubt random Sicilians. When was Doubt's last LAN? That's a good question. I'm not sure, actually. When's the last time he won a set versus Viper? One of Nilly's medium resources tournaments, I think. Remember those? Well, thank you, Nightlife, for the raid. So without further ado, let's get started. Viper versus Doubt. So here we'll have Doubt as the Blue Saracens to the northwest, and the Viper as the Yellow Byzantines to the southeast. In the past, I would have probably favored Byzantines on a water map against the Saracens, but these days, faster firing galleys maybe mean they counter hulks pretty well. See, Doubt has 1 gold kind of far, another one fairly safe. 1 gold on a hill for Viper, another pretty far away. And I'm sure everyone would love to see Doubt qualify and make it to the LAN. He did make it to the finals this week. And even if one of these players loses, they have another chance next week. Again, it's one of our Onamaru team matches. Was I at Doubt's last LAN? When was his last LAN? See, the Red Bull he won wasn't a LAN yet. Yeah, Age of Kings matchup again. We saw Britain's Goths earlier. Now it's another Age of Kings matchup. Oh, that's right. I need to update my overlay for Tatau. He's in Onamaru now. I needed an earlier reminder. There we go. Well, next time we Tatau plays, we'll have that right. Yeah, I'll put the teams down here near the mini-map in the bottom. So civs are up at the top. That way we have all the info and we don't have like civs in 3 places. Yeah, I wasn't at the Noble Apartment Cup. Ornlu was at one of those. So Viper already walling up in anticipation of a landing. Back dock from both players, and I would have to imagine that these are going to be fast castles. Can't really see anything other than a fast castle. Also, we're 8 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, so I hope you all have been enjoying today. Extra long day for us. As we're getting started here on our wonderful water map. And when we're done with this, we're going to do the bracket for next week. Our base will help me out with that. And I'll get the bracket all set up for next week. Hope I've realized I have my own stream running in the background. Now fast forwarding? Nah, we'll go through it. We'll go through it easily. If our base is still awake. It's Viper Doubt. We gotta enjoy this while it lasts. Viper loves his fish boom. He does. Is it as good as before with a fish slower than before in Dark Age? I think it is better than before with the fish able to garrison. Every time we have seen this map, it has been fast castle, fish garrison, and docks. This is everyone's favorite 2 players right here, right? I mean, who doesn't love Doubt? Who doesn't love Doubt Viper in an Age of Kings Civ matchup? Oh, you're right, you're right. Doubt was at the event I casted, you're right. You were right about that. I thought he was at one of the earlier NACs. I forgot he made it to the Noble Apartment Cup. I didn't remember Doubt having such recent success. So Doubt up to Feudal, Viper up to Feudal 2. Viper slightly slower, which I think is good on this map. I think the slower Feudal is always the right approach unless you're going for a landing. So another dock for Doubt as this deer gets pushed in from him. Doubt pushing in a deer. This is what we come to see. We've waited almost 9 hours to see Doubt push in a deer with his scout. Will this work for Doubt? Will he get the deer pushed in? Oh, no he won't. Onamara really needs to sign Slam. Just to coach Doubt at deer luring. Okay, he's got it now, right? He has it. Oh. Doubt. There we go. Okay, pushed it twice. Okay, one more. He's got it. Oh, yes, he did it. He did it. And he's up to the feudal age. No more deer to push. He's good. So double bit axe, and with the Saracens, is this a sell stone, buy your way up build? No warships for him. Doing a dock on the side, wants to grab a whale. That is not my real name. I'm just the author of the map. A map I think would have been a lot more fun in the old patch, so it wasn't fast castle every single time. I enjoyed the 1 or 2 players who went for the landing, but to be fair, the island's kind of small that the landings are scattered right away. Is Doubt a left-handed player with a right-handed mouse? Bold of you to assume Doubt even knows which handedness he is. Viper with a couple oysters in the back. Something I might clean up on the map, oysters behind the players. I removed the whales from behind them. I might do the same with oysters. Force them at least to come to the sides where they're a bit more vulnerable. Like out there, I'm fine. But like right in the back where it's too safe, I think that's a bit much. Gonna have a good day map scripting over the next day or two. Both for this and for Warlords, because I need to finish up the Warlords map pack too. And Castle Age fletching for Doubt. Capybaras for Doubt. Can come in. Doubt's also mostly walled himself up too, but kind of walled himself away from his gold. So galleys for the Saracens, they will still attack faster, 25% faster. The Byzantines, their galleys. Well, nothing for the galleys, their fireships and drones attack faster. So what's better, the fireship or the galley these days? With the hulks, maybe the galleys? Not entirely sure. Onamaru, he's paying me for doing the maps, yes. For the, like, S-tier tournaments, yes. People are hired to do admin stuff. They hire professionals so that stuff works properly. Man, medium warships plus Bodkin. Capybaras are friends, not food. We are very pro. Very pro. Why is it running smoothly? Is it not running smoothly for other people? I have no idea why it wouldn't run smoothly. For everyone else, it's stuttery, really. That makes absolutely no sense, but I can try to look into it. For everyone else, does that mean Dave and Memb and Ornlu? Ornlu said he had some stutters, but then they went away. Okay. Ornlu might have issues. What about Dave and Mem? Those are the they're having problems too, then that's a pretty serious issue. Or it might just be like a PC-specific thing? I don't know. I have had maps that performed poorly in the past, but I was able to fix it, and I didn't do any of those things here. And Daniela too, okay. Interesting. Did they have problems with the live games, or just the Rex? So, War Galleys coming forward. Well, thanks for telling me. I'll look into it. Ballistics for Doubt. And he is ahead 47 to 43 Vils. Both players have sold their stone, so pretty much the same approach, where we're asking who has the better micro ship positioning and civ bonus, basically. Byzantines will have a cheaper imp, and that's where they have the option to pull ahead of the Saracens when they go imp. Galleys attacking the fire ships. And a Vil has to fall back off of the dock. Ooh, the Vil picked off by the war galleys. At the same time, Doubt trying to push forward, take out some of Viper's fish. Viper garrison to this dock. War galleys maybe a chance to push here. The extra fires for the Byzantines might actually be super good for taking out docks. Faster firing fire ships attacking docks can be nice, and that's what we're seeing here from Viper, pushing into the docks from Doubt. So KD 19 to 9 for Viper, simply taking better fights with the ships. And everything going down. You feel more confident in Saracens if it wasn't Doubt microing the galleys? Well, I'm feeling pretty confident in Byzantines here with the fires against the Saracens. I guess it makes sense that the fires counting the galleys is the better of the plus 25% attack speed bonus. Fires attacking the war galleys. War galleys all go down. And oh my gosh, imagine a demo here. Imagine a demo right here. We'll have to leave it to our imagination in the current patch. But imagine this. I don't think you could ever patrol stack like this before the recent pathfinding changes, but oh, look at Doubt. Patrol stacking fires. That's true, Saracens do buff the market for Doubt. And now 37 to 20 KD for Viper. Feels like he's in the lead and pushing Doubt back. Why not a single Hulk? I don't know. Good question. I've seen players tending to gravitate towards fire plus galley. Remember, Hulks are not quite as strong as they were back during the Thalassocracy tournament, and maybe, just maybe, that means it's not worth it to go for them. So lumber camps for Doubt.
Nam.
Bunch of ships sailing around the top as the fishing ships drop off at the dock. Yeah, maybe Hulks against the Byzantines would have made sense, since Viper's mostly going fires. And it really doesn't matter what the patrol stack is, you're against Byzantine fires. Fire versus fire, you're gonna lose. And even with faster firing galleys, it's not enough in the current patch. There's a Hulk from the Viper, a couple of Hulks from the Viper, the War Hulks. Fire's all going down. And on the backside, a couple of war galleys attacking the lumber camp. So Viper taking a good lead here. Yeah, he'll imp much faster because he's Byzantines, right? And that doesn't really matter what the eco balance is. He'll just go imp faster. So siphons for Doubt. University upgrades important for fires. And Viper needs a second building. Doesn't have the monastery yet. But once he has that, he'll go up. And of all the maps that Doubt needed to ban, I would think this is the one that he doesn't want to play against Viper. Water maps should be the least favorite of Doubt versus Viper. And Viper also 17 fishing ships too. Doubt hasn't been able to add that under all the pressure. There's Imp for Viper. And might be GG when Doubt sees Viper hit Imp. I am the Viper. Now that's MBL. So all the war galleys going down here. We'll have siphons for the Viper. So war galleys will be pushed back for the moment. And once Viper's up, he'll be able to do Byzantine fast fires. And then really dominate the water. At most, Viper is the Viper. Fires both going down. And Imperial Age on the way for the Viper. With Careening for Doubt. You have to minimize the game. The game should auto-minimize in the recent Capture Age update, our base. But we'll look into this too over the next couple days. So fire's all going down. Viper up to the Imperial Age. And heavy warships plus Bracer for Viper. And fire is taking a fight. Turning around, and Viper trying to hold behind the dock, so Doubt just taking one last-ditch effort to fight before Viper gets the Imperial Age upgrades. He needs to warm up. You gotta warm up. I know today was Easter for Doubt, too. So he had probably a bit of trouble getting the games even playing. The ship's fended off. There is Forging for Doubt. And there's the GG. So Viper wins game 1. Not surprised to see Viper taking the water map over Doubt, but Doubt just needs to get warmed up. Give Viper a false sense of security. And you can see that once early to mid castle happened, Viper took a good fight, and things kind of snowballed from there. Byzantines with fires feel like they're maybe the better civ. Doubt actually had a nice eco advantage for a while, but that might, especially with Viper having more fishing ships. Maybe that's just a civ advantage with the fires? I'm not sure. That was honestly a closer game than I thought it would be. And real quick, while I'm in between games, let me enter their elos in the chat, or in the Capture Age. Just make sure we get the right ratings for them. I see Sicilians. Doubt is 2502. What is the Viper? 2594. Viper not grinding the 1v1 ladder, but I guess he doesn't really do that much. And for maps, that'll be the first map won by Viper on the left. And for civs, it'll be a win for the Saracen, or a win for the Byzantines, and a loss for the very last picked Saracens. Doubt also random in Sicilians, because why not just doubt things? And looks like map number 2 will be Amazonia. Doubt picking the first of his home maps. Ooh, okay, interesting matchup here. We'll have Britons for Viper, Georgians for Doubt. And Amazonia as the map. So game number 2, that will be the blue Georgians to the southwest and Viper the yellow Britons to the northeast. Sicilian's low-key good. That was rated infinitely. Yeah, I got their elos set up now. Yeah, and why the Britons? Because there are several maps with lots of extra capybaras, and Viper will like to take advantage of having extra herdables for the Britons. Nice to see them picked a bit. If adding all the chickens known to man in the middle of Valley did not encourage people to go for the hunt on Valley and TTL, at the very least, adding capybaras to these Brazilian Dynasty maps has encouraged players to go for the Britons. So, bridges also. We've seen some nice plays on bridges, players walling bridges, some conquistadors, microing against mangonels or genbos on bridges. I've liked how the map's turned out. I think I want to tweak it a bit, try to make it a bit more aggressive and less boomy for the actual LAN, but I think we've had some good games on it regardless. I haven't seen many players fish booming in the back, unless I tried to do that against Doubt. Sure, in Doubt's smiling. A forward dock from Doubt. And let me just double check all my chats are updating. There we go. And you can forward dock on the oysters and take gold at the dock. You can skip the mining camp if you want. Otherwise, you have to come out to the side for gold. I was thinking the players could use safe gold since they don't have any on their island, but I think moving the golds a bit more forward, making it a bit more aggressive would be fun. You could have it a variation to be huntable or sheep version. I think that's probably a bit too much of a variation in civ selection, though, for a tournament map. Difference between Mongols and Britons comes down to randomness on the map. Maybe for the latter could be nice if you can't civ pick the map that hard. Loom for Viper. This time looks like it'll be a fast feudal for him if he's doing Loom that early. Trying to force drop. Doesn't quite have 500 food, though. And he is just going to do force drop. More vills? No. Idle TC for the Viper. What is this? The Viper. Suboptimal build. Doubt doing Loom. He should be able to click up. Looks like he has the food. 498 and Viper up. 16 idle TC seconds. 8 times as much as Doubt. And Doubt's up. Viper needs to go study Doubt's build order in micro. Yeah, I mean bridges. They're gonna remind people of campaigns, right? I think it's great to use the bridges, and Britons, but also bridges for a LAN event. So some vills on the wood line there, on the jungle trees. Calling the GG because the Viper is slow uptime. He probably should. I mean, he's against Doubt, right? It was probably over as soon as the matchup was decided. And 2 fishing ships to 5. That's true too. 4 more eco for Doubt, adding more fish. Viper not quite going too heavily onto the forward fish, but he is going double dock, so it feels like it's going to be Viper fighting for water. Lost 100%. I don't know how important water is on this map versus land. There really aren't that many fish, but it's good for map control later on. That's why I think it's maybe a bit too defensive on land, and I think making it a bit more aggressive will decrease the importance of winning water. Well, lots of capybaras. Doubt will steal them. Good to steal them from the Britons. He's trying to grab that one, and he does. There's 4 herdables. denied from the Viper. As if he didn't have enough. He has 14 in the pack already. Doubt should have some himself. Yeah, he still has 4 left over. And double fire opening for Viper, double fire opening for Doubt, who's going to do more fires. Viper following up with the galleys, which will probably not be the right play against Doubt, thanks to the extra fires he's adding. Fires just doing a bit of damage to the fishing ships, but Doubt will garrison 1 and force Viper back. And then Doubt will maybe do hulks after that, galleys after that. Let's see, but right now Doubt should have a composition that wins. Viper gonna wall the whole map. And that's what I was saying. Players have been walling the whole map. I'm thinking move these resources so that instead of being behind the bridge, they're all ahead of the bridge. Get rid of the middle resources, and we have something that's much more aggressive. We get to the middle being important later, too. Yeah, so holy capybaras. Viper's still with 12 of them left, as the Britons. That's why he picked Britons on this map. And the capybaras are why we've been seeing the Britons getting picked. Another 10 coming in for Doubt. So not like you're going to be bereft of capybaras on these maps. I don't mind some of them being defensive for variety too. A lot of them are pretty aggressive. So this one plays a bit differently. This is the only real super boom map, I think, out of all of them. And even this one we've seen conquistadors in some aggressive plays. Part of me wants more wood in the middle, so that players can TC the middle, transport to the middle. Now, Viper will be dancing with the galleys, trying to outdance Doubt on the water. And fletching for Viper. It's not a crocodile, it's a caiman. It's a caiman. I don't know any animal facts about caimans, other than obviously they are kind of similar to crocodiles or alligators. But I don't know anything about them. I need to learn some animal facts for the land. There is horse collar for Doubt. Everything here going down. And is Doubt winning this fight? The galleys all going down to the fires. Oh, Doubt has just won the fight. He's cleared the water. He can't stay under Viper's docks. But he's won the water, and Viper's up to the castle age. Maybe Doubt can sit under one dock in the murder hole's range and try to take it out. They not add charge attack to these? Looks like they do have a charge attack to them. It says 2+5, so it feels like that's the charge attack. Well, only one fishing ship in each dock, so they didn't really do too much in that fight. And fires are the ships that do take down docks. Maybe Doubt would need one galley in the min range. He's sending more fires forward himself. And, oh, Viper! What's he doing? Stealing Doubt's capybaras across the bridge. That's a Viper thing if I ever saw it. So Doubt's just staying on his starting island. Viper will try to repair his fires. Is this Doubt staying too far forward? It's so hard to press an advantage here. But also, it's so hard to lose an advantage if you just fall back and keep your lead. Doubt singing to himself, who's the Viper now? Who's the Viper now? And Capybara's on the side from Viper, going back. Here's a gate to bring them home through. And fire is still amassing in the middle of the map. Let's see if they push forward. There we go, Castle Age for the Viper. Our fire galleys on the way. As Doubt heads down to the forest here. Capybara is coming to the inside. And medium warships for Viper with the uptiming. Doubt still with more warships, but he has scouts. Doubt going scouts. He's going across the bridge to Viper's island. Viper did wall off one side. Don't think he can do any damage here. Viper doesn't have any vills left. That would need like a sneak dock and a transport to get over here. Or just the fact that it's not walled. Viper notices though. Viper notices. And now Viper pushes forward with the medium warships. Doubt will garrison the dock. Doesn't have any hulks. This is where Doubt would need hulks to counter the Castle Age variant of the fire. But with only fires of his own, Viper is going to win this and win it easily. Ooh, Doubt losing the water control. Things could start to snowball from here. There's Viper with the timing advantage. Britain's simply getting a lot of food from the capybaras. That's what's saving him here. Tat now may be afraid, saying this is the Viper. And Town watch for the Viper. And Town Center for Doubt. Fortified Church for Doubt. Georgians buffing the eco. And now saving for next game. Well, couldn't really spend on much on the way up. Wants to do light cav. He's gonna raid some vills from the Viper. Viper's stuck inside of his TC with 5+ vills. That won't be good for him. Maybe Doubt will look for a vill by the oysters. Could try to jump there. And it goes down. The Viper has to garrison the fish or just run them away. But he is happy to take Doubt's dock. Maybe demos could have a role in protecting docks when ships camp the minimum range. But even then, that just makes the game more campy. So I'm not sure what else they really should be doing. Oh no, Doubt! No, let the Vill go. Let it go through the gate. Don't turn and attack it. Let the Vill go through the gate. Open the gate. Get back here. I know Doubt wanted to kill the Vill. Maybe he just needed to wait a bit more. Now, Doubt moving out. Mule carts feel nice on this map, being able to go across the bridges with them. Pair of light cav also for Doubt. Take the Guanacos, take the hunt. The Viper's just booming. Couple of farms going up for Viper. The first time a mule cart goes over a bridge? Maybe. It might be. Oh, where's Doubt going? You going to do a workshop? What's he doing? Wants a workshop forward. Probably thinking Viper is booming too much as the Britons. I got one chance to stop him. Well, I think that ship has sailed. Viper will probably do some ranges.
Get yours.
We'll have Doubt picking up a relic as the scout comes over to fight the monk. Or not to fight the monk, just passing. Yeah, there we go. Viper microing. Not patrolling, just microing. That'll be 1, 2, 3 hits on the monk. Monk is down. And Palisade Gate's keeping Viper away. Man, this feels like a campaign base. Gate on a bridge. Monk monastery right behind it. Some dead hunt. Some berries. I think this map is certainly the most campaign-esque of all maps. Why did the old mule cart... Or why did the mule cart cross the bridge? To get to the chickens on the other side. Maybe I should put some chickens too. There's bloodlines for Doubt. And mangonels for him too. And bloodlines for 8 light cav? Light cav's still hovering around here, trying to find some value. Either player fish booming in the back, either. The monastery would have a neutral monk to heal your units. Maybe, maybe.
Ready.
Mandatum.
So there is bloodlines for Doubt. And a couple of mangonels. Where are they going to go? To the gate. They'll take out the gate. He'll attack the other gate at the same time. There's that monk. He needs to maybe attack that wall. Oh, he goes for the monk. Monk down. Viper going for a defensive castle. Might be going for longbows. Doubt can maybe still pressure this TC, but Doubt's in. Doubt stopped the castle with his mangonels. He's taking TC fire from the mangonels. And I think he'll lose the... Nope, doesn't lose the mangonel. He's booming, and he's only down by 6 vills, so it's not that big of a vill difference. He actually has 2k more res collected. He's actually in a really good spot, all things considered, despite not having the water. So putting a lot of pressure on Viper's TC. 4 mangonels, at least the Britons will be able to repair that. And Viper, he took the gold in the back. This is only gold, so Dow could play a gold denial game. Destroy this TC. Viper might have to go to the other side of the bridge for gold. Dow's still raiding his TC with light cav. He's doing handcart for faster vills. Dow double fortified churches. Dow maybe just needs an outpost here. Maybe could wall the bridge. Now, Viper could transport to the middle, maybe. That actually could be his best play, transporting to the middle. Ram push probably wouldn't work for Doubt with all the vills. Longbows can save this game. 8 range right now. But taking some Doubt mangonel hits. This is going to be the most frustrating thing for Doubt, though, playing against Viper with longbows. I can just imagine Doubt's frustration now. Ask if Viper greed approach. Ooh, converts a longbow, but immediately perforated by the castle. There's Doubt up to imp. Could Doubt just win water? Do some cannon galleons and then win the game? Doubt could have this. It's what, 14 vills, but Doubt's up to imp. Has the fortified churches to make up for it. Now destroy that wall. Doubt could come across the bridge and stop Viper's TC on the island and trap Viper in a corner. That's true. Going longbows is peak campaign gameplay. Can Doubt get a peak mangonel shot here? This is going to be so frustrating for him against the Viper. This is going to be so frustrating. Goes for the monastery. Oh, gets a longbow. What is this the Viper? Is this the Viper? What is that? Doubt up to imp. No castle over here, but he maybe can go Treb soon. Monk goes down to the longbows. He's trying to take out the monastery. Oh, this is going to be so annoying for Doubt. Viper will just shoot, fall back, and he's up to imp. Once he gets an extra range on the longbows, the mangonels will be useless for Doubt. Yeah, Doubt's going to make the best unit in the game. He's going to make skirms. A couple of skirms there, a couple of rams. So we'll go classic ram skirm against the Britons. I think he needs a melee unit in the rams, though, to fight off villagers. Viper going to bring longbows across the bridges. Longbows across the bridges. What could be more campaign-esque than longbows across the bridges? And Viper's going to try to get gold control down here. Again, Doubt needs to learn from his teammate Lewis. Outposts down here, so he'd see Viper doing the TC. 22 outposts, spend 1 vill. He'd see it. Still close in terms of vills. And Doubt also with an opportunity maybe to redock and retake the water. Oh, Viper mangonelled his vills. Okay, a couple of vills going down. Doubt took out a TC, got a few vills. It's a 3 vill different. Doubt with 2.5k more res collected. I just don't know if he's going to be able to deal with Viper's longbow micro. Doubt has most of the map control aside from the fact he lost water. We can do a castle to retake water. Georgians against Britons on the water. I don't know who wins that. Georgians, they don't have elite cannon galleon though. The Britons don't either. Both siege engineers cannon galleon normally. Fortified church for Doubt on his island. And that's bracer, capped ram, both for Doubt. Mangonels want to kill the longbows. Longbows pushing. Mangonels have to turn around. Viper, you mean does Doubt see the TC? Doubt sees it. Oh, there's the outpost. There he is. Doubt learning from Lewis. Longbows will destroy the outpost though. Yeah, well, nice conversion. Doubt needs to out micro now. Siege ram for Doubt. Ooh, that'll be 6 siege rams for Doubt. Maybe even 7. And he just needs to protect them from vills. Will skirms do the job? He's working on the second armor. Doubt could do this. Some light cav for Viper. I just worry that Doubt actually needs halbs in this push to deal with the light cav. Doubt has 3 relics to Viper's 1. Now Viper's still with the score lead. I feel like Doubt has options here though. And he's letting Viper get down here to the extra gold. Viper should be deprived of gold now. I mean, imagine Doubt had done a castle over here with all the stone he had earlier. He's going for it, but it needs to be maybe at the end of the bridge. He's going for the ram push. Viper walling up in front of the castle. Here come the skirms. Here come the rams. Doubt going for everything in one push. A couple of knights for the Viper. Viper only has 1 armor. Only has 1 armor. Imagine Doubt had a few halves mixed in. Anything to deal with Cav. But Viper killing the skirms. Doubt was not ready for the Britain Cav. Chemistry for him. Viper now committing to armor. Sappers so that the Vills have an attack bonus against the Rams. There goes the surprise factor. Halbs inside the Rams so that they're speedier too would help. Skirms. No ballistics for Doubt either on the skirms, so Viper will retreat happily. And I think Viper has this. Doubt doesn't have the unit composition to fight Cav. Feels like Viper 1 step ahead of Doubt. Doubt with more rams. Doubt has 9 siege rams and can't use them because of the Cav. Oh, Doubt. Doubt. Trying to raid down here. Viper might be out of gold again soon. Taking one of the golds. Fortified Church from Doubt. Doubt could still deny Viper of all the gold. Fortified Church killing some Cav. Time for a Monaspa swap. He's trying to go light Cav himself. Is that the option? He needs a lot of upgrades for them. And there's a Treb for Viper. As the scores are really close. Doubt just needs to find some way to deal with the light Cav, and then all the rams can go forward. He needs to be able to use the rams, but right now he can't. Light Cav going down, Viper doing the final armor. Viper, he's rushing to the middle while he has the opportunity, and he will grab gold. As long as Gaia doesn't destroy him, he will grab gold. Doubt didn't do a Fortified Church. The Fortified Church in the middle now could have controlled the map. Workshop's going down. Doubt trying to go Cav. Is that the answer? I mean, Georgians should have better Cav than the Britons. That's true, that's true. Oh, Doubt didn't... Well, his bridge because of those boats. Doubt's map will be open. Forward castle from Doubt. He's trying once more to push Viper off of this area to the right. Well, Viper doesn't need to be here. There's only 2 tiles of gold there. Viper's in the middle. Viper has all the gold he needs. I think this is just Doubt misplaying the situation. Not that what he's doing is horrible, there's a logic to it. You want to push the castles with the rams. And it's much easier to see from our point of view. But if he's recognizing how little gold the Viper has, maybe could have been here a bit earlier with Monaspas? And he's still getting a nice raid with Monaspas. He might kill 15 Vills here with Monaspas, and then suddenly have a huge Vill lead over Viper. But he doesn't have any water control. He's gonna let Viper fall back to the bridge. That's a lot of dead Vills if they're caught. And it looks like they are caught. Skirms and Monaspas here killing Vills at the same time, though Viper pushing out. And Doubt spent so much on those rams, and right now can't really use them. There's Hussar for Doubt. When maybe he could have still done Cavalier. He has 34 Vills on gold. And Viper couldn't walk through the gold, so now his Vills are pathing through the middle. Doubt taking a Vill lead, but Viper doing a castle in the middle. We'll see that Viper's there. Ooh, this is a rough one, because I feel like Doubt had chances here to win. I feel like he had chances, so Skirm's attacking the longbows. Doubt's still pushing, but he lost all the rams by the time he had enough. Why are the rams forward? They're chasing a Treb. By the time he had enough Cav, he lost the rams, and now Viper has full gold control. Okay, we didn't have chemistry for the longbows for the longest time either. Makes them much better against skirms once they get their upgrades. And they're still not elite, still just normal longbowmen. I mean, pure Arb would be actually a better unit than longbows here. Since Viper doesn't have the ranges and infrastructure for that. Wants to do another castle as a nearby ram. Doubt could win a fight here and push Viper. The scores are still really close. Maybe Doubt finally got the unit composition he needs. Ramming the Treb. Ramming the Treb, pushing the Vills on the castle. But the light calf swapped from Viper as Doubt takes the score lead was so unexpected earlier. With Sappers, Viper can fight the ram. And now Doubt controlling the south, controlling the north, adding some Trebs. He's trebbing the gates so he can raid Viper from this direction. Viper's still on the water. How does Doubt hit that castle in the middle now? Viper might camp that castle forever with longbows. How did the Vills survive the Crocs? Well, Viper sent like 20 Vills. And the ships can help out too. The Crocs aren't that deadly, or the Kaimins aren't that deadly. More the early game where they're a threat. Imperial Age loomed Vills. The numbers they had, Viper was fine. There's Elite Monaspa for Doubt. And he has all these resources he needs to figure out how to spend. Viper's still at the limit. Doubt with 6,000 more resources collected. This feels like a game that somehow Doubt still should win. He has gold in the back. And he's trebbing Viper's castle in the middle. He's doing his own castle in the middle. He's sending mule carts, but Viper still has castle-age ships. He's doing elite longbowmen. Viper rebuilding the gate that Doubt had been trebbing. Those Monaspas cannot reach the war galleys. Viper sending everything to repair the castle as he comes down to fight the Trebs. Light Cav though. Light Cav as Doubt tries to fight back. Viper no Vills on gold while he's fighting the Trebs, sending everything to repair. He's just about out of stone. 3 Trebs still survive. They have lots of pierce armor against the war galleys. Viper has to buy stone. The Monaspa's trying to push that back, but Viper was focusing on the Vills on the castle. Doubt doing a Doubt castle as he sends more Vills to the middle. Doubt needed more Vills there right from the start. He's losing the Trebs as Viper is sending everything to repair. Viper, let's see, Doubt still has resources. Viper doesn't. Doubt can get this castle up and force fights. Longbows probably don't want to fight under the castle fire either. Doubt needs to protect the Trebs. He lost them to the war galleys. Doubt trying to redock. Maybe that's too late, but he has the castle now on the water. Viper could think about canning galleons. I don't know if Doubt can. Doubt trying to add Trebs. He can add Trebs from all these castles, though. He still has Trebs. He's going for another castle with all the stone he has. Viper with the longbows might try to stop that. 5 mule carts, because why not? Doubt now, maybe getting raided by Cav in the north. Trying to do masonry for the HP. And Monaspa's trying to dive the longbows. Elite Monaspa's elite longbows. How does Doubt take that fight? Not well. He didn't pathfind into the start. Viper micros the longbows back. The scores are still so close. Doubt with the Treb, trebbing the castle in the middle. And Viper's still extremely tight on gold, but he has 18 Vills on gold. Doubt can do a tower here and rush the gold. Or trush the gold. 2 castles for Doubt. He has the score lead. If he takes this castle down, then Viper has no more gold. Viper going for heavy warships. Doubt going for medium warships, trying to get back on the water. He can go fires. He can go maybe demos. Does Doubt have this? Does Doubt have this? He can do another castle with his stone. He has all the resources over here. He's still taking stone. Viper is still trapped in a corner. The Ram's pushing a castle. Are there enough Cav here from Doubt to defend the Rams from Viper? Where's that Ram going? Doubt almost destroying this castle. He's got more Rams on the way. He's taken down the castle in the middle. The Monaspa's charging forward. Does Doubt have this? Does Doubt have this game? He's taking the middle, repairing the castle. Georgians can repair. Doubt is victorious as Viper calls the GG and Doubt ties it up 1-1. Doubt! 9.5 hours, not a long enough stream. He takes a win against Viper. There were so many times I thought he could have won it earlier, but at the end he does it. GG. He does it. Map control was so much in his favor for such a long time, despite the fact Viper had the water. Kind of a boomy map, but Doubt figures it out. Will my voice last the rest of the stream? I don't know. Doubt is on the board. We now have a best of 5 between Viper and Doubt. GG. Alright, I need to grab some water. I need a quick break after that. I don't know if my heart can take Doubt winning like that. That'll be Georgians over Britons. High pick for the for Viper for the Britons. There's a second chance, yes. I will be right back. Alright, so Doubt has given himself a chance. Giving himself a chance now. Let's see, what do we have in store for the next game? It'll be a Pantanal now. Let me get this set up. And there'll be Burgundians for Viper, and Goths for Doubt. So here we are, our land nomad map again. Doubt going to the north, Viper going to the south. Within every Doubt there are 2 castles. Viper versus Doubt, what year is this? 2012? Oh no, wait, 14 years off. It's 2026. Hello, Baron. How you doing, Baron? So Viper Doubt, they'll both TC in the middle. And Goths Burgundians? I would think the Burgundians have a much better eco. Goths could be Goths? Does Doubt just go Huskarls and raid now? What is Doubt gonna do? What is Doubt gonna do? I don't know. Well, if even-numbered years, Baron, you skip the odd-numbered years? No odd numbers for Baron. Has the 55 in his name, that's all the odd numbers he needs. Instant Loom for Doubt as the Goths. Why Goths? It'll probably help him to lure the Javelinas more easily. He'll have longer-lasting hunt from them. We can still have 5 more games. We're 9.5 hours in. Already had a 10-hour stream this week. Going well past 10 hours, I think. We have at least 2 more games. At least 3 more games. And then the draft. The drawing. Javelina for Doubt. Let me see, I need to eat some food too during this game. We can talk for 10 hours about the draft system. We can make this a 24-hour stream. Alright, I'm gonna munch on my protein bars as we're casting this. And ATP. Yeah, we need to have a meeting to go over the maps, go over ATP, fix a bunch of stuff. I think we had a pretty good maps for the first qualifier, but we'll try to fix a lot of bugs tomorrow for the second one.
Hey, sir.
ATP is AoE tournament points. It's like the ELO, only for tournaments, basically.
Yeah.
Can I make the docks not shoot? I can. I don't think we will for this event, but I can. Our base is scheduled for meetings. So forward barracks from Doubt. Viper, ooh, his Rage Forest skills betraying him, not getting the double Javelina lore. He'll House Foundation and try again. Viper doesn't see that. Viper doesn't see that. What is Doubt even gonna drush? How does Doubt do any damage with a drush? Viper's TC protects everything Doubt could possibly hit here. The house, the gold, and Viper still doesn't see this. Can Doubt see the gold? No, he can't. Well, he can see the mining camp. He knows there's a gold there. On this map, all the gold's on the inside. You don't have to take much to guess. Oh, look, Viper and Doubt just with 2 friendly capybaras hanging out next to each other. They don't even see each other. They're just there. No, Vil fight on the side. Doubt could go to the outside to rush the stone, I guess. Here does he go for militia? Viper sees this now. What does he do about it? Can he do anything about it? Militia could destroy houses. That they can. Yep, super early stone for Viper. Doubt just out on hunt. Longer lasting hunt for the Goths. Doubt looking to teach Viper a lesson with his new men-at-arms. Can he go double barracks men-at-arms and rush the TC? Probably not. Archery range for Doubt. I don't know if he can do much damage with archers here even. Viper's TC is in a nice spot. I guess Viper doesn't have much wood access once that wood line's gone. Can't particularly trush the wood line because of the river in the middle. Well, that's true. Viper needs a mill to FC to do the market. And Doubt will see that. He'd be like, oh, Viper, I know you didn't do a mill. No mill on the outside. There's the blacksmith. No market yet. Yeah, and Viper will want Castilier. So Doubt can destroy another house. Maybe a tower. Imagine Doubt made one spear and stole all the capybaras. So panic mill from Viper. Viper has to do those too. Yeah, there's the tower from Doubt. There's the market. Archer could deny the market. Those are weak fills. Viper does have loom. And Doubt will be aware of the FC. Doubt could destroy the mining camp maybe. Doubt has to be careful not to run inside the TC range. Oop, and he does. Ah, Doubt. 2 archers could have been scary. A 3rd archer would have been really scary. So things not going according to plan for Viper. Don't think Doubt can destroy anything else. Oh, Viper is also going to Vil fight the tower. Doubt can bring the men-at-arms over, though. And men-at-arms will go for the gold. So now Doubt... Yeah, Viper got a 3rd Vil over to stone. Although Doubt could disrupt the castle if he gets an archer over here. Viper's going to run, and he might just have to buy the castle. Question then is, where does Viper do the castle? Can he go forward and do it on Doubt's face? Or will he have to do it at home? Doubt should have maybe a more stable eco? Still a bit fewer res collected since Viper is double bit axe. But Viper cannot right now afford a castle. He's going to run the Vils and try to find another stone mine. He has wood for a mining camp. Or not, he's going to bring the Vils back. Viper will need to sell some wood? Is it crazy enough that Doubt could actually deny Viper from doing a castle if he gets a few archers out? I don't know how Viper is keeping his resources collected ahead of Doubt with all of this pressure. And the fact that he doesn't have wood. What if Doubt destroys the market, or Viper has to spend wood repairing the market? And there we go, he's selling wood. Buying stone. And well, this is going to have to make Phosphor proud with Castilier. If he gets enough to win. He's up to the castle age. Now with the archers stopping Viper from taking wood. Viper going to try to save the weak Vils. Doubt hasn't actually killed a Vil yet, surprisingly enough. That's just Viper doing Viper things, managing the Vils properly. Having to buy stone is rough, certainly. I don't think there's a world where Doubt denies the castle. Viper's still with enough capybaras that he can construct the castle. There he goes. Can archers actually damage Vils there? Maybe just disrupt the eco a bit more? Well, Viper will have gold now. But he won't have his wood. Town watch for Doubt. Doubt doing the outpost. Just checking for where Viper will end up taking wood. Right now, with an archer over here too. One eco kill for Doubt. Doubt will save the archer. Doubt might destroy the market with archers behind it. Has a spear too. Does Doubt just go double barracks full spears now? He's not too far from clicking up himself, but Castilier will be quite the problem. Honestly, double barracks full spear might be a play. I think we're gonna call them Doubt posts. He has some Doubt posts out there. There's one Castilier, no upgrades. Viper trying to do armor. Charge attack on a man-at-arms instead of a spear, maybe a good thing. For Doubt. Trying to keep the spears alive. And, well, if there's one civ that can make enough pikemen to fight this, it's gotta be the Goths. See, Doubt almost up with his own market. He would be up. Doubt doesn't have a market yet, does he? Ooh, that's the rough spot for Doubt, no market. Struggling for wood a bit, too. He was almost destroying Viper's market. Spear's getting some good pokes in. Viper will try to pull back the weak Custilier. And does that market survive? 169 HP. Nice, that's all Viper needs. There's the market for Doubt. That he just needs to click up, though. Hopefully he doesn't think he needs the market to go up. But at this point, I think Goth's double, triple barrack spears would actually be useful if he can then just save them, upgrade to pikemen. So Viper might get another TC soon, but he doesn't have the stone for it. Now Seiko's much better. 37 to 25 vills. 1k more res collected. I have no idea who's winning this game. I think that's the theme of these maps. Very asymmetrical, and I have no idea who's winning. Whether it's Coast Arena, Pantanal, whatever. Oh, Doubt. Don't lose all your vills here. Please, Doubt. Keep the vills alive. Like, wall this out, do a lumber camp in there or something. Just keep him alive. Don't let Viper find him. If Viper finds those vills, then Doubt is dead. How many Custilier does Viper have? 7 already. How cheap are these things that Viper has 7? Doubt. I need Doubt to wall the vills somehow. Viper, he might see the Rayer running. Doubt, please wall the vills. Doubt. Doubt. Wall them. You can see Viper's chasing you if you see the hunt running. Will Viper find the vills? He does. Oh, disaster for Doubt. Absolute disaster. There goes the vill lead. Just needed to wall them. You just walled them over here. And now Doubt will struggle for wood. He'll do an archery range. Is he gonna go cav archers as the Goths? Oh, poor Doubt. Oh no, Doubt. Poor Doubt. He's even finding Viper's vills down here. Viper tried to move out, but Doubt's there. He's getting vill kills of his own. Wait a minute. Doubt could kill more vills. He gets another kill. He gets 2 more vill kills down here. 8 to 4 eco KD though. Somehow Viper ahead on eco KD. Monastery for Doubt. He's still ahead by 3 vills. He's up to the castle age and he's ahead. Yeah, tower anything. Bodkin? Is he gonna go cav archers? Oh, he's gonna struggle to get numbers. Viper will try to pick up relics. Those vills on stone, protected by spears. Does Doubt want a cav archer into her castle drop? I don't think he has anywhere to castle drop. Honestly, a castle here denying more gold from Viper wouldn't be the worst. But he can't ungarrison the cav archers. And go for a second TC. Is that right against this mini Custilier? Doubt. You might want a wall. Oh no. Oh no. There's a hole. Oh, he notices? Okay, it's a palisade gate. He needs to lock it. That's going down. Oh, Doubt. Close your eyes, check. Close your eyes. Oh, the TC's up. The TC's up. He only lost 3 vills. He still is tied in vills. Monk won't get a conversion. Husbandry for Viper. I think Double Barracks Pikeman here was fine on the way up, but didn't have the market in time. Didn't save the vills. He has 2 TC, so he's still up in vills. He's still okay. But he needs a way to fight that army. And right now, I don't know if cav archers are the play. Cav archers at least can camp the TC for him. He's never really going to be able to move out. TY Nilly, he's upset that the monk... Oh no, the monk spawned out the front of the monastery. He calls the GG. Doesn't think he can fight that army from Viper. And... he wanted the monk on this side of the monastery, not that side. That was Nilly's fault anyway. We all no doubt should have won that game if not for Nilly. So 29 to 5 KD for Viper. That was weird, and weirdly enough, almost worked for Doubt, who still even had more resources collected by the end. But GG. If he saves those vills, and somehow, I don't know. I mean, Custilier are really hard to fight no matter what you do. Right? So, Ah, well, there's Viper up 2-1. Does win his home map. Let's see what Doubt goes for next. Doubt's so infuriating to watch. Yeah, Mega Random does that. It spawns the TCs inside of each other sometimes. It's not supposed to do that, but it does. So Burgundians over Goths there. Game 4 will be... Ooh, this will be a fun one. Monte Pascoal. And, okay, nice different civ approaches here. Koreans for Viper. Persians for Doubt. I'm just going to take a moment in between the games. I'm going to eat my next protein bar, then we'll launch. I don't know if that's supposed to happen, Hagridar, but you can always post the rec on Reddit and they'll probably find it. Or on the forums somewhere. Sounds like a fun one. Viper didn't win, Doubt lost it? Not nearly lost it. So, game number 4, Monte Pascoal, and both players TCing the starting islands. Doubt here as the Persians, faster working TC, good nomad civ. Against the Koreans, good water civ, probably a better late game unit composition. Neither going to the middle. I have had people telling me they think the middle TCs are better. I'm not sure what to think myself yet. I've not seen both players go for the middle yet. I have seen a couple double TCs on the islands. I wonder if full on douche. Well, the tournament rules prevent you from doing your first TC next to someone else's TC on a nomad map. And I don't think there's enough room on the island to fit 2 TCs. I think some anti-douche houses would actually be very effective on this map. So I wouldn't risk it. I like the idea. Persian late game? I think Korean late game is far better than the Persians on land and on water. But it's all about the eco and how you get there. And that's what the Persians do. They try to have the better eco. I don't even know if the Persians are favored early game on the water because of the Korean discount for their ships. 50% wood discount for all land units, 20% for the ships. And then they can stack shipwright on top of it for the late game. So I think the Koreans are still an amazing water save. We've even seen turtle ships be used. I don't know if turtle ships are good or not, but we've seen them. Now also transporting to the back island for a dock. I'd love to see some creativity with the transports and dock locations. I always enjoy seeing those. And there's the dock for Doubt. It'll be right next to a whale. So 4 total whales on the map. You get 4,000 gold if you win the water. And so transport for Doubt, scouting Viper's Island. And we'll have a house for the Viper. Also, you start with 2 capybaras on the mainland, so you can scout quite a bit. Mostly Doubt scouting, trying to find locations for the hill, the golds, the jaguars maybe. Viper scouting, finding all the resources. I did kind of like Yo's approach of transporting the capybaras back immediately. I feel like the map is generic enough, you might not even need to scout it all that much. There's Loom for Doubt. And another dock forward for Viper. Transport sailing around. Koreans build a lot of modern commercial shipping. I don't know if turtle ships count for that, but similar uptimes, the Viper just a bit ahead. Viper also did transport for gold on the middle, or on the mainland. Doubt didn't. So I wonder how Doubt plans to afford gold for his ships. Is it just by taking the whale? Maybe he's going to transport to another island to do a dock on this island. Okay, okay. I like Doubt's dock positioning. With the fishing ships garrisoning, that gives him a good triangle to defend. And so there's the Doubt triangle of holding water. The Viper's still going to the middle. It could be done. I don't know how much players would like it, but it could be done. Gonsal. So, what do we have here? Triple dock fires for Doubt for his opening. Viper double dock galleys, so should be a hard counter immediately from the opening.
준비.
Viper going for the lumber camp in the middle, doing the house, trying to avoid being housed. That has to worry about losing the Vil, since the Vil can't garrison. The fire is same speed as the galleys, and they should counter them at the start. Yeah, the Doubt Muta triangle. So, more houses for Doubt on the mainland. Let's see what he can do as the galleys come forward. They will fight the fires. Transport. Still sailing around the dock. A couple of galleys for Viper going back and forth. And we have a blacksmith for Viper. Will Doubt be able to push? We saw Doubt winning the water early on last game before Viper turned it around. 10 fishing ships to 8. Doubt with more eco so far. You'd expect the Persians to pull ahead in eco. Starting to pull ahead maybe in galley numbers. When are we going to see an EAPM limiting mode? We did that once on Viper's YouTube channel. We had an APM limiter. I think Viper and Doubt played a match against each other with it. Controller event for Dave to win. We have to turn off all the auto eco and Xbox features though. So galleys here from Viper. Hitting the fishing ships. Sneaking around the back of the back. Still not picking off that Vil. And galleys taking out other galleys. Fires and galleys going down. So Doubt's still stabilizing, up by 3 eco units. Still has the Persians' economy. He's gotten to the mainland. He's gotten over there. Lumber camp, mining camp. And honestly, I gotta say, Doubt's playing this pretty darn well, considering Viper's his opponent. This feels like a more competitive set than I was kind of expecting. Maybe a downside for Viper that for Doubt that the first map was the random water map. And ooh, transport could go down for Viper. That could be kind of annoying, but I guess you're at the point you have enough eco you can make another one. And Doubt will be fighting underneath Viper's docks. Doesn't have too many fishing ships garrisoned. Doubt's galleys are not all attacking though. And maybe not the best fight for Doubt as Viper clicks up to the Castle Age. I wonder if this is a Castle Age GG. Doubt with more galleys, but right now fires feel like they're countering galleys decently. It wasn't the Thalassocracy Hart versus Hera for the finals. So Castle Age gold mining for Viper. And Doubt's nowhere close to the Castle Age. He's milling the Javelinas. Some idle Vills sticking around on land. No one's really destroyed much of the fishing ships yet. 2-1 KD. I developed that? No, I didn't. Someone else did. It was some type of auto hotkey extension. I played a game with it, and I was the Chinese for the start, and that was difficult. Okay, Doubt going for one more push on Viper, but I think Viper with all the fires actually wins this. Doubt doesn't really have Hulks added in. I think Viper just wins this, and then he's Castle Age, and then Doubt calls GG. Well, let's see, that's a lot of fires pushing, but they're going to get medium warships soon. And there's Viper, Castle Age, Doubt nowhere close. And okay, Doubt doesn't call it yet. He's going to keep sailing around. He's going to do some more boating. Viper just waiting for fires, and then he'll probably do... He's doing Hulks. He's not... Where are the turtles, Viper? Where are the turtles? Admin lost, not doing turtles. There we go. Now he's doing the right ship. Okay, okay. Doesn't have to be admin lost. There's Doubt up to castle. Running Hulks into the fires. Bill's fighting the Fire Lancer. And Fire Lancer's for Viper. Doubt somehow still has a score lead. I don't think... Does he have enough Hulks to win this fight? I don't think so, and it's mostly galleys in the back. Here come the turtle ships. Rowing the wrong way. Doubt's falling back. He's still a while away from being up. At the same time, Viper's pushing him on land as Viper takes a good score lead, and I think that's only going to increase. Vill count's about to go in favor of Viper. As the turtle ship's on the water, I guess, do they counter Hulks? I guess they counter everything? Just big and expensive? And get fighting fires with the galleys. The Castle Age fire ships are faster. Did Viper do... No, he didn't do any university techs yet, he's just faster with the fires. That's the speed, 1.47 to 1.36, so he'll catch them. Turtle ships at least are kind of slow. So they could be out microed by galleys, but... The galleys running into the turtle now. Doubt's losing everything. There's the GG from Doubt. And Viper finds himself one win away from qualifying. As he'll take that home map from Doubt. And Doubt consistently had more military. Maybe that's just an eco management thing? Where Doubt didn't focus enough on food and Viper did? Maybe putting the fishing ships on the whale weren't quite the way to go, because Doubt was consistently ahead in eco and in military numbers. It feels like just a small macro difference that Viper, as he goes up to the Castle Age, able to surpass Doubt. Or maybe it's just turtle ships. Maybe turtle ships help too. Alright, so Viper up 3-1. This is potentially our last game. potentially our last game. We'll see what that was. And then first picked civs there. And I think it's mostly eco management there. Dow gets to pick the map now. And also a reminder, if you haven't already, go check out the Team Onamaru Twitch stream. Give them a follow. We are at, what now? 1,480. We're almost at 1,500 followers. So go give them a follow. Alright, so one more potential game. Maybe Doubt can force it to keep going, but this would be a tough one for Doubt to pull out because he got Sertão as his map pick. Maybe he's just trying to get it out of the way and take what was probably the toughest map for him against the Viper. But here we go, we'll have Doubt to the west as the blue Catans, Viper to the east as the yellow Maya. And Doubt needs to win 3 games in a row against the Viper. That's going to be tough for him. Turn-based AoE 2? That exists on the Nintendo DS. There's a turn-based AoE 2. So the map looks like it spawned properly. We get 3 wood lions for each player. And Viper immediately goes forward with his eagle. Is he going to try to lame? What's he going to do with the eagle? Will he lame? Will he do the Yo strat of forward barracks with the Romans? Viper will pick up, or Doubt will pick up a goat and do a house right by the woodline, trying to wall. So Catans versus Maya, a situation where if the Maya play defensively and amass enough crossbows, maybe behind a man-at-arms opening, then I think it's hard for the Catans to push large masses of archers without bloodlines. They don't have the HP to sustain against archer fire. But if Doubt can be extra aggressive, get his food eco pumping, force aggression with scouts, perhaps into step lancers, then he has a chance. I think the Catans suit the map a bit more. But we have seen, I think, men-at-arms openings maybe be a bit more effective than scouts so far. Yeah, you can only do F3 commands against the computer. Can't in multiplayer. Well, it's paused. And Javelina taken down under the TC. And Rhea pushed in by the eagle. Ooh, as we are past the 10-hour mark for today. So congrats. This will definitely be our longest stream of the weekend. And we'd even cast one of the sets. You're in at least on Voobly you couldn't. I'd assume you couldn't for normal AoE 2 unless it was an AOK to AOC change. I don't think I'm ever doing a 24-hour stream. Time for the 4-3 comeback. Well, Doubt's up first. 19 pop up, no loom. Living life on the edge. No loom. Viper not doing an early barracks though, doing the mill, so he's not going for an early drush. What's Viper gonna do? Tower defense on the wood line or on the berries? And just wall? Zaraya gets pushed in. That'll then be Feudal Age for Doubt, just about in. And looks like without taking any gold, it'll be a stable opening. So Doubt's plan will be, he doesn't have barracks. Doubt, you need barracks. There he goes. Alright, we'll be a bit late on the barracks. More than a bit late on the barracks. He's not doing loom. There's no reason to save your gold as the Catans, because you can't do an early bloodlines. He just doesn't want loom. Doesn't need loom. He's safe enough without it. The golds are both somewhat forward, but this would be a good woodline to tower to do a mining camp for. And next is the stable. There he goes. Archery range and a house for Viper. There's a stable for Doubt. And double bit axe too. And so 4 bills to berries for Viper, pineapples being berries. And this has to just be Viper staying at home, defending with spears and archers, and hoping he can stay walled enough against Doubt that the scouts don't do enough damage. So then will Doubt go double stables? Will he have a transition to archers? And the answer is a transition to archers. Range going up for Doubt. And scouts popping out of the stable. What happens after these games? After these games, the winner qualifies for the LAN, and the loser can try again next week. We'll have another 5 brackets just like we did now. And immediately after these games, we will do the random drawing for those brackets. Maybe, I mean, JBR is in Australia. Maybe he'll wake up by the time the stream's over.
Shot it.
So eagles and archers and spear are going to move forward. And fletching for Viper. Palisade wall attacked by the eagles. 2 spears, 3 archers. That's against the... Doubt still doesn't have loom. Doubt do loom. Doubt, no loom. Okay, he's fine. He didn't need loom. So skirms and scouts for Viper. I mean, for skirms and scouts for Doubt against Viper's military running around the outside trying to get some damage. Doubt still walling up. Didn't save himself much room for pastures inside the walls.
Shot it.
Doubt's main focus is the spear. Take out the spear, and the scouts become far more effective. Hill's chopping the dead trees by the TC. We'll have a blacksmith up for Doubt.
Shot it.
As the skirms are being effective, that spear is still good HP. Viper has managed to dodge all the javelins. And he'll group up the rest of his army, have a much cheaper army. Eagle, spear, archer. Than Doubt will with the scouts. Fletching for Doubt, and those spears are going to be nasty against the scouts. Especially when they don't yet have their double forging. Doubt finding another lumber camp, so still surviving, but Viper 14 to 12 military. Lots of skirms for Doubt, so Viper can't really fight too well just yet. Look at the Viper with the blacksmith upgrades though, forging armor for the spears and the eagles. The champion wish they were eagles now. And Doubt moving forward with the scouts. Double barracks for Viper, so he's going to do a lot of eagles. Well, that, if he goes heavy spear, is interesting. I think that Doubt gets forging and armor and upgraded scouts, and then if he gets enough scouts, he should win. Has to be careful not to overchop. Viper's still chasing, there's forging. Might come down to 1 fight. I don't know if 4 scouts is enough for Doubt. He has another one on the way. And he loses a Vil. Here's the first Vil loss. Now trying to get around with skirms. He's getting hit on 1 spear. Trying to get more spears. And Viper can't engage this army directly yet with all the skirms. Forging for Doubt. Still, he needs more numbers. He needs to figure out the right way to take the fight. Archer picked off, and maybe not like this with the scouts in front. Worried about the Vils, needs to pull them back. And the spears are down. Spears are down, so now the scouts chase the eagles as the archers chase, or the skirms chase the archers, but the archers have broken free enough, not quick-walled, that Vils can fight them. Skirms keep chasing though, and the Eagles game froze for some sex reason.
Shot it.
Even in the freeze. Viper out microing Doubt. And he's just going heavy Eagles against the Skirms. Doubt doesn't have enough scouts.
Shot it.
Is this a good enough fight for Doubt? He's pulling the Vills, killing the Eagles. Eagles killing Vills still. Those 3 archers, so annoying for Doubt. Microed away. Viper chases with the scouts. Is Fred just a DE lag? It's a DE lag. Is Doubt doing this? Viper's up by 5 Vills. Good res collected advantage too, but Doubt now with a good KD lead. Hold on, Doubt. Double stables. Full double stable scouts now. Lots of Eagles for Viper, but Viper's still fairly open. Viper doing a market. Triple Barracks Feudal Eagles for Viper. That I think should lose to Catan scouts. Unless Viper gets an insanely good trade. Doubt going to the forward gold. Is that a waste? Should he just be doing more pastures with the Vills for more scouts? Like triple stable scouts? I don't think you're too worried if Viper starts making lots and lots of spears. You can always go to Cav Archers later. And Doubt with foraging doesn't have armor like Viper does. Here's a couple, there are a few spears from Viper, and he can add spears against heavy scouts, but Doubt clearing spears at the same time. Doubt is in, Viper can't really turn and fight when the Eagles have armor. Eagles doing damage, Doubt not walled. Now Skirms are facing Eagles rather than spears as the scouts go down. Spreadsheets and hoovering, and Doubt running back to the TC. Doubt doesn't have enough scouts, he's not in the position to fight. Still doesn't have armor, and Viper up to the castle age. Oh, this is rough for Doubt. He's doing his best friend the market right now. I don't think that'll be enough. It's looking like we're getting ready to do a drawing for next week. Doubt's still trying to get the scouts over. Once these become Eagle Warriors, it'll be harder for Doubt to fight them. They'll get an extra +3 attack. Eagles all going down to scouts. And from Eagle Scouts to Castle Age Eagle Scouts soon. Doubt clicks up. Doubt clicks up. Maybe Doubt. How many stables does he have? That'll be his 3rd stable. Will Step Lancers be enough to save him once he gets up? Still needs armor for the Cav. Can't do Bloodlines, but maybe triple stable Step Lancers are enough, even a minute behind. Viper's gonna have 4 Barracks Eagles. 4 Barracks Eagles. Viper saying, I'm the Viper, I can do anything I want with these barracks. There's armor finally for Doubt. 42 to 46 Vills. I don't think Doubt's in the worst position still. If he can get enough scouts on the way up. If only he were up just a bit faster for upgrades, Viper will have a huge timing advantage. Doubt will pick a spear. Now he'll try to force Viper off of gold. Viper not much gold left. Doubt will see the Vills fleeing. Here's the 3rd stable. Doubt with quite a few scouts still. Viper has to be wary of what's in the back of his base, but some Eagles might be able to clean the Skirms. Viper's still on the forward gold. And Doubt running. It's okay, Viper just had to run earlier. Up by 1k res. Doubt gonna fight before he's up. Wanted to save the Vills. Maybe it's worth it. Triple Barracks. Does he do Light Cav? Does he do Step Lancer? Light Cav in 1 stable and nothing else. Iron Casting. He wants both upgrades. But more Eagles flooding everywhere from Viper. He has the timing on the Eagles. And Doubt can't really fight this just yet. He needs to wait another minute for Iron Casting. And even then he doesn't have that many scouts left. Eagles killing the scouts. Eagles getting you into the wood line, but Viper's going to turn and fight the scouts. They are Light Cav, but they're going down. And Viper now up by 12 Vills. Doubt cannot find a way in. There's still a tree there, I think. And Viper will send Eagles over. Eagles are now everywhere in Doubt's eco. Doubt trying to do Step Lancers. Iron Casting just about in. And will Step Lancers be enough? Maybe not when Doubt's losing all the vills. Suddenly he's down 20 vills. Iron casting not in time. And I think Viper has done it as more Regalas come to hoover on into Doubt's base. Just Eagle things, just Maya things. The timing was perfect for Viper. Doubt wasn't quite up fast enough.
Shot it.
And he'll still survive. But now he's going to struggle for gold. 51 to 25 vills in favor of Viper. His raids are being stopped. Doubt's raids are being stopped. Viper will start collecting relics. Monks on their way forward. Do the Maya get arson? Yes, they do. They're fully upgraded Eagle Warriors with Eldorado. And Steppy's being converted. Oh, 2 conversions for Viper. There's a GG from Doubt. And Viper will qualify. Congrats to Viper. Maybe not surprising to see Viper over Doubt these days, but he will qualify. 66 to 45 KD. There's just ever so slightly ahead all the time was Viper. I wonder if the skirm swap was maybe too early for Doubt. And maybe a heavier scouts play could have worked differently, but GG. All done for Viper. And update the score. There we go. And now I get to update my stream title as we're getting ready for the drawing for next week. I need Arbase to tell me what to do. Qualifier to drawing. Boom. And what are the maps here? That was a win for Viper on Sertão. And for the Civs, a win for the Maya, loss for the Catans. No random Sicilians. Okay, I gotta join Arbase's voice chat. And once again, reminder to everyone, go give the Onamura channel a follow. What are we at? 1,483 followers. Oof. I'm exhausted. Arbase's voice chat. Where are you, Arbase? Hello, Arbase.
Hello. So I am sharing my point of view.
I see you're watching my stream.
No, I'm not. I'm on the Brazilian Dynasty.
Right. No, you're good. So, are you gonna do this, and should I watch, or want me to do it?
I think it's the best if I can do it, because
right.
I think we did this a few times already, and it's a lot of buttons.
Alright, lots of buttons. Here we go, Arbase stream sniping. Not the highest quality stream, but we'll live with it as long as we see the randomization.
Is it okay for you?
It's 720p, 30 FPS, we'll live with it.
It'll be fine. It'll be quick anyway. So, yeah, the way this works, we have 80 players. You can see the seeding list here, all the way up to 80. The top 40 is seeded by ATP, and then the other 80 are seeded by the sum of their current and highest elo. And what we're gonna do, we have the players seated in a bracket. I'll show that in a second. And then we are gonna do a random draw for the top 5 players. So basically the top seed per bracket, because it's 5 brackets. Next 5, next 5, and next 5. So we have an example draw. I will say it's an example draw. Here, for example, we could have a draw with Sebastian here. From pot 1, Kapoch here from pot 4, MBL here from pot 3, and then Sorakuma here from MBL from pot 2 and Sorakuma from pot 3. Yes?
Yes. Looks perfect.
That's an example draw. And the other players are just seated as they would be in like a normal bracket.
Yep. And most importantly, they are not all thrown into one big randomizer. That might give seed 21 against seed 22.
Do you have some whiskey?
Not enough.
Not enough. So what I'm gonna click now is we're gonna run the draw again, and I'm gonna open the draw ceremony, and here you can see bracket A. All the players are seated except for obviously the top 4, and you can see where everyone goes.
All right, I like how it's called a ceremony.
Yes. So yeah, let's just hop into it. So just players here that are here already. We have Dark here already. Targets. Anyone else standing out to you? Blue models. Some good players here already. Now let's go. So we have from slot 4 we have Mihai slotting in. Then from pot 3 we have Kingston. Going there. For pot 2 we have Lewis. So Lewis and Kingston on the same side.
Ooh, our Onamaru player is there. And number 1 for Lewis to beat to qualify this time. It'll be hard.
Ooh, that's a tough one. So you're thinking hard Lewis final?
That would imagine Lewis losing 4-3 to Hart in the final again.
Yeah. Will be the first time. Let me actually post a screenshot of this in the admin room. Just to make sure.
Just to make sure we don't mess it up.
Yeah, exactly, just to make sure. Okay, bracket 2, same system. We're gonna have White here. I think White is probably underrated, very high elo, good player. Jordan already in here. Ozone, you're putting some fun players.
Also, Jordan having lost as Classic Pro is selected. Lost early in King of the Desert, so I think that's really hurting his tournament rating.
Yeah, and he wasn't that active, and then obviously they have their TTL elos, and he was in gold, so it doesn't get a lot for that. He'll climb up there. Yeah, Classic Pro going here. Then for pot 3 we have Sorakuma. Oh, that's a tough one. Lost to Vivi, first qualifier. That was a surprise. Doubt. And who's gonna be the number 1?
Barles. Ooh,
who lost
honestly,
to Stone, please.
Honestly, this is probably, out of all the number 1 players, I think Barles may be the best matchup for Doubt.
Yeah, probably. It's also interesting we have, like, our top seeds, like, Doubt made it to the final, but Barles didn't. I think he lost in the second round, right? To
Yeah, Barles lost to Stone, please. Doubt almost lost to Stone, please.
Oh yeah, true. That's interesting. Yeah. Let's go to bracket 3. We have C40 already waiting. We have Neos Combido. Neos Combido is a good first round matchup. Thurs and Prisma. Already not an easy bracket.
Yeah, Prisma's a tough player there.
Yeah. Okay, Capoch joining them. Shiskan playing. I think Liry is French as well, right?
Yes.
And Sertão! So this is really the French bracket.
And Nia's at the top too. This is the entire French bracket.
I have Sebastian. Oh, that's tricky. Sertão. Because Sertão hasn't made it to a LAN in a while.
He's got to get past Turs in the second round, though.
True, true. I mean, they met Sertão and Turs at Red Bull, so that'll be fun. Yeah, I think Sertão, we saw that Sertão hasn't made it to a LAN since Red Bull Wololo Legacy? 2022, I think. Really surprising.
Well, he did beat Vinchester last round, so looks pretty well prepared.
True. Yeah, it did do well. And let's see, I think Sebastian will be good as well. Anyway, let's go to bracket 4. Dragonstar didn't go over the players. Fire, Dogao already in here. It's a good player. Lix and Kasva. Chart. That's a good bracket. Oh, I didn't do the print. This one.
You get to get the screenshots.
Yep, I gotta get a screenshot. Because I think Nego's gonna put them on the website. Sorry guys. Who do we have in here? Dragonstar. Then we have running. Running has a very good ATP rating. That's an interesting part of the bracket. MBL surprise.
MBL.
Well,
hopefully he
early
can play.
exit. But yeah, exactly. And then who's he up against? Tatau.
Tatau.
MBL Tatau. Well, if they make it.
Honestly,
Who's your favorite there?
I think Dugao has a good chance of making it to the finals. I think Tatau is his toughest competition there.
Pascoal, yeah. I think Dragonstar's full time now as well. Like, he really wants to make it to one of these lands.
Sure, he did just get swept by Tatau already, though, so it might be a rematch there if he gets past Dugao.
Oh, maybe he's learned something. Who knows? And then the final one, we have... Who do we have in here? Velessa and Miguel. So also, this is a good first round matchup. Rodriguez did really well. Who did he beat again?
He upset Kapach.
Right, yeah. And one of the more dangerous players.
I mean, Stoneplease, he played 500 Empire Wars games. Who knows how much Stoneplease has been practicing these maps?
I think a lot. I think he's always well prepped. So... Yeah, so we have Fifi in here. Are we gonna get a whole Chinese side again?
I mean, Yo hasn't been chosen, so... Or he qualified, though. He qualified.
Yeah, he qualified. That would be really weird. That's nice. Lucio and Stoneplease would be a really interesting matchup. Nikov. Lots of Argentinians, and well, with Stoneplease, but Lucio, Rodriguez, Nikov. This could be a regional qualifier with Wuciel. And it's Finch. It's Finch. Yep.
Okay.
Do you think Finch makes it?
I mean, I think Finch is pretty heavily favored in the top of that bracket to get to the finals. I mean, imagine Stoneplease, though.
That would be quite the run. Like, probably like Bad Koala, Lucio, Nikov, Finchester. I mean, if you make it through that bracket, you do deserve it.
That you do. Alright, get your screenshots, Arbase. And that is
I have
our...
my screenshots.
Alright. So that is our drawing for the next round. The bracket's set. Tomorrow we fix bugs in maps.
Yeah, 10-hour stream again? For that?
10-hour map scripting stream? Might be longer than that. Blue cheering
Sounds
for
good.
Stoneplease. Alright, thank you, Arbase.
Nice.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yes.
Good night. Alright, and that will end it for us today. I got a bunch of streams to end. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for following the Onamaru stream too. Look at that. 1,491 followers. We're almost at 1,500. Last week we started in the 900s, so we've grown the channel by about 50% in followers. So thank you all very much for the help. We'll be doing this again next week. Maybe players will start their stream first. Maybe they'll schedule games for tomorrow. I hope not. That'd be scary. I need to fix maps first. Anyway, thank you all for watching. GG's. And I'll end the other streams, then we'll raid someone on Twitch. So I'll see you later. And see you next week.